He is the leader of the wolf pack, and she is the descendant of the fairies. Two worlds should never intersect, yet they collide in a forbidden spark under the trickery of fate. 35 forever changed, 𝐊𝐥𝐼 POV. I'm on high alert, even with the ridiculous decorations surrounding me. Flowers, streamers. I suppose that's what these ceremonies are for. 𝐊𝐵 and 𝐊𝐢𝐳 are becoming mated. An ancient ceremony that unites two people. I can't say I'm not sick with envy watching 𝐾𝐿 walk down the aisle with her arm linked with her father's. Joy in her eyes. A little skip in her step. I can't wait to see Hendrix like that. Just because we're having this event, it doesn't mean that I'm not on my guard. There's already been a rogue attack since Ivy arrived. A short few weeks, and they've already shown their faces. It was a short attack, one with strategy. They pretended to invade. Their real plan is bound to be around the corner. They think we won't be expecting it. Luckily for us, I always assume the worst and prepare for it. I hardly pay attention when 𝐾𝐿𝐲 and 𝐷𝐬 take each other's hands. He stares at his female like she's his whole world. Because maybe she is. I wonder if I look at Hendrix that way. Somehow, my advice worked. And now 𝐾𝐿𝐲 has accepted 𝐷𝐬 despite their past disagreements, or whatever it is that they went through. It took a while, but now that it's New Year's Eve, they're finally making it official. 𝐿𝐷𝐬 marking is the shifter equivalent of getting married. 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐻, knowing that I chose him for my team, I offered him the role as my gamma, and 𝐻𝐺s considering it. It's a relief to know that the spot will most likely be filled by someone trustworthy. The way he takes care of his mate, that's someone that can help run a pack. After the first attack, 𝐻𝐺s has been nothing but resourceful. His actions show his experience in these sorts of things. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He'll be taking his mate and his team with him if he accepts. I'm not thrilled about that, but if it helps my pack, then it's worth it. The ridiculous pack FICO, though, just prattles on, and with the importance of mates and dedication. I don't listen. I've heard it 1,000 times. Savannah is restless at my side, and I sense something unnerving crackling through the air. I don't ignore it. I never ignore my gut feeling, except of course, when I left Hendrix. That went against every cell in my body. I love her. She still has me blocked on her cell phone. Dozens of phone calls and text messages won't do that. They go unanswered. A shout in the void. I rub at my forehead, thinking it over for the 1,000th time today. Did try to reach out to her too soon. When will she talk to me again? The only thing that breaks my train of thought is the howling noise of an alarm going off. My eyes slide to 𝐻𝐵, just to see that 𝐻𝐺s looking at me with a wave of deep panic flashing through him. 𝐻𝐺s probably scared for his mate. He was just about to bite into her neck when the attack alarm started. Great timing. Of course the alarm sounded right before he was able to mark her. It's meant to be. My brain works on automatic while I stand. Savannah murmurs words frantically to me as everyone begins to panic. Game plan. She presses. I nod towards 𝐻𝐵 as he instructs his team. It seems like 𝐻𝐺s got the hang of it so far. She reluctantly looks over at our prospective new gamma. A sneer on her thin face. The sirens continue to ring behind us, but I can still hear the disgruntled sounds she mumbles. Savannah is not happy about 𝐻𝐵 joining our ranks. She doesn't like him. Then again, she doesn't like most people. I need a Delta too. I've been thinking about adding a 4th in command for a while, but I won't tell her that. She hates change. It's obvious that 𝐻𝐵 is telling Reed to take the werewolf females back to the bunker. His mate appears angry at such an idea. It's for the best. If any of them run into 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬 or the Red Alpha, they're done for. If Hendrix were here, I would build her very own underground bunker made of impenetrable materials. My heart sinks when I think of my mate, and I wonder how she's spending her New Year's Eve. It's likely better than mine. Shaking off my thoughts, I take charge. It's time to fight. You two, you go with them. I say to the psychologist and 𝐾𝐼𝐬's father. They don't put up a fight like the females. They follow Reed closely, almost excited to be hidden away, even though they're males. They're not fighters. Gender doesn't matter in a fight. Power does. That's why 𝐶𝐻 here. She's powerful fighter. If I locked away everyone with boots, it'd be an idiot. When I glance around our small circle, I make eye contact with each and every lycan before me. Savannah, Tyrant, Ezra, and Miranda. They look to me to lead them, instruct them. I've left my mate to find the Red Alpha. I won't let this chance slip away, because I won't be strong enough if I have to leave her again. I can't choose between her and a mission again. I won't. We split up. Enthusiasm and Hiram, make your way from the outside in, rounding up any stragglers in the pack that need to be in the bunker. Bring them to safety as quickly as you can. You run into any rogues. You kill them. No questions asked, go. I command, and Ezra's teammates shoot him a look. He nods, glancing at me. Achilles already accepted me as his alpha. Good. They flee, shifting mid-sprint into gigantic beasts that shake the ground with each gallop of their long bodies. Enormous wolves on the hunt. They seem unstoppable. And maybe they are, but you can never be sure. I thought Weeda was unstoppable. Achilles gone now. I turn to Ezra and Savannah. They're staring at me expectantly, raised eyebrows and curious eyes, ready to eat up any instructions I give them. I knew this would happen. It's good strategy on the Red Alpha's part. The first attack was to distract, make us think it was a one and done, that was it. This is the real fight. This is what we were waiting for. Rubbing at my head as it throbs persistently. Ready to shift. The sun is down. The mood is out. The beast inside me claws to be set free. What's the plan? What do we do? Savannah wonders in exasperation. Her arms are folded over her chest, and she angles her body to be in front of Ezra, trying to catch my gaze. She's so childish sometimes, and I find myself questioning why she's my sidekick. We fight, find rogues, take them down, look for the real enemy. As soon as you catch a whiff of the Red Alpha or 𝐾𝐤 send me the signal. I glance between the both of them, reminded of the differences between them. Savannah is almost as tall as Ezra, but not quite. Their coloring is different. Their attitudes too. They are complete opposites. I turn around, stalking into the woods as a flame ignites between my ribs. I'm ready to shift, ready to fight, ready to give in to the primal instinct to kill. It's a constant companion. How do we signal? I hear Ezra ask behind me, though I'm not sure who the question is directed at. Hell no. He'll find you, Savannah explains, knowing that I'm too far in the zone to talk. My bones snap, lengthening then converging. My muscles swell with strength until I'm much higher off the forest floor. My nose twitches, my claws digging into the frozen ground. Everything appears so small when I shift. Anything I come across is insignificant to me. I'm the most powerful creature roaming the planet. Nothing impresses me. Nothing but a beautiful human girl who holds my heart. I sprint away, dodging trees and following my instincts. I don't come across any rogues at first, but when I do, they don't stay long. The wolves are tiny in comparison to my size, and they can sense the power rippling off of me in waves. All shifters, and most supernatural creatures, can sense power. It's almost like vibrations. The more strength, the more painful the vibration. It can cause headaches. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐻𝐿, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Dread. Alone. It's a good intimidation tactic. The rogue werewolves take one look at me, and their tails tuck between their legs. The little group of them tear off in the other direction. My chest huffs. I'm used to being terrifying, and it leads me to thinking about Hendrix again. She's never shown fear towards me. It has to be because we're mates. That can be the only explanation. It's a miracle she's not scared of me. I miss her. There's a pain in my chest, a loose bolt in my head, and it all started as soon as I walked out of her apartment door. She's my mate, my purpose. What am I supposed to do without her? After several long minutes of having no luck, a dull howl rumbles through the crisp night air. My head swings. Ezra's calling me. He found something. It only takes a second to latch onto the scent that stings my nose. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐜𝐤 heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. An unfamiliar one. Our kind shares a similar undertone in scent. A slight spice. It has to be our 𝐊𝐢𝐳. Or, who knows, the red alpha could be right in my grasp. All this time, Wheeler's death will be paid for in full. Immerse. I sprint, right towards the smell, and it grows stronger and stronger. A white blur stands yards ahead of me, 𝐊𝐢𝐳. I stop dead, and he stares at me with furious eyes that glow blue through the foggy air. He snarls, his pink nose scrunching up. He takes a defensive stance. Even though 𝐻ES in his wolf form, he looks as if 𝐻ES smiling ferociously, gleeful at the opportunity for a fight. But something is not quite right about his gaze. There's a haze covering his vision, a foggy film blocking his soul. It's all wrong. Our 𝐻ES being possessed, and not by any spirit. A 𝐻ES being controlled by someone with black magic. I've seen it before. Slowly putting one paw in front of the other, I observe him. A 𝐻ES thickly built with rippling muscles. I lick my jaws before propelling myself. He snaps at my neck, trying to go in for the kill at the first strike. I launch my side into his chest until 𝐻ES pinned against a tree. I can't him if 𝐻ES being controlled. My best bet is to disarm him. Unfortunately, since we're both enormous creatures, the tree cracks under the pressure. The albino goes tumbling to the ground. I'm only on top of him for a second before he shoves me off. He makes a grab for my tail, but I dodge him, snarling in his face before shouldering him away again. I can't try to destroy someone who isn't in their right mind. A 𝐻ES being held against his will. It's not his fault 𝐻ES is so aggressive. He has no choice. I won't kill him. Again, he bites at me, and I feel another presence crawl up behind us. A 𝐻ES watching us from the sidelines, staring at us and off from the shadows. I easily dodge 𝐊𝐢𝐳's every attack. He snaps his jowls, his saliva speckling my coat. A growl reverberates through the air. I won't fight back, and it's making him frustrated. His eyes gleam maliciously, and he licks his white teeth. As he runs at me, the sound of another tree falling hits my ears. My head turns for a moment to see one pinning Ezra to the ground. It's not any ordinary tree. It's covered in false flames. Shit. Black magic. I was right. Now I know it has to be the red alpha. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 interrupts my thoughts by barking. Then he nips at the back of my neck. I continue to dodge as he leads me farther away from Ezra, corralling me until I can't see him anymore. It's on purpose. A good tactic to get me away from his master. 𝐻ES being a loyal slave without knowing it. A gust of cold wind ripples through the woods, and 𝐊𝐢𝐳 halts. His nostrils flare when he backs away from me. I stop as well, no longer in defensive mode. Before my very eyes, the haze of confusion disappears from his face. In a snap of a finger, he is his own body back. A 𝐻ES not under the red alpha spell, and I think I know what changed him. I can't be sure though. He doesn't even look at me as he bolts towards the center of the pack. I debate on whether or not to chase after him, but when I hear 𝐊𝐢𝐳, I know I have to help him. When I find him, a 𝐻ES still pinned under the tree, unable to get free. The female standing before him wields the fire that encases him with nimble, experienced fingers. The red alpha, she's a female. It is a surprise, but I quickly get over it. I charge, mouth open and ready to deliver a world of hurt to this evil person. She killed my 𝐾𝐜𝐤. She twisted 𝐊𝐢𝐳's mind to do her bidding. She's slaughtered hundreds. She has to be destroyed. She dies now. The red alpha is quick on her toes, jumping out of the way just before I hit her. By the scent of her, I know she's a lycan, but she also smells like a pup. She hasn't even shifted yet. How has she been alive this long without shifting? Ezra pulls himself free, the tree toppling to the ground behind him. He shakes out his body, a renewed power in his stance at being freed. All of a sudden, I'm levitating. My paws leave the snow. The air shifts around me as pure evil energy lifts me into the sky. Panic soon follows. I can't get purchase as I move my limbs, but it doesn't matter, because I'm zooming through ashy flames. My spine spasms as I crash into a tree. The branches shudder under my weight, and I hit the ground with a thud. I lay there for a minute. I do a once-over scan of my body, making sure nothing's broken. It seems like I'm fine, but my pride is shot to hell. One glance up, and I'm shocked at what I see unraveling. The fight between Ezra and the Red Alpha is something strange. I caught my finger on it, until I realize how similar they look. The red hair, the yellow eyes, the passion for fighting. They're related. They have to be. This fight has nothing to do with me, and I won't get in their way unless I have to. The battle that ensues is legendary, and not one that I will soon forget. My hands clamp on my arms as I stare at Savannah. She continues to show her attitude, and I don't like it. She huffs and puffs, pushing her curtain of hair behind her shoulder. She shoots me a glare before looking back at the person of interest. 𝐊𝐲 narrows his eyes at her, slouched in a leather chair, clutching his mate to his chest as usual. It's all 𝐻𝐸's done since he found her. He won't let the poor girl go for a second. You can leave, I inform Savannah after a moment of silence. This is supposed to be a professional interview. And 𝐶𝐻, throwing a tantrum, she whirls around on me, eyes wide with shock and fury as her mouth hangs open. She jabs a finger in my face. You killed Wheeler. Does that mean nothing to you? Our cheers dangerous. 𝐊𝐸𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐿𝐸 𝐊𝐸𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading 𝐊𝐸𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐽𝐻𝐿𝐸. He needs to pay for his crimes. She insists, her voice becoming shrill. I fold my arms a little tighter. I have to restrain myself from hurting her. Another fight is the last thing we need right now. That's for me to decide. That's why we're here. But since you're causing so much trouble, I think it would be better if you just left. I tell her, motioning my head to the door. Savannah's mouth clamps shut. She makes an outraged sound through her teeth, and proceeds to stomp out of the room. I turn back to 𝐊𝐲 once my headstrong beta has gone. He growls at me, and I know it's not out of sheer aggression. He just doesn't want me to be near his mate. I try not to even spare a glance at the blonde in his arms. It's too risky. Would you like to let Tressa leave before we continue? He shakes his head adamantly, but the werewolf female speaks up. I can leave if you need me to. It's the first sentence she's spoken since 𝐊𝐲 basically tackled her. One of the other lycans, 𝐊𝐸𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐊𝐸𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading 𝐊𝐸𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝. Insisted that we kill them both. Apparently, Sandra is 𝐾𝐝 older sister, and she's been a bully to all those around her. Under further investigation, she's lived a life of abuse from her mother, who is now locked in the pack prison. She's not the only one in desperate need of a second chance, no. 𝐊𝐲 says softly, a tone he has specifically reserved for her ears. I want you here. I don't blame him. All I want to do is have Hendrix in my arms. Unfortunately, I don't get that luxury right now. She shrugs, a shy smile on her face as she tucks her head in his neck, sighing in contentment. 𝐊𝐲 visibly relaxes. Can we get this over with? He demands, and I nod. I don't usually let people talk to me like that, but I don't have the energy to fight him. I also want to get this over with. How did you meet the Red Alpha? And do you know her name? And he narrows his crystal-colored eyes at me. Why does it matter? 𝐶𝐻's gone now. I thought she was dead. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐸𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading 𝐊𝐸𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝. She took a silver sword to the heart, And that should kill any lycan. Except for the fact that we don't have a body to prove it. She escaped right after 𝐻𝐻𝐿 stabbed her. I'm not sure how long it'll take to find her. But as soon as she's dead, I'm getting my baby back. That's all that matters. Yes and no. There's no evidence she's dead. Do you have any idea about that? 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐧𝐼 squirk while he thinks, absently petting his mate's back while he mulls it over. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 a strange vision of white, his hair and skin paler than the walls around us. I thought the conference room walls were blinding before, but they are dull in comparison. 𝐊𝐲𝐬 is so light that he almost glows. 𝐿𝐲𝐬's powerful. Her magic could keep her alive, but not for long. She has to die eventually. He shakes his head, and I do not know her name. She got me to join her by saying she would help me find my mate. She somehow knew how desperate I was to have her. It was a trap. She got in my head. Sandra senses her mate's distress, placing a hand on his pecs and whispers soft words in his ear. A small smile forms on his pink lips. The air in the room is less tight. It makes sense. After years of trying to find his soulmate, he would have done anything to be with her. How could he know what would happen? I pity the poor lycan. It's clear he treasures Tressa. I think back to Ezra, now dealing with the knowledge he has a long-lost sibling he never knew he had. The Red Alpha is his sister. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 with his mate now because she comforts the darkest parts of his soul. Ezra is helping her past her grief. 𝐾𝐞𝐬 lost a sister and her father in the bloody battle. They aid each other, like 𝐊𝐲𝐬 and myself. Ezra has changed through finding their other half. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 a better person, as am I, as is 𝐊𝐲𝐬. 𝐊𝐲𝐬 deserves a second chance. The Red Alpha is the one that made him kill Wheeler. I'm sure my old Gemma would understand my decision. I want you to become my fourth in command. My daughter, I say to 𝐊𝐲𝐬. Tressa twists in his arms to look at me, but he doesn't appear as excited. His jaw works, his arms clamping down on his mate for security. Why? I killed your pack members. I helped the Red Alpha. How can you trust me? Fidgeting with Tressa's hair. I don't know if I can completely trust you, but I know you're a good male. You were being controlled, but you had good intentions. You're strong, and old imp presuming, so it works out. What I don't tell him is that it's also a way for me to keep a close eye on him at his whereabouts. I don't feel like keeping track of him. 𝐊𝐲𝐬 can also provide more information on the Red Alpha. I watch him think it over. What's in it for me? And I almost smile. I knew he was going to ask that. It's a hidden pack, and all of our pack members are lycans. They will all fight to keep the pack secure. You and your mate, and any pups you have, will be safe and provided for. You'll have your own private house and land as well. I know how appealing it sounds, because he immediately perks up. 𝐻𝐻𝐿's interested. He looks down at him, mate. Adoration painted across his face. I know 𝐻𝐻𝐿's picturing his future with her, because it's something I've done many times while I watch my own mate. 𝐊𝐲𝐬 finally answers without looking away from Sandra. Deal. We shake hands, and I leave him and the female to rest. I walk through the snow, into the woods to cool down. I sigh, running the hand down my face. It's a relief to have Ezra and 𝐊𝐲𝐬 join my team. But we have to leave here, and soon. I've been away from my pack for too long. I miss my mate more than anything, and I can't stand to be so far away from her. Montana is on the other side of the country. Who knows how long it will take to find the Red Alpha? I could be waiting years, but I doubt that it'll last that long without caving in. It'll go to her before summer hits. Either way, I know it'd wait a whole eternity if it meant I get to be with Hendrix. Just worth every second of pain. 36 fatherless Cedric POV. I thought that if I got that to my pack, that everything would be perfect. Maybe the peace of being home, where I belong, would bring some clam back into my life. I'm in my element. Things should be normal. They should be better. But they're not. They're far from it. I'm being bombarded with responsibilities and questions as soon as we pull into the grounds. I definitely haven't forgotten how consuming being an alpha is. And I did not miss this part of the job. In being called in a million different directions. I feel like in being pulled apart. People wonder where I've been. They ask about what I did, and they look at me with perplexed expressions. I notice their eyes following me, their whispered words. They can tell I've changed, that my whole soul has shifted somehow. No one says anything about it directly to me, but they don't have to. I can tell they detect the difference in me. Then there's the fact that I can't get away from Hendrix. Everything reminds me of her. I can't escape it. It seems that everywhere I turn, I'm looking at a happy mated couple that are doting on each other. It gets worse when 𝐊𝐢𝐳 and 𝐊𝐢𝐳 have their mating ceremony. Again, it was interrupted last time. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝, heartfelt thanks for your unfading 𝐂𝐤𝐳 enthusiasm. It's almost nauseating when the jealousy threatens to choke me. I have to turn away. As soon as the ceremony is over, I disappear, or try to. At every turn there's someone trying to convince me to stay a little longer, to enjoy the festivities. I just decline without saying a single word, shaking my head adamantly. I can't be around any of this for any longer. I have to be alone. I stumble through the snow, hearing the cheers and music disappear behind me. Laughs echo off the trees, chasing me into the woods. The moon is wide and glowing in the sky. It reflects off of the snow, making it as bright as day outside. Slinking towards the forest, I don't look back, and I don't think about what I'm missing out on. I'd rather not be submerged in pop music and liquor. It takes a lot to get me intoxicated, and I mean a lot. Who wants to drink 10 bottles of whiskey? No me. I don't stop walking. Not when an owl hoots at me, or when a chunk of snow SLUFF off a tree limb above me. I'm wearing formal clothes, suit and tie, as is the appropriate attire for a mating ceremony. My dress pants are soaked. I don't care, because I'm drowning. I can't breathe. My lungs burn. My eyes water. If I weren't immortal, I'd think I was dying. I guess love does kill you in a sort of way. My mind begins to cool, and I finally slow, dancing around to try to figure out where I am. I wasn't exactly paying attention when my legs pushed themselves forward. All I knew was that I wanted to get away. And now here I am. Away, and in the middle of nowhere. I couldn't be happier about it. I find the lookout I like, a towering cliff that looks over a grandeur of mountains. The 𝐵𝐻𝐻 mountains are beautiful. I remember them being more breathtaking than they are now. And yet, they look less appealing now that I've met my mate. Lowering myself onto a fallen tree, I stare at the peaks and valleys, bathed in fluorescent moonlight. I miss her. My heart constricts. I can't ignore it. Can't ignore the call to be with her. She's easily 0 miles away, and I want her more than I ever have. I've heard that distance makes the heart grow fonder, but I never believed it until now. I put my head in my hands, nearly collapsing onto myself as agony spreads through my veins. How could Savannah talk me into this? Why did I agree to this? She's probably all lonely, without her friends or me. She has no one. How much longer does it have to take before this is resolved? I want Hendrix here, in my arms. Why can't things be easier? Shit. Look what you've gotten yourself into this time, Cedric. I grouch to myself, my words blowing billows of smoke into the cool air. A movement in the atmosphere draws my attention. I hear the voice before I see or smell the assailant. What exactly have you gotten yourself into? A calm voice asks, almost amusement of all things. I'm quick to turn and take a deep inhale of breath. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐻 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐻 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐂𝐤𝐳 enthusiasm. Overly floral scent overcomes me. It burns my throat, stinging my system. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐻 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐻 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐂𝐤𝐳 enthusiasm. A furious snarl tears free from my throat, and I storm to my feet. He stands feet away, his gaze annoying casual while he observes me, dressed in his green armor representing the fair folk. Why do they always have to seem so smug? I hate fairies. His hair is dark, his figure slim, pointed ears and sickeningly sharp, edged features. Those piercing pupils are almost familiar, so black that they suck the light out of the whole forest. Surprised, he grins, tilting his head, arms folded. Who the hell are you? I take a few steps towards him, and a flicker of reservation breaks his seemingly confident approach. He holds up two pale hands. There's still a glint of amusement there, but with a little bit of concern. Well, 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝. Calm down. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝. And I know I should be talking a bit quicker, or you might try to kill me. He holds out a hand for me to shake. I promptly ignore it, shaking my head. No, you're wrong. I will kill you. You're trespassing. I inform him, stalking dangerously close. Fairies are strong, but him stronger. I can tell by one whiff that 𝐊𝐲's not very old either. I could easily take him. He half smirks, lifting an eyebrow as he comes to a stop, his back hitting a tree. He opens his mouth, and the next few words he says aren't what I'm expecting. You wouldn't want to kill your own father-in-law. Now would you? I stop dead, a new light spreading across the ferry before me. His eyes are familiar now, and I can place where I've seen them. Clarity comes over me. This male, this is Hendrix's father. There's a lot of resemblance, but I know how I wasn't able to place him earlier. Becoming fire transforms your face. He used to be a human. He was turned into a fairy. You're Hendrix's father. But it's more like a statement. It's what 𝐊𝐲's claiming, and it's starting to make more sense. He nods, seemingly happy that I've accepted the news. 𝐊𝐲's also relaxed, knowing I couldn't possibly kill him now. I rush forward, grabbing him by the collar. My breath comes in harsh pants as the fury courses through me. You left her, you son of a bitch. What do you want now? To rub it in, I demand, and he narrows his eyes on me. He isn't exactly worried for his life. He knows I won't kill him. Has nothing to fear. So did you? He says simply, his voice light and airy, like all fairies. It's almost music when they speak. That sentence only further infuriates me. How do you know that? Have you been watching us? I demand. I can't feel violated and caught off guard. How did I not notice him before? I already know the answer. My mate's presence intoxicates me. Not to mention, fairies are stealthy. Damn fairies. I'm not always tailing my daughter, but I do check in on her when I'm in this realm. He mentions, I couldn't help but notice her prancing around with her professor, who happens to be a lycan of ancient proportions. I can't say I was happy about it. That doesn't explain why you're here, or why you left my mate. I watch his face scrunch up at the last word. Apparently he doesn't want to be reminded of the relationship I share with his daughter. 𝐊𝐲's protective of her. I was human when I left Hendrix. I'm not anymore. You do the math. He clicks his teeth, and I see the war waging in his eyes. The pain. There's only one logical explanation. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. Hendrix said he left his family for a younger woman. He found his mate, and I can only guess why. I should have known as soon as I saw him. Fairies aren't allowed to make a human fight unless they're mates. Hendrix had to be left behind. She couldn't know about their kind, wouldn't be allowed in their dimension because of her mortality. It would have killed her. My choice to leave is the second time that she's been abandoned, and because of the supernatural world. I won't let that happen again. I don't want you here. I don't want you near my mate, or my pack. Got it? I demand, letting him feel my alpha tone, my power. But Bo doesn't back down. When do you plan on going back to my daughter? He demands, cutting the crap and clearly getting to the point. His joking tone is gone, and despite the fact that I'm much older than him, 𝐿𝐲𝐳 using the voice of a protective father. He might as well ask me to have her home by 11, whenever the red alpha is caught. I tell him, leaning forward in the snow, not that it's any of your business. I have to stop talking about this before I have a mental breakdown. I miss my mate like I miss air. His eyelashes flutter as he blinks, every movement deliberate in the pale moonlit forest. The leafless branches casting shadows over his features. I can hardly believe this male is Hendrix's father. She's so human, and 𝐿𝐲𝐳 so not. It is my business. She's my daughter. She's only 18 years old, and she looks at you the way she used to look at me. He insists with a hiss, letting his frustration show a sliver. I blow out a breath. Like what? He pauses, a little unsure. Like you hold the world in your hands. I hate that reminder. I want to see Hendrix look at me like that again. But I don't know if she ever will. Maybe a part of me is terrified to go back to her because she'll look at me differently. You lost the right to be her protector when you left. It's my job now. I bark at him, changing the subject. And Bo growls. He takes a step forward, as if he wants to attack me, but he stands down quickly after sizing me up. He knows I wouldn't kill him, despite my low opinion of him. 𝐿𝐲𝐳. 𝐿𝐲𝐳 also my mate's dad. And she still loves him. I couldn't do that to Hendrix. I could mail him though. I wouldn't mind putting a fairy in his place. Both eyes, shaking his head. I agree, but her happiness and safety is still a priority to me. You need to go back to her, and as soon as possible. Trust me. Alarm shocks me, jolting through my veins. He knows something I don't. Something must be wrong. What happened? I demand, glaring at him. What are you talking about? He backs away, and I want to follow him, but I feel trapped with overwhelming fear that twists my insides. Hendrix is everything to me. Just trust me. She needs you. Go to her. You won't regret it. Bo explains, but it's not much information to go on. Before I can stop him, he takes another step back, disappearing into the bark of a tree as if he was never even here. Hendrix 𝐊𝐬 I clutch at my chest, while rising up my throat. The sound of distress leaves my throat. Unfortunately for me, the customers notice. Are you all right? The man wonders with wide eyes, cautiously leaning away from me. The lady with him shrinks back into the booth. She gives me a worried look, with a little disgust. Belching again. I take a step back. Yes, excuse me. I'll go put your orders in. I all but race to the back of the diner without actually sprinting. As soon as the double doors swing close behind me, I grab my paper cup full of water and chug it. It's been a tactic I've been using the past few weeks to reduce the urges to bath. I've been crazy sick. Though it keeps my mind off of my present depression, it terrifies me, fills me with gapable fear. The terror of my situation has been dawning on me with each passing day. The pressure builds. The stress piles up like a landfill. I walk around in a haze for the rest of the night, taking orders, cleaning tables, serving customers. Over and over I replay that night in my head. Why didn't we use protection? Through the few weeks that have passed, I willed my body to stop the symptoms. I prayed to God that I would get my period. It never came. The nausea persists, as does the constant drowsiness. I don't know if I can do this. Once I lock up the diner for the night, I rush down the road with my hands fisted around my purse. It's 2 a.m. I'm alone, and dizzy, only lit up by the dim street lights that flicker over my head. There's a Walgreens down on the corner. I make a beeline for the bright neon lights of the drugstore. I barely notice the swooshing of the automatic glass doors, or the cashier giving me a weird look. My feet eat up the aisles until I find the pregnancy tests. I stare at them, gulping. I look around before I grab 3 different kinds. The old woman behind the counter doesn't say a word as she rings up my purchase, but I see the sympathetic look in her eye. She looks sad. I feel sicker. I can't wait until I get back to my crappy apartment. I have to take these tests as soon as possible. I don't bother saying thank you when she tries to hand me a receipt. I ask where the bathroom is, and I almost trip on the way there. Going to the very last stall, I slam it shut and lock it. I take a deep breath. Then I unzip my jeans. Peeing on sticks is easy enough, though I'm panting as my heart races. I'm sweating, my ears are ringing, and I can hear the blood rushing through my head. Adrenaline courses through me as I wait for my results. I can't face the woman again. I don't want her to see my reaction. I stop for a second. I don't even know what my reaction will be. Will I be disappointed if it's negative? Will I be relieved? I squeeze my eyes shut. Time has passed, and I know the results are probably in by now. I just don't want to look and see what they say. My back hits the red wall of the stall, and I slowly lower until my butt is planted on the dirty floor. I hold up one of the tests, and I crack my eyes open. My heart stops in my chest, and I don't know if I'm still alive. Frantically, I look at the other test, and it tells me the same thing. I clench my fists on the final strip, taking a deep breath before flipping it over. The news isn't any different. The two pink lines turn blurry as my eyes fill with tears. I'm so screwed. 37 for site Hendrix BOV. After a few days of shock, I've sufficiently marinated in the news that I'm going to be a mother. It runs through my head over and over. I regret not taking the proper precautions, not preventing this from happening. But it happened, and I have to face the consequences. I'm only 18 years old, and I'm going to have a baby. How did it come to this? I know how bodies work. I'm not stupid. How did it not occur to me or Cedric that a baby could be made? Were we that blinded? I don't waste much time waiting around to find out. As soon as I'm over the distress, I'm back to my usual self. Despite all of the throwing up, I invest myself fully in my waitressing, knowing that hard work will get me where I need to be. I need money, but I've already gone back to working full-time, which means that I need a second job to make this work. Despite the fact that I hate the idea, I scroll through job opportunities in town. It's slim pickings for sure, but I can't be picky right now. Desperate times call for desperate measures. It doesn't take very long to get in touch with a manager at a local grocery store in need of a part-time cashier. It pays well, better than my diner job. I'm quick to snatch it up. The lady is nice at the interview, telling me that the job is mine if I want it. I do want it, because it's another paycheck that goes to my baby. There's only one problem. I have to quit school. Every night when I come home from the diner, stinking like food, I run over the pros and cons in my head while I rub my still flat stomach. I love school. I love learning, but I already love this baby more. This child is a part of me, and Cedric. This child will be my life. I can always go back to school. I just have to stay afloat right now. For the baby. Not only school times suck, but every time it comes time for me to pay tuition, it nearly breaks the bank. I'll steadily pay off my student loans and take a break from classes. That's what I tell myself when I go to the school counselor to let her know I'm done. I'm not dropping out. It's just a break. But if that's the case, then why do I feel like I'm giving up? I start at the grocery store, and time seems to speed up. I'm working 70 hours a week altogether. I hardly have time to stop and breathe, let alone eat, and yet I'm gaining more and more weight with each passing day. I sell my bike on Craigslist and finally get myself a car. When I have the baby, I know I'll need better transportation than a bike. Baby will need a car seat and airbags. I luck out when I spot a used Honda for only $3,000. That also means car insurance, but it's worth it. And even though I know the bills are expensive, I attempt to have my prenatal doctor's appointments. They insist that it's important, and I agree. I want my baby to be healthy. After the second visit, they tell me that I'm not actually 2.5 months like I told them. The doctor tells me that I'm almost 5 months telling by the ultrasound. He wouldn't take no for an answer, not even when I explained that I hadn't had sex until the first week of December. And it's only mid-February. When I was there, I felt the distinct sense that he thought I was lying, and that I was a knocked-up teenager who was in denial. I stopped going after that. I have a breakdown in my car on the drive home wondering if there's something wrong with my baby. Mama always said to never trust a doctor. Mama also said not to get knocked up. That's why I haven't told her yet. She wouldn't let me come home. And even if she did, she would be passive-aggressive the whole time. A month goes by, and I can't recognize myself in the mirror anymore. My belly is bulging. The baby is active every day. He or she feels like they're doing somersaults in my womb, and it often wakes me up. When I can't get back to bed, I lay there and stare up at the ceiling. I rub my stomach and dream of what life would be like if Cedric were still in my life. Would he be happy at the news? Sometimes I'm tempted to call him and find out, but I never end up doing it. I stare at the screen, my finger hovering over his contact. I can't explain it well, but I want Cedric to come back for me, not the baby. Of course I would love to see him as a dedicated father. I want my baby to have what I didn't. And yet, the idea of him only returning to pay for our child kills me. He said 8 years coming back. I want it to be because he loves me, not because he feels obligated since we share a kid. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I still have overwhelming doubts about that. It's been for months. I don't think 8 years coming back. Every time I think about it, I start to cry. I have to raise this baby by myself. I have to put food on the table, and pay for diapers, and college tuition. I try not to think too far ahead, but it's scary. I'm overthinking everything. Planning out the years I'm in for this mistake, I realize that my best bet is to just ride it out. So that's what I do. I get up out of bed every morning, and I work my off. I push through the tired days and the dreary nights. I don't stop. I only take breaks to breath. Some days I forget about Miranda and Stacy, even though they keep calling me, and most of the time I ignore them. However, I can't forget about Cedric. I've known my best friend since middle school, but Cedric had 3 months of my life and is still stuck in my brain like a parasite. Even as I ring up someone's groceries, I stare blankly at the cash register, daydreaming about his beautiful Greek god face. Someone snaps their fingers in front of my eyes. Hey, you're right. The customer wonders, and I look up to see a guy staring at me. If I wasn't already in love, I might find him attractive. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Oh yeah. In fine, I reply in a small voice. And there's only 10 minutes until we close the store. I can't wait to get home and crash into bed. I'm always exhausted now. The guy doesn't seem convinced. I tell him his total, and he pays with a wad of cash. He glances around the grocery store, which is dead silent. We hardly have any customers past 8 o'clock. He looks back at me. Having fun. It sure is packed in here. I snort at his joke, shaking my head. Most people hate to speak to the person behind the counter. It's easier for them to pretend we're not here. I'm surprised I haven't fallen asleep yet. I'm the only one who works the night shift on Saturdays, which are surprisingly slow. So I'm here all alone. I stretch my arms above my head for emphasis, my rounded belly peeking out. He points at me. What's your name? He wonders, and I go blank for a second before I remember how to speak the English language. I wasn't expecting this much human interaction today. Hendrix. And he nods. You're either drummer girl for that cover band, aren't you? I shrug nonchalantly. I hate being reminded of the band. After what happened at Dylan's place, I quit. He tried to talk me out of it, but I refused. I haven't seen him since then. It's a blessing and a curse. I miss drumming. I don't think I'd be able to do it anyway. Sometimes I'm too tired after bagging groceries. I'm always out of breath. And he smiles. I find myself blushing at the flash of white teeth. 𝐿 pretty cute. His head is shaved. His build stocky, with pretty light hazel eyes. He could make any girl crazy with a flash of that smile. Man, you're amazing. 𝐿𝐸, by the way. He holds out his hand for me to shake. I do so cautiously. He may be handsome and all, but I don't know him. His grip is tight and worn. His hands aren't nearly as big as 𝐊𝐸𝐺𝐻's. And there's no spark, no tingles. I chastise myself. I need to stop comparing people to him. 𝐿𝐸𝐺𝐻𝐬 right here. That makes him twice as good in my book. Well, it's nice to meet you. What time do you get off work? He wonders, looking me up and down. We could grab a bite to eat next door if you want. They have great burgers. I wasn't expecting to be hit on. Impregnant. That typically means you have a partner. But in this case, 𝐿𝐸, and you can definitely tell that I'm pregnant. My belly is huge. No amount of extra fabric can hide that. 𝐸 must sense my apprehension, because he holds up his hands innocently, not like a date or anything. I just think you're equal. I've never met a girl runner before. We can be friends. I'm new in town, he explains, and I relax. I am hungry after all. What could it hurt? Somehow, I know that Cedric would absolutely hate this. It makes me want to do it even more. Shrugging my shoulders, I grin back at him, matching his enthusiasm. Sure, why not? I fiddle with the straw of my soda, glancing curiously around the bar and restaurant. I've been in places like this before for our band gigs, but they were strict about no drinks since I'm underage. This time, I'm still not getting anything alcoholic to drink. I'm pregnant. No way am I risking my child. Not to mention, last time I had a drink I couldn't control myself, and proceeded to get blackout drunk. I don't plan on a repeat of that. No thank you, 𝐸. However, is sipping happily on a beer as he hangs out with me. The atmosphere around us is bustling. Everyone is out for a late-night drink. The smell of beer wafts through the air, as does the delicious aroma of heavenly food. I can practically taste it on my tongue. I don't feel like I belong here. Everyone here is much older than I am, and they all look like they know what they're doing. My leg bounces, anxiety creeping in. I shouldn't be here. Oh, calm down. It's not like someone will start a bar fight with you. You're a pregnant teenager. No one will mess with you unless they're an asshole. They'd have to defend you. He smiles and I laugh, feeling silly for my nerves. I guess I just feel strange being in a place for adults. I know I'm technically an adult. I'm fixing to have a kid of all things. That's the most adult thing you can do. 𝐸 knew the guy checking it, so he snuck me in. I feel bad about it. I don't belong here. I'm not important enough to break rules for. I've only known 𝐸 for a scarce hour, and 𝐻ES already being so nice to me. I kind of like it. I need a friend. He came into my life just in time. I don't know what it is about 𝐸, but I like him, really like him. I try not to get my hopes up. Everyone abandons me. How could he be any different? As per 𝐸's request, I try the cheeseburger, and I don't regret ordering it. It's delicious. I almost moan when I take the first greasy bite. I've hardly eaten anything but ramen noodles for the past month. 𝐸 eyes me with a curious grin. What? Your boyfriend doesn't take you out to eat? I almost choke on my food, and his smile disappears before my eyes. He sounds worried. Are you all right? I nod my head, pressing a hand to my chest to calm myself down. After I recover, I clear my throat before answering his very off-handed question. I don't have a boyfriend. I tell 𝐸, and he eyes my stomach with crunched-up eyebrows. If you don't mind me asking, how did I get pregnant? I finish for him. I had a boyfriend, but he left me, I say on a whisper, not really believing it myself. I never could have guessed that Cedric would break my heart. And yet, here I am, completely heartbroken. 𝐸 scoots up in the booth, getting closer to me. 𝐻ES a little tense. His shoulders are hunched, jaw set in stone. Did he leave because of the baby? And it's an odd thing to ask. His questions are a little bit invasive. I blame it on the alcohol taking its course through his body. He doesn't look like a lightweight to me, but you never really know, I guess. No, he doesn't even know about the baby, and I don't plan on telling him. He seems to relax at my words, glancing around while nodding. I quickly devour the rest of my burger. It's getting late, and I need to get home. I have an early shift at the diner tomorrow. I have to be up by 5:30. Dread starts to fill me when we finish eating. How could I let this guy convince me to go out to eat? I don't have money to spare. I just sent Mama her monthly hospital check, and now I'm scraping by. I can't afford a huge cheeseburger and fries from a nice restaurant. This was a bad idea. When the waitress comes with the check, I reach for it as soon as it hits the table. But Jameson grabs it first. He shakes his head, waving the leather folder victoriously. You really thought I'd let you pay? Let me be a gentleman at least. Hendrix, he says playfully. You don't have to do that. My voice is desperate. I would feel bad if he paid for my dinner, but it would also be a huge weight off my shoulders. He thinks about it for a second, thumbing the paper slip. How about this? I pay for the food, and you give me your number. Jameson proposes, and I slouch in my seat. I feel defeated. All I need is another guy in my life. They all let me down by putting a knife in my back. I'm sorry. You're really nice and all. I like you a lot. I just got out of a relationship. I'm not ready to start dating again. I explain, trying to sound compassionate and failing. I sound more like I'm about to cry. I miss Cedric. Even though he left me, I still love him. Every day is a battle when I remember what we used to have. I don't know when I'll be ready to get back in the dating pool, or if I ever will. Who would want a single mother who has no education and no money? Jameson's laugh breaks my train of thought right off the tracks. I dart my gaze to him. You've got me all wrong. He waves his hands. I want to be friends. Hendrix. Purely platonic. 𝐊𝐤𝐧𝐼 𝐷𝐸𝐿𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He holds his phone out. A new empty contact page open for me to fill out. I bite my lip, wondering if I should say yes. Do I want a friend? Yes, of course. I'm lonely and sad. But do I have time to upkeep a relationship with all I have to handle? Absolutely not. Unfortunately, my tender heart wrenches with excitement, looking into Jameson's peculiar eyes. I know I don't want to be alone anymore. I take a deep breath, and then I start typing my number into his phone. 38, a little of both. Hendrix BOV. I glance over my shoulder as Nancy practically purrs at Jameson. I see the panic in his eyes as he darts his gaze around the busy diner. My new friend looks everywhere but my co-worker's large bust. She flaunts what she has. He clearly isn't interested. Shaking my head, I turn my grin to the bag of takeout that Jameson ordered. Then I march out to his table to come to his rescue. The contrast of Nancy flirting with Jameson versus when she had her eyes on Cedric is completely different. Even though Jameson and I had been hanging out for a while, and I didn't even really know Cedric when it happened. It just goes to show how attached I really was. I remember how upset and defensive of him I had been. It's like I knew he was mine. When I show up at the table, Nancy is already gone. It's just slowing down in the diner. The supper rush is always hectic, but it's dying out as the time ticks past 7:30. Thank you. You're a lifesaver. Jameson jokes as he smags his paper bag of food. He hands me some cash, winking at me. Keep the change. 𝐊𝐤𝐧𝐼 𝐷𝐸𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. I stare at the $50 bill in my hand with an open mouth, feeling flustered. He walks away swiftly before I can say anything, which would probably turn into an argument anyway. I count the money. My boss pulls our tips. I frown down at the green, crisp bill. It's so tempting to just take it. Into honest for that. even if I don't want to share tips with flirtatious Nancy. A wonderful sound fills the diner. And I know it's my favorite song on the jukebox, One of These Nights by Eagles. I glance to the music machine, only to see Jameson walking out of the double doors with a knowing smile on his face. I smile too. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 𝐷𝐞𝐻. After a few more tables, I'm nearly done in. I rush around the squeaky tile floors, running from table to table. I have hardly any energy, and I hate to have caffeine when I'm pregnant, but it's almost necessary. This baby takes everything out of me. Sometimes it's hard to get out of bed. I have to constantly take breaks to try to catch my breath from just walking around. Things that used to be easy are now impossible. Not to mention the extra 20 pounds I've regained. It's all absolutely exhausting. Swinging in and out of the kitchen. I'm practically dead on my feet. My legs are spaghetti noodles underneath me. They wobble with exertion, and little half-pint gives a kick. I rub my belly with a soft smile. I don't know the gender, and I don't want to know until they're born. I want it to be a surprise. I want to have something to look forward to. Zooming back out to the next table, I'm shocked when I see one of my old professors. She glances at me with a sickly sweet grin. It's almost malicious. Professor Henderson, I didn't expect to see you here. My throat feeling tight. This is the lady that saw me and Cedric kiss. She knows. She didn't tell on us. Now she's here. Her lips are candy red, but are turned up in the corners, and her blonde hair's pinned in a perfect ponytail. She has to be at least 30, and she's beautiful. Oh, hi there, Hendrix. Professor Henderson's eyes rake me up and down. Stopping on my belly. You sure do look different. Her comment sends a pang through me, and I put a comforting hand on my stomach. There's a gleam of joy on her face. She puts the menu down. I guess. Anything you want to order. I ask around the lump in my throat. She hums in though, pressing a long nail to her chin. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐳 𝐑𝐞𝐝𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬 and a Caesar salad. Just trying to stay slim. You know, I bite my lip, feeling self-conscious all of the sudden. My body is a lot bigger than it used to be. Clearly she noticed the pregnancy weight. I tell myself that the comment is innocent. She's not trying to hurt me, but she keeps going. Say, when's the last time you saw Cedric? Oh, I mean, Professor Riley. Clearly you two are rather close. She settles on the word with a thick, sultry voice. There's clear implications there. Then she raises an eyebrow at my stomach. Unless, she says, you've been around the block. Her words make me sick. Slut-shaming isn't okay, and assuming someone's sex life isn't either. This lady is not nice. I was wrong to assume differently. I can't show her in mad though. I'm too non-confrontational. All I want to do is run away. No, it's his. I whisper, and tears spring to my eyes when Professor Henderson grins. Well, men have their needs. It was foolish of you to think otherwise. He probably needed a more mature woman to satisfy him. She mentions, fluffing her hair. He always did have this look in his eye when he saw me, as if he knew what he was lacking with you. A woman with experience is always better. You do well to remember that. Date someone your own size. Sweetie, leave the men for the women. Find yourself what you need. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐳 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬𝐿. I nod, looking at the ground before marching away. I hold my pen and pad tight to my chest as I push the door into the kitchen. Ronnie must see my distress, because he raises an eyebrow and pauses his patty flipping. You are right. Always concerned about me. I shrug innocently, trying to look normal. I just need a little break. Is that all right? I can barely get the words out. But Ronnie nods. I put in Professor Henderson's order before rushing to the employee bathroom. As soon as the door is locked, I'm retching my lunch into the toilet. I haven't thrown up in a while. I'm past the morning sickness, but I don't stop until everything in my stomach is deposited into the toilet bowl. Then the crying starts. I don't know what to do. Why am I so lost? I sob until my stomach hurts. Cedric. Where are you? Cedric POV. The knock at my door doesn't catch me off guard, because I heard Savannah coming down the hall. I don't look from my paperwork when I tell her to come in with some reluctance. I'm a bit annoyed at the moment, and depressed. My mate's absence is taking its toll on me. I can't stand to be around anyone. She opens the door, and she has someone else with her, someone who she holds by the back of the neck. I raise my eyebrow. Miranda. Curiosity gets the best of me, and my annoyance disappears. Hendrix's lycan friend has a sheepish look on her face. She doesn't want to be here. Savannah dragged her here. I wonder what the hell is going on, so I wave a hand for them to enter. This better be good enough for you to be disturbing me this late. It's 𝐿𝐢𝐬. I'm not in the mood to interact. Then again, I never am. I've been a recluse these past few months. I sigh heavily, leaning back. Savannah walks in with Miranda in front of her. She slams the door behind her to display her 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐧𝐑. She demands, shoving the smaller female into the leather couch across from my desk. Miranda folds her arms over her chest, tucking a piece of hair behind her ear in a nervous gesture. Tell him. Tell me what? I ask Savannah calmly, my temperature slowly climbing. In not feeling overly patient, Miranda's eyes dart up at my beta before sliding to me. She's much different than the girl that tried her hardest to get me to stay away from my mate. And he is your alpha now, whether you like it or, Savannah says, and Miranda shakes her head. That only angers Savannah. She lifts a thick, white envelope, tossing it onto my desk. I reach for it, unfolding it to see dozens of $1 bills. My eyes widen, and then I look at who it's addressed to. I raise my head slowly. Why are you trying to send money to Hendrix? My gut falling. I have a suspicion that I don't want to be confirmed. By the look in Miranda's eyes, I already know what she's about to say. Hendrix has money problems. Bad ones. She already moved into a cheaper apartment. She will never admit it, but she needs help. In trying to help provide for her. I know you want me to call her all the time to check in on her, but she's not answering very often, and she won't tell me a lot. I have a bad feeling. To my 𝐊𝐼𝐳𝐾𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐧. Just let me do this for her, please, she begs, and I can tell it takes a lot of effort to show that much vulnerability. It's a hit to her pride. She's of alpha blood after all. Those words are devastating. I should have been more observant. I knew Hendrix had money problems, but what college student doesn't? I didn't know how bad it was. I'm such a bastard. My human was using coupons. I thought it was just a cute little hobby of hers. I didn't think it was necessary. She was struggling right before me, and I didn't even notice. And now I've left her to fend for herself. I rub at my forehead, dropping the paper pocket full of cash. I should have been the one to provide for her, not her shitty excuse for a friend. Savannah is getting impatient. Well, what do you want me to do with her? My beta presses, looking down at Miranda to try to intimidate her. I've seen her do it 1,000 times. She likes being over someone. Why should we do anything to her? And Savannah scoffs, waving a hand over Miranda's head. The lycan flinches into her seat. You asked her to relay all information she had on Hendrix. She conveniently left out a very critical detail. This is a serious offense. I sit there for a moment, grilling the armrests of my chair and thinking, what she says is true. I'm too busy hating myself to really care. I should have been better. And she used her own money to provide for my mate. I see nothing wrong with that. I turn to address Miranda. She fidgets under my gaze. I can taste her fear. I want her out of my office. You can send this money to her. But from now on, I will be the one to provide funds to my... Understand? Miranda nods. When you send it, don't say it's from you. Leave it anonymous. She won't accept it otherwise. She instructs. And I nod. She jumps off of the couch, grabbing the envelope before rushing for the door. Sure thing, I mumble after she leaves. And then I turn to Savannah. She slumps onto the couch, spreading out her arms and blowing out a frustrated breath. She looks up at the ceiling when she talks. Man, I really wanted to punish her. I don't like that female. And it's getting pretty chummy around here. She moppes, running a hand through her black hair. She smiles at me. I ignore her, glancing down at my papers. She sighs in obvious exasperation. What the hell is wrong with you? I glare at her. I don't know how to explain it, but I'll try. 𝐾𝐞𝐬 helped me realize how much it helps to say something rather than internalize it. Because 𝐸 is a bad friend to Hendrix. But at least she's doing all she can. She's doing better than I am at looking after my own Nate. I'm no better than her leaving Hendrix at that party. I left her. I pinched the bridge of my nose, closing my eyes and breathing out through my nose. I don't know what I'm doing. I can't get her back. She won't want me after all of this. I'm a horrible mate. Who knows what Hendrix will say to me when I go back? Savannah's demeanor changes quickly. She goes from playful and talkative to quiet and reserved. She shifts uncontrollably, and then takes a deep breath. What if you don't go back? She offers. My eyes fly open. I wasn't expecting that answer. The amount of anger is causes is outlandish. I stand, slamming a hand down on my desk. What? I demand through my teeth, and she shrinks back. She gulps. I almost think she won't answer. She finally does. I've loved you for as long as I've known you. Cedric, I was 12 when I first saw you. It was just a crush then, but it's turned into more. Savannah confides, and my mouth parts. This is a shock. She keeps going. I know you have a mate. I've dreaded the day you would find her. I thought I would hate her. I thought I would want to rip her throat out with my teeth. She shakes her head, staring at her fingers. I've never seen my beta so soft-spoken. I should be pissed that she wanted to kill my mate. But I remain silent. But I don't. Honestly. She's so sweet and innocent. And I feel like I have to protect her. She's a human. She's your mate. And she's my Luna. I know that if it came down to it, I'd die to protect her. Because I know that it would kill you if something happened to her. And I sort of. I kind of care about her. Savannah scoffs. If you can even believe that. I don't say anything. I don't know what to say. This isn't what I was expecting. How did I never see this? We stay like this for a few silent seconds. I stand and she sits, staring up at me with sad eyes. I knew it was a long shot. You two belong together. I won't try to keep you apart. I just want you to know that I'll always love you, even if I find my mate, and you end up happy with yours. You'll always hold a place in my heart. Cedric, I've never thought that Savannah could be so vulnerable. I didn't think she had that side to her. She's so incredibly sad. A heartbroken look in her creamy eyes is blatant. The scent of her pain makes my stomach churn. She's shattered. It's all my fault. I should have made sure this didn't happen. Her childlike fantasies got away from her. She broke her own heart. All because I didn't return her infatuation. She stands and walks away. I stay where I am. She looks at me over her shoulder from the doorway, clutching the doorknob with pale knuckles. Can I ask you something? She wonders. I nod absently, not trusting myself to say anything. Did you ever? Have you ever seen me as anything but your little sister? I ponder it for a moment. I can see and smell the amount of pain she's in. But I can't lie. I owe her the truth. No, Savannah bites her bottom lip, as if she knew all along. She nods her head before she ducks out of my office. After a few minutes, I realize that I'm still standing here in shock. I slowly settle down into my chair, closing my eyes. I think of Hendrix and all my stress seems to melt away. I will see her soon. I just know it. And I can't wait. I might go insane if I have to wait any longer. I watched him. The once gentleman now transformed into a furious monster. 39 Chain of Love. Cedric POV, what are you doing? Savannah wonders, leaning against the wall as she observes me with her head cocked. Staring at her across the room, shoving his shirt into my backpack and scowling at her. I didn't invite her here. She came into my house without permission. She knows how much I hate that. I'm leaving, I announced simply, grabbing more clothes and throwing them in as well. I impatiently rip open another drawer, searching for socks. My beta clears her throat behind me. I barely glance at her. Her expression is hidden, steeled, but a certain uncertainty lurks there. This wouldn't have to do with the conversation we had a few days ago, would it? And I give a short shake of my head. She purses her lips, waiting on an explanation. Listen, screw the red alpha. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐧𝐠 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐜. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐧𝐠. I've had enough of this. It's bullshit. I need my mate. I can't take this anymore. She needs me. I've been gone long enough. I have to take me with her. Take care of her. I run a hand through my hair, shaking my head. I'm so incredibly stupid for letting it go on this long. Savannah is silent as I continue to rush around until my bag is sufficiently stuffed. You're going to get her right now? She wants to know. Eyebrows raised yes. I give a short nod, and anxiety sparks. I don't know why I haven't gone sooner. The stress of the pack, the idea that Hendrix is in danger. It's all just a distraction from what's really important. My mate, her happiness, her livelihood. I'm going to make it right. Even if she hates me. I've tried calling her every night since I left. She never answers. She still has me blocked. So I did what any sane person would do. I handwrote her letters. Love letters. Promises. Anything to tell her I care. I've sent a few, and I never got a response. Even if the red alpha is still out there, our pack can hold her off. I'm sure that we just need to make a game plan. I explain. End Savannah odds. I don't care what you or the guard says about how safe it is. I know they don't want me to risk being seen. Screw them. Savannah's plan to leave Hendrix, and taking her friends with us. It played on my emotions. It played on my biggest fear. My one weakness. Hendrix. And her ever-present mortality. It made me irrational. No. I'm thinking more clearly than I have in months. I'm almost giddy at the idea of even smelling her again. The thoughts I have about her drag me out of my funk. Everything will be all right, as long as I can have her safe in my pack. It won't matter if she forgives me. When I know she's happy and safe, I can relax. I move on to the bathroom, grabbing my toothbrush and toothpaste, then deodorant and shampoo. Savannah follows me. Her butter-colored irises follow my every move with keen interest. How long are you planning on spending over there? Isn't it supposed to be a simple extraction? Just grab the human and come back. She muses, and I shake my head. She's sensitive, Savannah, and has issues with being abandoned. I'm not sure how long it will take to get her to put her trust in me again, or if she ever will. It could take a while to convince her to come home with me. I laugh when I think of Hendrix's chattering teeth. Not to mention, she hates the cold. Savannah nods, folding her arms over her chest. A question suddenly pops into my head. When's the last time you heard from that CPO agent who's keeping an eye on her? I asked you to get frequent updates. I straightened, hungry for answers. As soon as Hendrix's father disappeared, I did some more work to make sure she was okay. I knew I couldn't trust the guy. I doubled the amount of time Stacy and Miranda called, and I told Savannah that the agent assigned to Hendrix needs to be more thorough. He even sent pictures. Her father must have been lying. She's perfectly fine. I was a fool to put any stock into what he had to say. Good. He reports that she's doing well, and that she's happy. There's that word again. Every report is the same. He always makes it sound like she's so happy, almost as if she's better off without me. Is that really the way it is? Is she just as happy without me in her life? Then why do I feel like him falling apart? Take care of the pack. They'll go alone. I'm much less likely to be seen that way. I try to head down the hall and the stairs, going for the door, but Savannah calls after me. Wait. She's running down the stairs behind me, taking them two at a time. 1 foot already out the door, beyond infuriated at her interruption. What? What the hell could it possibly be? I'm so close to being with her. I can taste it. I don't want to waste another damn second. So what is so important that I have to wait? I demand, my voice getting louder and louder. She stops, taking a breath. The guard called. The red alpha. Chest. Savannah reveals tentatively, and my eyes widen. So it finally happened, and the world's a much safer place without her in it. I turn to leave, again, but a hand holds tight to my shoulder, and they want to talk to you on the phone. They have information on Ezra's parent and stuff. I think you should take it, and tell him, you know what it would mean to him. He wants to know about his family. At least do that first, and then we can leave tonight. Take Ezra too. He'll get everything ready for our trip. She offers, and I'm amazed at the compassion in her voice. Who are you? And what have you done with Savannah? I wonder in fake amazement. She furrows her eyebrows at me. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐧 𝐂𝐢𝐳𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She demands. I just thought you hated Ezra. She shrugs. Let's just say the turp is growing on me. Now shut up, and get your ass out the door. We have a road trip to get to. There's a little human waiting on you. I don't think I've ever been as excited as I am right at this moment. I'm coming for you. Hendrix. 𝐿𝐷𝐿. I plop down onto the couch, holding in my excitement when the show starts. Jamison bought me a TV. I still can't believe it. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐧 way too generous to me. He even lets me use his Hulu account too, which 𝐊𝐲s come to regret, because all I want to do is watch Seinfeld, which he hates. He rolls his eyes and groans when it comes on. Not this again. Jamison complains, stretching his arms over his head, and then dipping a hand in the bowl of popcorn. Are there any other shows that you like? I laugh, shoving him in the shoulder playfully. Yeah, but this is what I want to watch. My daddy and I used to watch it all the time. I haven't seen it in forever. I don't feel as weird talking about my daddy anymore. Not after Cedric. It's made me realize I have to face my problems. I can't simply avoid them, or ignore that they exist. That's counterproductive. Of course I'm still sad when I remember Daddy, or Cedric, even Miranda and Stacy, but I'm not as frantic. I know how strong I am now. It's shown me what I can do. Against all odds, I've risen from the ashes to provide for this baby, and myself for that matter. I'm proud of how well I'm taking care of myself. Truly, without anyone. Well, maybe Jameson has helped a little bit. He brings food over. He helps me when I'm lonely, and he visits me at work when I have long shifts. 𝐊𝐲𝐳 is so attentive and sweet. I'm glad we're friends. If it weren't for him, I'd be laying in bed in my pajamas all alone instead of hanging out and wearing actual clothes. Even though real clothes are getting harder and harder to wear, a lot of my old things don't fit. I've been living in sweatpants at home. If you can call this a home. It's still pretty dingy, but I've done what I can with the small space. I can't afford fancy decorations, but I've scrounged up what I can to make it feel cozy. As the show draws on, I notice that Jameson keeps on 𝐊𝐲𝐬 closer and closer, sliding his butt down the cushions until 𝐊𝐲𝐳 right next to me. I clear my throat, trying to send signals, but he doesn't stop. I lean away, shuffling until my hip hits the armrest. Jameson saddles right up next to me. He casually moves an arm over my shoulder. I stiffen. When Cedric would touch me, it always felt right. When Jameson does it, I get the exact opposite. This is distinctly wrong. I have to get away. Even little half, Pint does a small, worried kick. The baby senses my distress. I hop off of the couch. Well, as much as a huge pregnant lady can hop. Turning to face the couch with an anxious frown. Jamison is quick to grab the remote and pause the show. He glances at me cautiously as if I might run away. What is it? He wonders innocently. I bite my lip. I'm not super comfortable with confrontation, but this is something I have to say. I just want to be friends. Jamison. That's it. I'm sorry if you thought it was more, but I'm going through a lot right now. I don't have time for a relationship, and I'm definitely not emotionally ready. And he raises his blonde eyebrows at me, looking at the TV, and then back at me. You still love him, don't you? He guesses. It catches me off guard, and my mouth drops open. What? No, I insist. But it doesn't feel like him being honest. Do I still love Cedric? He gone. He left me. How could I love someone like that? I think you're lying to yourself. Hendrix. Jamison says, shaking his head as he leans back. If you just want to be friends, I'm fine with that. Now let's finish your stupid show. My eyes wide, and despite his compassionate tone. Are you sure? And he nods, holding out a hand. I reluctantly climb back onto the couch, and Jamison keeps a respectable distance from me, which I appreciate. He stays until late into the night, and I think I might have converted him to Seinfeld. He laughs and carries on. No more complaints to be heard. When He gone, I sit in the silent apartment. I'm trying my best to dissect my mind and emotions. Looking at the wall across from me, I think hard. I'm not in love with Cedric. I'm over him. Right. Ugh, I just wish that I could convince myself. Feeling a bit overwhelmed. I walk over to the record player, sighing as I skim through the pile of albums with picky fingers. I eventually decide on a Kenny Loggins record, and waste no time in putting it on the turntable. Soft melodies hum around me, and I cradle my heavy stomach as I near the window, staring out over the street covered in dim light from the lampposts. I think about Cedric, and how I'm carrying his baby and providing for them on my own. He doesn't even know. Maybe I should tell him. I stop that thought in its tracks. No way do I want to see him. Not for a long time. Pregnancy hormones are enough without him. I don't need him. I'm strong. I'm independent. I'm better on my own. But if that's true, then why do I feel this lonely ache that makes it hard to breathe? I think back to when he held me, how we slow danced in the kitchen. I felt so happy then. So safe. So secure. I don't have that anymore. I can't replicate that feeling no matter what. I've never felt anything even remotely similar to it. I run a hand through my hair, thinking of my baby and smiling grimly. I may not be able to provide an extravagant life for my little one, but I love them with all my heart. I rub my belly over my sweatshirt, leaning against the windowsill for support. It's just you and me. Half pint. It's us against the world. For to keep you safe, Cedric POV. I stare up at the graffiti-stained brick building with something akin to horror. The stench alone made me insist Ivana recheck the address to make certain I'm in the right place. Suffice it to say, it's somehow the correct address. My body is frozen in disbelief. I can't even begin to imagine how Hendrix had ended up in an apartment building such as this one, on the outskirts of town, hidden in the shadows like a bad dream. It reeks of alcohol and drugs. The sounds of drunken laughter fills the wretched air. Cracked pavement that's littered with cigarettes and beer cans. Barking dogs and overgrown, brown grass. The area is dangerous and filthy, and my little human mate is living here, by herself. The idea of her being in this place seems wrong on every level. Hendrix is all skirts, grins and laughter. I try to picture it in my mind, her standing outside this apartment complex, and fail. It doesn't seem right. Where I park, I survey the parking lot for her new car to see if she's home. If you can even call this place a home. I demanded that Savannah and Ezra stay in the car while I go up to her apartment. This is a private moment. and I don't honestly know how it's going to go down. I don't actually like the idea of breaking into her apartment while she's not here. But maybe it's best if I don't get the door slammed in my face when she opens it to find me standing on her welcome mat. So I head into the building after a few minutes of uneasy hesitation. There's no locked door to enter the place, which drives my anger up the wall, but I push it away and slowly make my way up the stairs. I take my sweet time perusing the hallway for Hendrix's apartment number. The sound of a big dog barking through the peeling wall grates on my dwindling nerves. This place is not safe. Any idiot could get in and do whatever they damn well please. That doesn't sit well with me. As soon as I reach the golden number 23, I lean against the door frame and deeply inhale. The scent of my mate fills my whole body with ease. It's as if the building's strain of being separated from her disintegrates at the faint whiff of her irresistible fragrance. I've waited months to be with her. I can't wait any longer. I stay here for a while, bathing in the reality that I'll see Hendrix tonight after so many painful days and nights of missing her. This is real. This is actually happening. The day is here. Excitement sizzles you my spine. And I'm reminded of the first time I met my mate. Every time I saw her was an explosion of new emotion, something I never experienced. I finally kneel down and make short work of the feeble little lock screwed into the tan door. I angle two pins into the keyhole, positioning them until I hear the precious sound of a click. I silently thank Savannah and her hairpins. As soon as I stand, I twist the handle and push it inward. The smell of Hendrix intensifies, but something about it seems different, sweeter, more pungent, more alluring. Maybe it's just the time spent away that's making her scent so much more appealing to me. Dismissing the slight change to her smell, I survey the living room with interest. The furniture is plain and drab. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and probably second-hand. Somehow, 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷 made it look homey with rugs and blankets and candles. Something doesn't feel right when I close the door behind me, the sound of it echoing through the small adjoining hallway. There's a smell that annoys me. I realize in a split second that it's testosterone, and definitely canine, fried chicken and okra. The smell is male. The voice is male. There's a male in my mate's apartment. I don't think. I don't rationalize. I just act. My boots stomp loudly as I pound down the hallway towards the offending stranger. My jaw is clenched, my nostrils flaring as the terrible scent forces itself on me. I'm greeted with a small, dingy kitchen. The aroma of southern fills the air, along with the stench of a werewolf. A werewolf who's currently staring at me in absolute terror, his eyes the size of dinner plates. 𝐻𝐸s backing away slowly. He knows the danger I pose by just standing here. Half a second goes by before I have his shirt collar in my hands, lifting him above the tile floor so that 𝐻𝐸s eye level with me. His back creaks against the wooden wall behind him, and he trembles in my hold. I can't help but think about how pathetic he is. Who are you? Still hating the idea of a male other than myself in Hendrix's home. I hate him just for being here. He has no business being around Hendrix. Deep down I know that of course she has the right to make her own choices, or to move on after I left. She can allow him into her life, and I should be okay with that. But deep down I'm not. I will never be okay with that. 𝐸𝐻𝐸, I'm the only male she needs. CPO, I work for the CPO. He wails, squirming like 𝐻𝐸s got a noose around his neck. Unmatched fear stains his flushed face. 𝐻𝐸s panicked. What the hell is a CPO agent doing in my mate's apartment? And then it clicks. 𝐻𝐸s the one sent to watch over her. But why is he this close to her? Why is he cooking for her? Why is he in her house? I growl, but I don't drop him. I despise the fact that the little wolf has some sort of immunity against me. If I place a single hand on a CPO agent, I could be in deep shit. No one can touch me, sure, but it's not me I'm worried about. Any drama can circle back to Hendrix. I won't put her in harm's way. Why are you here? I demand slowly, trying to calm myself down and take the bite out of my words. It works partially. He adjusts his neck and shifts his red-rimmed eyes my way wary. That's classified. In with the guard. The life flies from my mouth, and I watch the agent visibly pale. What are you doing here? Sounding dejected. His distraught features pinched tight. That's classified. I throw his words back at him, pushing him harder into the wall in hopes to squeeze more terror out of him. But now that I'm here, there's no need for you anymore. Maybe if I bluff, he'll reveal exactly why 𝐻ES in here in the first place. The blonde wolf clenches his jaw, and I hear his heartbeat pick up in his chest. 𝐻ES panicking. I was deployed nearly 2 months ago. I've gained the trust of the human already. Why would they send you? Gain her trust? What the hell is going on here? A prickle of unease goes through my system. Whatever this is, I already don't like it. Lots of things don't add up. We were being lied to. Hendrix clearly has been doing well. She's living in a dump. I only hope there isn't more to learn. Before I can carry on to ask these questions, the telltale sound of the door opening interrupts. I stiffen when I hear it close, and then the noise of shoes hitting the wood floor. My mate is back, and in completely unprepared. Hendrix POV. I park my car in my usual spot, shifting a glance out the dim window to look out into the pitch-black parking lot. I parked as close as possible to the building, but I'm still scared witless of what could pop out of the shadows. It's always scary for me, walking up to my apartment at night, especially when I'm 5 months pregnant with a belly so big I already can't see my toes. I hate the fact that because I'm a woman, I naturally have to fear for my safety when the sun goes down and I'm alone. It's not fair, but I have to brave it whether I like it or not. I'm tough, and my hormones make me meaner than a wet hen. A mugger would be stupid to mess with me. It's just that my energy levels are low, and it's getting worse every day. Slipping a hand into my purse and clutching my pepper spray tightly, I climb out of my car with much effort. Pregnancy turns everything into an ordeal. After locking up my car, I waddle to the building and slowly heave my way up each and every stair. The only sounds to be heard are my feet, and the sound of my panting bouncing off the cement walls. By the time I'm to the top, I'm already hot and sweaty, and out of breath. I have gained way too much weight during these past few months. Not that being a little sturdier is a problem, but I really was used to carrying this much weight before. I put it on so quickly that I didn't have to get used to it. I think that's the reason I'm so weak. I constantly need breaks to get my energy back. After taking a quick pause for breath, I trudge to my door. The lovely smell of chicken makes me smile. Jameson is here. I love when he surprises me with a visit. 𝐻ES a good cook, and keeps me well fed. I open the door after finding him locked, and push it shut behind me, kicking off my sandals. I shake my head as I waddle towards the kitchen with a hand on top of my protruding belly. I keep telling you to stop fattening me up. If you don't stop it'll have nothing to wear. I laugh, amusement coloring every word as I turn the corner. The sight of my kitchen stops me in the doorway, and I sober up immediately. This isn't something I expected. He hasn't changed at all. Same messy black hair, scruffy jaw, and ruby red scars. His presence is large and demanding of my attention. He fills the entire room with his arrival. 𝐻ES misplaced in my dreary-looking kitchen. He represents a wonderful phase in my life, and my apartment is my foul life after him. Seeing them collide is bizarre. His cherry eyes that stare back at me seem to hold a different light. Gone is the cool and collected sheen. They seemed desperate, restless. I recognize those eyes. They mirror my own from the past 5 months. My vision blurs as my eyes focused solely on him. I sniffle once, and then twice before wiping my eyes and shaking my head. In all the time 𝐻ED been away, I must imagine this scenario a million different ways. And in none of them did I immediately start crying like a baby. I imagined myself being a boss lady and telling him off. Telling him to get out and never come back. But as soon as I see him, I know I'm absolutely hopeless. I can't get word out. I'm still in love with him. How is that even possible? I should hate him, but I just want to run to him. He stands still. Ruby's gaze is fixated on my gargantuan baby bump. He won't even look at my face after he notices my very pregnant body. A small crease forms between his eyebrows and one of his hands reaches out as he takes a step towards me. I take a step back, clutching my belly protectively. I know he won't hurt me. Not physically anyway. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐿𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐠 enthusiasm. He asks gruffly, emotion clogging his words. I glare at him, tears stinging my eyes as they fall down my cheeks. What happened to Boss Lady Hendrix? Yes. I nod, clenching my jaw, swallowing the lump in my throat. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐿𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐠 enthusiasm. And honestly, whose else would it be? I watch 𝐨𝐷Ric's face fill with joy and sorrow and disbelief all at once. Each new emotion is fighting for a place. He tries to come towards me again, and I back away. 𝐿𝐲's determined to get to me though, because he keeps walking towards me until impressed against the refrigerator behind me. I have nowhere to go to escape him. 𝐿𝐲's so huge and demanding. I can't get away once he has me trapped. He bends down and grabs my head between his hands, planting a kiss on my forehead before pulling me to his chest in a cradling hug. "I'm such a sack of shit," he whispers, and I can hear the tears in his voice. Is he actually crying? It makes me sob harder. All that I care about is that 𝐿𝐲's here. 𝐿𝐲's actually here. And we're both crumbling at the sight of each other. I don't know how I know, but I know he still loves me too. But I don't expect everything to go back to the way it was. It can't. So many things have changed. And just because he came back doesn't mean everything is sunshine and rainbows now. I can't just be okay with everything now that 𝐿𝐲's here. He missed more than half the pregnancy. That doesn't mean that I can't hug him though. Right. I deserve some affection. Even if I am still pissed. I think he'll be leaving now. A familiar voice says. And I quiet myself crying. When I saw 𝐨𝐷Ric, I'd completely forgotten about Jameson's existence. I didn't even know he was here until now. I try to turn my neck so I can look at him, but 𝐨𝐷Ric puts a hand to the back of my head and presses it firmly into his chest to keep me from moving. I don't resist. 𝐿𝐲's too strong. It seems we have a lot to talk about. Each syllable rumbling under my cheek. I can hear the trembling fury in his voice. All signs of tears are gone. He sounds scary. What is he talking about? And what made him so mad? I should be the one cussing him out for ditching me. He's no right to be angry. In a whirl of motion, I'm suddenly standing in the middle of the kitchen 𝐨𝐷Ric, feeling cold and secluded with the sudden loss of his presence. 𝐨𝐷Ric now stands across the kitchen, his massive set shoulders filling out the entire doorway. Jameson cowers in front of him, hutching away in fear like a frightened animal. "You're not going anywhere." To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐿𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I have a lot of questions, 𝐨𝐷Ric says slowly, using his overwhelming, intimidating voice to zap Jameson into submission. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐿𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Confusion bubbles up inside me and a pang of fear swells in my chest. There's always secrets. I don't know everything. I'm in the dark again. I forgot how much it hurts to be lied to. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐿𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐠 enthusiasm. Accidentally using the endearment for the first time in a long time, wiping the tears from my face with the back of my hand. What's going on? Both men look over at me. 𝐨𝐷Ric's eyes go wide as if he just now realized that I've been watching. And a slow smile grows on Jameson's face when he looks between the two of us. My new friend folds his arms over his chest in surprise's amusement. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐿𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐠 enthusiasm. Would not want to scare your mate, would you? You can't interrogate me in front of her. She doesn't know a thing. He taunts and my heart skips a beat. What the heck is a mate? It seems like the list of things I don't know gets longer and longer with every passing second. Our wages in 𝐶𝐵𝐺𝐻's mind. I can see the turmoil. The way his body tenses up is a big indication. His eyes dart from me to Jameson, to my belly frantically. He furrows his brows, trying to put on a mask of indifference. I can see through it in a second. No, he finally settles on. Is he serious? Interrogation. What is happening here? He turns to me and gives me a grim expression. You'll just have to trust me, he says softly, as if 𝐿𝐲𝐻𝐬 silently begging me not to fall apart. Can you do that, baby? My head snaps to Jameson when he lets out a mocking scoff, shaking his head. You actually expect her to blindly trust you? Someone that abandoned her in her time of need? Left her too? He gestures around my rundown apartment with his hands. This place. A little pregnant teenager, utterly helpless with no money and no support. You think you deserve her trust. Guilt and sorrow overtake Cedric, and my heart pangs. 𝐊𝐲𝐻𝐬 defeated. I want to comfort him, but I won't. Anyone would look at him and think he was stern and emotional, but I can sense his emotions loud and clear under that steely expression. While Jameson has a good point. What he left out was that I never told Cedric that I'm pregnant. And the way Jameson paints the picture makes me seem weak and defensive. I may not be very physically strong, but my mental strength and capability have carried me far. I'm proud of myself. I've done it so much to support myself, to prepare for the arrival of my child, practicing to care and provide for them to the best of my ability. I pushed aside all of the mental anguish for this baby. I focused on what mattered most. Even on the days that I wanted to lay in bed and cry for days. I've worked hard and long to get where I am, especially mentally. I didn't think I had the willpower to get through being abandoned, but I did it. 𝐷𝐻𝐻 and degrading me fills my insides with rage, especially in front of Cedric. I want the father of my child to know exactly what I went through to get where I am. I want him to know that despite my suffering, I came out stronger than ever. Looking back to the love of my life, I swallow hard. His glowing gaze is settled gently on me, drawing me in once again to be near him, to love him, cherish him, trust him. But I can't lie. I don't trust you, I say firmly. He left me. I love the guy, but that doesn't mean I can't this whole mess 𝐿𝐲𝐻𝐬 put me through. These months have been the hardest of my life, all because of you. I want to know what's going on. I'm tired of being left in the dark. Cedric has a heartbroken wittiness to his eyes. His shoulders slump while he stares at me, and I feel my lungs burst into flames. His eyebrows are still set firmly, his mouth tight. 𝐊𝐻𝐬, still handsome. To my 𝐊𝐻𝐬 𝐘𝐈𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. I missed him so much. I can't believe 𝐿𝐲𝐬 is standing here in front of me once again. I promise I'll tell you everything you want to know, but we need to compromise. Are you okay with that? Every word from his mouth is gentle. It could be a lie, but I think it's worth the risk. I should be terrified of what could happen here. Nothing makes sense about the situation I walked in on. The way Cedric and Jameson talk to each other. It's bizarre. I want answers. No, I need them. So, reluctantly, I nod my head. Cedric sighs. 𝐿𝐲𝐬 relieved. I have a call to make. 41 disregard Hendrix POV. As soon as Savannah enters my kitchen, Cedric hands Jameson off to her and returns to me in an instant. I don't have time to ward him off when his arms go around me in a tight hold. I feel the tension leave him, and his labored breathing calm down, despite my reluctance to accept him. His touch calms me too. All the stress seems to float away as soon as we're together. His face goes to my neck and into my hair, taking a deep inhale and moaning slightly. 𝐊𝐲𝐬 the father of my child, but 𝐊𝐲𝐬's a weirdo sometimes. Oh, and a jerk. A stupid jerk. I let him hold me for as long as he wants. Somehow I know deep down that he needs this. As much as I want answers ASAP, I know he needs a second to collect himself. I'm mad at him. Royally pissed to be exact. But this is probably a shock to him. I never told him I was pregnant. He needs to soak it in. If there were any signs that were meant for each other, it was the fact that I'm so intimate with him to the point that I felt like a psychic sometimes. I always know what he needs. It's bizarre. His hand comes up once to touch my baby bump, running his long fingers over my shirt with amazement in his red eyes. That warm sensation flashes through me once again, and I can't say I didn't miss it. I'm so sorry. Baby, I never should have left. I always planned on coming back, when it was safer. But if it'd known. Closing his eyes tight, I wouldn't have left. I know that I shouldn't have. I knew at the moment I walked out your apartment door. I love you so much. If you'd known about the baby. He shakes his head. Obviously that's part of it. I want to take care of this baby. But it's mostly how hard you've it. How much you needed me here. It kills me. I've been so damn stupid. So selfish. I'm here now. And I'm not going anywhere. Tears brim in my eyes. And I'm completely for crying so much. I could have handled this better. I want to make him to know how much he hurt me. But there would always be time for that later. Because he's hushed. Emotional words make me feel the safest I've felt since he left. I love you too. But it comes out more of a strangled sob. I don't have the strength to lie. He smiles down at me, brushing away my tears and choosing me softly. It'll explain everything. You will know everything and it will all make sense. To my 𝐊𝐤𝐧𝐿𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐳, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬. But first, I have some things to discuss with your friend here. I bite my lip into nod, wrapping my arms around him tight one last time before he turns me around, hugging me to his chest from behind. I gladly lean back on him, trying to catch my breath as I continue to let out little sniffles. I try to make eye contact with Jameson, but he won't stop staring at the floor. I want to reassure him that everything will be okay despite Savannah's death grip on him, but I don't know how this will play out. Cedric called him an agent. I can't him either. I feel like my world is falling apart. Jameson is the only one I've had for these past few months, and now it seems like it was all a lie. It's the first time I notice another man in the room with dark amber hair. A cheer's almost as huge as Cedric, tall and wide with muscles. His eyes are also similar to Cedric's. They sort of glow like headlights, but instead of red, they're a burnt yellow cut. The mystery man that stands beside Savannah critiques me from head to toe with a confused slant to his eyebrows. His mouth twitches downward while he stares at me openly. I become self-conscious and a little frightened. I turn into Cedric's chest, pulling his arms up higher on my body to protect me. I want to get far away from that guy. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 scary. She's human, the man states in a deep voice, clearly incredulous. He doesn't seem impressed. Wait a minute. Did he just say human? Yes, and she's my mate. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. You would do right by respecting her, Cedric informs him, using his authoritative voice. The man in question bows his head slightly. I try to process what's being said. Isn't that stating the obvious? Aren't we all human? What does that even mean? Reminded of how my friends used to call me their little human. Everyone ignores me. That's impossible. She can't be your mate. She's a human for God's sake. The guy. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Went. He gestures to me with a wave of his arm like I'm something instead of a person. I try to shrink away from him. Cedric growls. I'd heard him do it before. But it's still weird. That's what I thought too. But you'll get over it. As did I. She's my Luna as well as yours. And she's carrying my pup. If you don't stop frightening her, you will regret it. Believe me. Cedric snarls. and even am shocked by the hostility he shows. I can't even see him, but I can imagine how terrifying he looks right now. Wait a minute. Did he just call my baby a pup? Pup, I start. And he presses a finger to my lips. All will be explained in time. Baby. But now is not the time to discuss it. He explains, and I huff in annoyance. When is the right time? I deserve to know what's going on, and I don't want to wait another second. Savannah shakes her head, her creamy eyes narrowing. No, it's impossible for you to get human pregnant. She shifts her glare down to Jameson, shaking him until he looks up at her with terror. She's several inches taller than him. You have lots of explaining to do. Jameson trembles, looking around at Ezra and Cedric with fear. If I didn't know any better, I would say 𝐊𝐲𝐳 their enemy. I don't really know him. Not at all. My heart sinks in my chest, and I hold my baby belly. I let him get close to me. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐳 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬 𝐂𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐬 unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I try not to let it sting. I can't draw any conclusions until I get all the information. I also just can't seem to get over the fact that they keep referring to me as a human as if they're not. Are they crazy? Did I get pregnant by a psychopath? I know, but we also thought it was impossible to have a human mate. Seems the moon goddess is full of surprises. Cedric murmurs, and I detect the amazement in his voice. The curiosity in me is driving me crazy. Stop talking like I'm not here. I want to know why you keep calling me human. And mate, I don't know what a Luna is, but you make it sound pretty important. I tried to tear out of Cedric's grip, but he won't let me out. Let go of me, I demand, and he finally does. I wrench myself away from him so quickly that I lose my balance as my head goes light. 𝐊𝐲𝐳 is quick to grab me by the waist before I hit the ground. My heart is pounding. I'm fine. I'm fine. This happens all the time, I assure him, and he doesn't seem to like what I say. What do you mean this happens all the time? He demands harshly. And it scares the baby. I feel a little jump before receiving a kick in the bladder. Calm down. Half pint. It's only your daddy, I say softly, rubbing my belly soothingly to try to calm the baby down. Cedric raises his eyebrows. What? I call the baby half pint because they don't have a name yet. He shakes his head, clenching his jaw. He grabs my wrist. Don't change the subject. I want to know what you meant by that. Have you been getting dizzy? Have you been eating enough? Cupping my face gently, and I glare at him, yanking my arm out of his strong grip. He lets go, despite looking pissed off. I'll tell you as soon as I get my answers. Deal. He purses his lips, eyes lit up with anger, but he does nod in agreement. I can't help but notice that he keeps glancing at my belly, and it would be great if you wouldn't get all mad at me, I demand, tears filling my eyes. I hate crying in front of people, but I can't help it. The anger in Cedric's eyes disappears, and he tries to touch me. I back away. He sighs in defeat. I'm not mad at you, baby. Enthusiasm, and the only one to blame here. I stop crying. 𝐊𝐲𝐳 mad at himself. I guess that makes me feel a little better. It's silent for several seconds, and then Ezra clears his throat. What's the plan? 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Thankfully focusing his gaze back on Cedric. As soon as the words are out of his mouth, Jameson goes as white as a ghost. 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Who's Vela? I mumble, feeling more out of the loop than ever. My questions are piling up in heat. Oh shit, Jameson whispers, shaking even harder where he stands. Savannah holds him tighter. Cedric's hand comes down firmly on my shoulder, turning me back to look up at him. I am. My name is Cedric Vela. I can see the apology on his face. My nose crunches up in distaste. My stomach's starting to revolt. But you're Yuri. Professor Riley, I insist. And he shakes his head. The sick feeling intensifies until I think I might throw up. It was a cover, he whispers, pressing his lips together, his full lips disappearing and paling from the lack of blood flow. I look away, shifting my gaze to the scratched wood floors. Cedric was undercover as a college professor. He called Jameson agent. So what if they're all FBI? Or the CIA? My body freezes. Cedric was a cop this whole time. There are so many secrets that I don't know how they fit together. I don't even know you. I mumble. And even though I can't see him, I feel him flinch beside me. He deserves that. I want you to take Hendrix into the bedroom while I talk to him. Answer any questions she may have. Cedric explains, his voice filled with authority. I glance over to see who 𝐊𝐲𝐬 is talking to. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬's mouth is parted. Panic zips through me. You wanted to know everything. Cedric nods his head, blowing out a sigh. It's about time she knows what's going on. I won't lie to my mate again. There's that mate word again. That's definitely a question on the top of my list. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Let's get this over with, Ezra says, motioning to the hallway. I take a step back, and my back hits Cedric's chest. I turn around, trying to swallow my fear. Can't you just explain everything to me? He'd much prefer that. I plead in hushed voice. Ezra coughs behind me. I throw my head around to look at him over my shoulder. How did he hear that? I have to ask your friend a couple of very important questions. It'll be fine, baby. I'll be right out here if you need me. He reasons gently, and he cups my cheek. His palm encompasses half of my face. I bite my lip, as mad as I am at Cedric. I don't know this Ezra guy, and he scares me. Cedric must sense my terror because he smiles knowingly at me. Don't worry, he would never hurt you. If he was rude, it's only because he didn't know better. I trust him. You're safe with him. Okay, I relent quietly, daring to look at Ezra. I reluctantly walk towards the large man, giving a wide berth between us. He rolls his eyes playfully, following behind me to my bedroom. All my questions fly around in my head, and I hope I can remember everything I wanted to ask. How far along are you? The question is sudden, and I really wasn't expecting it. Ezra watches me with those fascinating yellow eyes. He uses a light tone, probably trying to ease my fears. We're in my little, dinky bedroom. I maneuver myself smoothly onto my wind-eyed bed, staring at him as he closes the door. I don't want him to get too close to me. It's hard not to be intimidated by him. Now I see what others see when they're around Cedric. With Ezra it's different. I don't feel warm or safe in his presence. I just want to keep a distance. About 5 months. I reply probably, and his eyes widen. I know I'm enormous, but apparently I'm just having a big baby. I shrug, massaging my achy thighs. Ezra sighs, and sits across from me on the quilt. I scoot back a few inches. I don't want to hurt his feelings, but I don't want to be near enough for him to touch me. He rubs at his temples, sucking in air and exhaling loudly. I know this is going to be a lot to take in, but you have the right to know everything that's going on. Causing me to shiver. How bad can it be? Right. You aren't having a big baby. Well, you might be, but that's not why you're so big. Let me guess. Jameson told you that. I nod silently. I'm a bit embarrassed because I don't really know a lot about pregnancy. Yeah, well, let's just say 𝐊𝐲𝐬 lied about a lot of things. Ezra explains. We sit there for a while in silence. That is until I remember I'm supposed to be asking the questions here. I feel like I'm at an interview. I'm all nervous and clammy. Who is Jameson really? And why is Cedric interrogating him? It's my first question because I'm actually nervous for Jameson, despite all the deceit and lies. 𝐊𝐲𝐬 helped me when no one else did. I trust Cedric not to hurt a person who's done no wrong, but I'm terrified that Jameson might not be so innocent. Ezra takes a deep breath. 𝐿𝐤 is a werewolf agent who works for an agency called the CPO. My lungs halt in my chest, and my heart goes double time. Werewolf. Werewolf. Ezra agrees. Like it's as simple as that. I know it sounds crazy, but humor me. I nod reluctantly. This is ridiculous. I've known my whole that werewolves aren't real, but seeing 𝐶edric move at light speed across the kitchen earlier did freak me out a little bit. 𝐶edric isn't a werewolf. Right. I clench my teeth. No way. I would have definitely noticed. I spent nearly every waking moment with him for 3 whole months. That wouldn't gas me. The CPO stands for the Creature Protection Organization. They deploy trained agents like 𝐤 to help protect supernatural creatures throughout the world. I nod automatically, trying to process the stupid lies that 𝐊𝐤 is trying to feed me. Ezra would have me believe that 𝐤 is some sort of werewolf agent for some mythical beast protection program. To my agent 𝐃𝐞𝐬 𝐊𝐤𝐳, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐳. Did 𝐶edric put him up to this? Is this some sort of sick joke? I open my mouth to voice the ridiculousness of it when Ezra lifts a finger. Humor me. Remember. I shut my jaw with a quickened sigh. This is preposterous. I don't know why I'm even listening to this guy. If 𝐤 is a werewolf special agent, why is he here instead of on some mission to help a supernatural creature of some sort? He is on a mission, Ezra explains quietly, waiting for me to get it. What? Wait a second. What mission? Why is he here? Last time I checked in, no supernatural creature. Completely incredulous. All of this makes no sense. Theta left so you would be safe, but he didn't trust the human world completely. So Savannah requested a CPO agent to watch over you. Ezra says, shrugging his shoulders. What doesn't make sense is that he never told Savannah or Vela that you're pregnant, or that you were living at a dump. Trust me, if 𝐶edric knew about the baby, if he knew you weren't happy, he would have come back in a heartbeat. I shake my head. This can't be happening. And to top it off, you're not a supernatural creature, but you're certainly carrying one. My mind blanks out, my hand instinctively covering my rounded abdomen. My baby is not a creature. Then it hits me. 𝐶edric. What? What is 𝐶edric? I ask so quietly I think Ezra might not have heard it. But then his lips curl in a wicked grin. Let me tell you about lycans. Oh boy. 𝐶edric, POV. As soon as my mate is safely stored away in the other room with my gamma, I completely lose it. I grab 𝐤, dragging him to the living room, and I shove the useless wolf onto the couch. I growl involuntarily. I want to rip his heart out, or any other vital organ. He shudders relentlessly under my grip, his pupils wide with fear. I demand, heat tearing through my limbs like a wildfire, scorching under my skin. What? How is this possible? How is she pregnant? Gripping his arm firmly in my hand while I lean over him, my breath fans across his face. He flinches back into the cushions. Savannah is here too, but she knows better than to test me when I'm in this sort of mood. She stays silent. Everyone knows that humans can't conceive shifter children. It's not that I'm ecstatic about my mate's pregnancy, but I certainly want to figure out why I haven't known about until now, or about the possibility of such a miracle in the first place. The agent, 𝐤. So help me. If you don't tell me, I will break your neck. Grabbing him by the neck and clamping my hand down so hard he begins to whimper. Pathetic. 𝐊𝐤's basically a measly human male. Easily terrified. It's because it's not public knowledge. He shouts, fear controlling every action. Public knowledge. The CPO knows about this. He nods his head frantically when I clench his throat a little harder for good measure. Why doesn't the CPO release this information? Raising my eyebrows in mock curiosity, I imagine the blood that pumps through his veins dripping onto the floor, and it only fuels my desire to injure him. He shakes his head, squeezing his eyes shut tight, shaking his frame harder. His head cracks against the drywall. "It might not kill you," I whisper, tightening my fingers around his neck until he can't breathe from the pain. "But it will hurt. One flick of the wrist is all it takes. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐜 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐜 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He coughs. I loosen up, waiting very impatiently for his reply. If everyone knew humans could produce offspring with shifters, it could be dangerous. The CPO has been covering it up forever. Before that, no one wanted to be with a human in the first place. He insists, panting, his eyes begging. Withholding the information protects hundreds or thousands of human women from being used as breeders. They are frailer than shifters, and easier to control and dominate. He takes a moment to lick his lips. When the information has gotten into the wrong hands, some shifters have been trying to create tons of offspring with the humans they kidnap, trying to make their own personal army. The werewolf takes a deep, shudder-wide breath. The CPO would never let someone have that much power. It could start a war. I let the information sink in, feeling cold slip through my lungs. They knew and they never told anyone so they could protect humans and the supernatural from war and brutality. It makes sense now, and I don't know why I hadn't seen it before. It's true that in the early days it was shameful to have relationships with humans at all, let alone have sex with one. Our kind stayed far away from mortals. So human, shifter hybrids are strong. Wouldn't the human DNA make the pup weaker than a normal shifter child? He purses his lips and I snarl when he doesn't tell me what I want. Not exactly. He rushes out. The DNA from a shifter is so potent. Any child made with a human would be one shifter. And you couldn't tell the difference, even if you tried. This news is shocking. My little Hendrix is carrying a full-blooded lycan pup in her womb. Pride and anticipation ripple through me. No wonder she's so large for such a short amount of time. Female lycans have a gestation of 4 months. I would guess she's not far off that. The knowledge doesn't satisfy me. Not in the least. Something still doesn't make any sense. Then why? Pray tell, didn't you inform us of my mate's pregnancy? You kept in great contact with Savannah, saying that Hendrix is safe, but no mention of the pup. I hiss, feeling rage that a werewolf has been hanging around in such close proximity to my pregnant mate. Listen, I could lose my job for this. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐜 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just stop. I'm sure you can call my boss, Anne. He screeches while I dug my thumb into his tender jugular. Would you rather lose an ear, perhaps your nose, and maybe even a limb, in being cruel? I know, but I'm getting low on patience. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐜 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They're not empty threats. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐜 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The CPO would be pissed to fight off one of their agents, but I'm in no place to care about that. I'm too far gone to care. Let them come. His death would be worth it. No. A tear's shaking now, tears running down his cheeks. He'll tell you. He sniffles and then continues, wiping snot from his nose with his shirt sleeve. I was sent here to watch over your human female, but as soon as I smelled that she was pregnant, I had to tell my boss. He pouts, trying to catch his breath. He told me to protect her from someone who might try to harm the lycan pup. He said I can't tell anyone. When he finishes, I know HES holding something back. The little creep must have seen the rage in my eyes because he continues. Make sure the child is healthy. Shield the lycan scent she carries. HES quick to rush out. What else? There must be more. I know you're hiding something. I snarl, bearing over him with my height. I've been around way too long to be tricked like this. I'm no fool. If I tell you, you'll kill me. I know you will. He practically sobs, and I snarl, flashing my elongated canines that slide out with my fury. "I'll kill you if you don't tell me. Now say what it is that you were assigned to do. When the pup is delivered, to take it back to the CPO for care and adoption." He whispers. The fiery hot rage burns inside me, gnading, extrinding me. I didn't think I could be madder than I was seconds ago. I was wrong. The CPO ordered this cowardly bastard to steal away my pup. And my mate. What of her? Revealing my fangs again for good measure. Just abandon her. Take her child and leave her to fend for herself and wonder what became of her baby. He lets out a ridiculous sob. Snap her neck. He coughs through his mucus. I am supposed to take the pup. And snap the human mother's neck. It was so easy. Good money. Please. Don't hurt me. All I see is red. My throat burns from the fierce growl that propels out. My skin begins to ignite. I know fur is bursting from my pores without looking. In transforming. I want vengeance. I want the male dead. No amount of rationalization can stop me now. I'll bleed for this. I'll die for this. It will be a sign to all that my mate's safety is not something to mess with. As my snout begins to take shape, I watch the werewolf sob, cowering pathetically. I grab for his throat again, wrapping my hand around his neck firmly while I lift him into the air. He struggles and screams. I roar in response. It rattles the lamp next to the couch. My fingers have already sprouted long claws. "Cedric, you can't do this," someone says so suddenly that I snarl. No one takes me away from my prey, and that's what he is now. My prey. 𝐊𝐤𝐳 going to die. Listen to your friend. The weakling in my grasp sputters, clinging to my wrist with both of his hands. I know more about the human's pregnancy than anyone you know. I can help. An unleashed rumble of protest leaves me. Help. Help. He said he was sent to kill my mate and kidnap my pup. If that's his idea of help, I want none of it. I want him dead. My fingers tighten their hold. My skin boiling as more and more fur climbs from its surface. I will rip you limb from limb. My voice is a deep tremble. My half-shifted state changes my words with a potent venom. "Cedric." The voice demands again. My head whirls around to glare at the culprit. Ezra stands in the doorway, staring at me with a pleading look. I snarl. He had no right. Vengeance will be mine. "Savannah." Ezra demands. "Do something." My beta shrugs. Her arms folded as she watches me. Her dark eyebrows are pinched together in anger. She tilts her head. "If you ask me, the little bitch has it coming. Let Cedric kill him." I whip my face back down to my prey, ready to strike the death blow when I smell it. A 𝐾𝐥𝐻 scent so strong I freeze where I am. "Hendrix, I told you to stay put. It's too dangerous." I hear Ezra reprimand. I turn to look over my shoulder at my terrified mate. Her dark eyes are filled with fear. Is that fear directed at me? Her small, rounded body is partially hidden behind Ezra's bulk. She stares at me, reeking so strongly of terror that I feel as if I've been struck. To my authentic 𝐊𝐢𝐳 𝐊𝐢𝐳, heartfelt thanks to your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐳. She murmurs, slowly but surely. She makes her way past the doorway, waddling into the living room. Ezra's eyes grow wide. "No, don't go near. 𝐿𝐲 is dangerous," he demands, grabbing for Hendrix's arm. I let out a furious snarl at the sight, and he immediately let go as if a touch burned his skin. My brave little mate continues in her pursuit. "It's all right, Cedric," she reasons softly. Her voice is pure honey. "Put 𝐿𝐲𝐳 down. Ensure we can work this out. I know in fighting Hendrix, what I must look like to her right now is lost on me. I'm a monster who wants the CPO agent in my hand dead, but wants my mate's happiness even more. Against my better judgment, I drop Jameson onto the couch with a loud thud like a trained dog who's being reprimanded. An audible gasp reverberates behind me, but I continue to observe Hendrix. If I look away, I might lose all reason. As soon as she's in front of me, Her hand tentatively reaches out. Her tiny, porcelain fingers grasp my half-paw. Half-hand. Her scent covers all my senses, chilling my fiery hot rage. Before I know it, my foot disappears. The knife-like yellow claws retract into my cuticles. Her fright diminishes before my eyes too, and she walks into me, winding her arms around my torso. Long, chestnut ringlets brush my arms like a whisper, and I can finally think straight. My gaze touches 𝐊𝐲𝐼, and I can sense the shock and lingering terror she's hiding. Savannah seems indifferent despite the small smile she wears. I pull my mate into me. She's here. She's safe. And Jameson will never hurt her. He'll be damned if I let him even try. My human mate is pregnant with my child, but she just discovered my secret I'm a werewolf. Will she accept me or be scared away? 40 to comfort you, 𝐊𝐲𝐿 POV. I tap my foot relentlessly against the ground, wondering how long this will take. Savannah drives slowly. She's in no hurry, but I am. Ezra is in the passenger seat, exchanging glances with me and Savannah, and occasionally sneaking a peek at Hendrix. He curious about how she's reacting to all this. She's not the only one. I can't stop thinking about her and this predicament. She's pregnant. My human mate is pregnant with my pup, and she's just now learned parts of the truth. She saw me half-shifted. She must be freaked out. After I almost killed Jameson, everything fell into place rather quickly. It was almost too easy. Hendrix backed what she needed. She tried to convince me she needed everything she bought for the baby already, but I informed her it wouldn't fit. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐲𝐬 enthusiasm. But it's not my main reason. I want to be the one to buy everything this child will need. When we got out to the car, Savannah drove us to the nearest home improvement store, which ended up being the Home Depot. I had no clue what she was up to. She slammed the car door and made her way to the building without a single word or explanation. Ezra held tightly to Jameson in the very back seat. He appeared annoyed at having to watch the bastard. I don't blame him. She came back with a bag full of silver chains. Hendrix raised an eyebrow, but continued to keep her mouth shut. Savannah tied Jameson up tightly with the chains, and he cried out in pain. Tears were streaming down his face. Once my beta was done, she threw him in the trunk and shut it with a thump. That brings us to now. Hendrix is remarkably silent after the show. She peers out the window despite my attempts to hold her and coax some affection from her. I'm starved of her touch, desperate for love, but she sits motionless beside me. She's in shock. I dimly wonder what all Ezra told her. Does she know what I am? Does she know how important she is? Especially to me. I almost forget where we're going until we pull into the diner parking lot. Hendrix said she needs to get her last check and settle things with her boss. Then we can figure out what to do next. She struggles to even open the door, so I rush to help her with it. She won't even look at me when I help her down onto the pavement. Her breath is uneven, and she's remarkably pale. It scares me. Pregnancy shouldn't be this hard on her. It's just another painful reminder that she's human. Ezra agrees to stay behind and watch the idiot, while Savannah tags along with us. Hendrix clings to my arm while we enter the practically empty restaurant. It's late at night, and no one is here. She makes eye contact with one of her co-workers, the flirty one with hungry eyes. The girl takes a step forward, and she stares openly at us, before smiling at Hendrix and taking her hand. He came back. I'm so happy for you, she whispers, and I can sense the authenticity there. She actually cares about my mate. At least she had someone. I can't stop imagining how awful it's been for her here. No mate, no friends, just a murderous werewolf with false motives that she trusted. He was going to kill her. She doesn't know that, and I don't know how to break it to her. It would crush her. Hendrix leads us to the back. She called her boss earlier to make sure that he would be here. She lets go of my hand when she's close to the door. That's when we hear an annoying voice that sounds unbearably familiar. I turn to see who it is. What a coincidence to see you here again. You know, I really need a refill. I glare at the woman who sits in a booth, legs crossed and face covered in a smug expression. She hasn't noticed me yet. She has her evil blue eyes hooked on my mate. It's the professor woman that I so desperately despise. Hendrix goes even paler when she spots her. I step forward, wondering why my mate is reacting so submissively to this awful woman. She finally focuses on me with a look with shock, her mouth turning up into a smile. She twirls a blonde curl around her finger. Well, hello there, Professor Henderson says, trying to look seductive. All I want to do is best the shit out of her. And I don't even know her. She scares my mate. Why does this pathetic creature frighten Hendrix? It makes no sense. And what happened to my control? A year ago the thought of mindlessly killing someone would be horrific. No. That look she made appear on my mate's face deserves retribution. What the hell is going on here? I demand. And she acts shocked that Eve snapped at her. Whatever do you mean? What I mean is, who do you think you are talking to my girlfriend like that? I wrap my arm around Hendrix's shoulder, and Professor Henderson's eyes bug out her head in horror. I can feel my mate trampling under me. Your E? She chokes, and I almost snarl at her. I hear Savannah scoff behind us, yes. Now shut up, and stop sticking your nose in other people's business. I demand. She pales at my raised voice, shrinking back against the window. I huff, anger shooting through my veins. First Jameson, and now this woman. It's infuriating. It's like the world is stacked against my mate, whether it be physical or emotional. I don't want anyone hurting Hendrix. I still have a protective arm over her little shoulders, and she doesn't pull away, but she doesn't lean into me either, which bugs me. Ever since I met her, she always pressed right up next to my side, and yet, she doesn't. Come on, baby. This bitch won't bother you again. I led her away, to her original goal of the back office, and she solemnly nods her head. I stare down at her for the millionth time tonight, amazed at the fluttering in my stomach, mixed in with a heavy dose of nausea. Seeing my tiny Luna rounded with my pup is a dream come true. I never thought a miracle like this could be possible, but there are so many terrible things that have been brought on with it. Her pain, her loneliness, her safety being put at risk, and it's all my fault. My heart sinks to my toes when I think what could have happened if I hadn't showed up as soon as I have. Jameson would have ended her precious life. A simple snap of the neck, and she'd be gone forever. Hendrix is mortal. Human, she can't fight off anyone. She trusted him so blindly. I almost lost her. I never would have recovered from that. I squeeze her in reassurance. We've hit a rough patch. That's all. This is a hiccup. A minor setback in the grand scheme of things. We can only go up from here. As long as I have her by my side, I know that I can make it work. After taking a quick pit stop into the grocery store, which I came to find out is where Hendrix worked a second job, we're ready to leave. I try not to let Is show how pissed I am at that bit of information. Not only did she have to work a full-time job, but had to get a sec and one to support herself. Where are we going? You're just taking me away and I'm supposed to be okay with it. My mate asked Lee as she looked at me with shy eyes. I nodded, gripping her hand tightly. We're going to Montana. To my pack. It's where we belong. It's where our baby will grow up. I pleaded with her, and at the mention of the pack I watched her mouth purse up. I wonder again what all Ezra told her. She agreed to come, but gave me one condition. There was no hesitation in my mind when she asked me what she did. Savannah didn't seem very happy about our very long detour, but I don't really care. My mate's happiness is all that matters in the long run. When we pull into Ocean Springs, Mississippi, the sun is high in the sky. burning everything in its path with its remarkable heat. We drove all night and well into the morning and afternoon. Hendrix finally perks up when we arrive. She sits up from where she had been sleeping against my side, and I swallow a frustrated grumble at the loss of contact. Jameson has been awfully quiet in the trunk. Every now and again he would start whining and complaining. No one would listen, other than my human, and that's because 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐽. Take a left up here, she murmurs, anxiously leaning forward between the two front sets to look where we're going. Savannah obeys, turning the wheel and narrowing her eyes as we enter a run-out trailer park. I silently balk at the sights. Dirty front yards filled with junk. People sitting on their porches with cigarettes hanging from their lips. Kids playing on broken swing sets with torn clothing. It's a sad, dirty place. This is where Hendrix came from. I can't help but wonder if this is why 𝐊𝐲 felt so self-conscious around me. Is this where her insecurities come from? Is this where her sorrow was born? Eventually she tells us to stop when we reach her home. She climbs out with my help, gripping my hand tightly with her clammy fingers, and I shoot Savannah and Desra a look that tells them to stay where they are. They roll their eyes, but silently agree without a single syllable passing between us. Hendrix hurries to the front door. She doesn't work today, so she should be home, she says simply, going in for a knock since there's a lack of doorbell. I don't know how to feel about bringing Hendrix's mother with us to Montana. I'm not fond of humans, and my mate is the only exception to that. But her mom is dying. She pleaded with me to bring us here to pick her up, because she doesn't know how much time she has left. It would hurt her if I said no. I had to agree to make her happy, even if I don't like her mother from all that I heard about her. That doesn't mean I can't provide for Hendrix's desire. We stand there in the hot sun waiting for an answer. None comes. My mate leans over to look through the window, breathing through her mouth from the exertion. It's something I'm noticing more and more. She gets tired over nothing. I touch her shoulder to let her know I'm here. She brushes it off with annoyed fingers. Well, she never locks it, so. Hendrix opens the screen door wider, and then proceeds to let herself in. The house is empty of all noise other than the hinges creaking shut behind us. Mama, you in here, she calls, walking forward into the space. So I flick on a lamp in the corner, and it lights up the tiny living room. I try not to frown. This place is dingy. Hendrix has lived here for years of her life while I had no idea she was enduring it, let alone that she existed in the first place. She goes from room to room, moving slowly but running out of breath all the same. I want to tell her to stop overworking herself, to take a rest, but the words won't come. She looks worried, desperate. She needs this. There's no cigarette smell. Something's wrong. I don't correct her. One inhale and I can detect the smell of tobacco. But 𝐊𝐲's right about one thing. 𝐊𝐲 𝐑𝐞𝐝𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If her mother is indeed a chain smoker, then that's not a good sign. It means she hasn't been here in days. Hendrix tries to run past me, but I grip her arm gently. She stops and looks up at me. Her dark eyes are wild, and I'm reminded once again of her father who shares the same gaze. I still haven't told her about his visit. I don't know if I should. Baby, calm down. We'll find out where she is. 𝐶𝐚 𝐸𝐴𝐿𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Brushing hair out of her face and cupping her cheeks that had become more round since I've held them last. She nods glumly, not looking at me, and not really listening. We go back outside, leaving the suffocating house behind, and there's an neighbor standing close by in the yard. He looks up when my mate shouts in recognition. Dan, have you seen my mama? Hendrix asks, racing down the stairs two at a time. I chase after her, keeping close eyes on her. I would be there to catch her if she fell again. Her weight is in balance with her large stomach sticking out. It's grown so quick that she doesn't know how to handle it. The neighbor smiles, but it doesn't reach his eyes. He takes off his trucker hat and swipes the sweat off of his balding head. Hey there, Henny. Haven't seen you round these parts in a while. How's school? Danny tries the small talk, but my natural-born Luna isn't having any of it. Where's my mama? She demands again, as if she already knows that he owns the answers. He clenches his jaw, his eyebrows lowering over his dark eyes. He darts a cautious glance at me and then back to my mate. He noticed her pregnancy, but doesn't mention it. She went into the hospital a few days ago, said she wasn't feeling so well. And Hendrix has gone as still as a statue in front of me. I called last night to check up on her cause she wasn't answering my calls. She's passed away, day before last. She remains still. I put my hands gently on her shoulders, but she won't turn around. I'm so sorry, Hendrix. I was fixing to go over there and see if I could find a way to get a hold of you. Guess it's no coincidence that you're here. God has a plan after all. She falls apart after that, and I'm there to hold her when the sobs take over. She clutches at me desperately. I'm her life preserver in this whole mess, and I know she's drown if I was there to keep her afloat. 43 a part of history Hendrix POV I try not to think. My brain refuses to comply. 𝐊𝐤𝐼𝐳 is tight around me, his fingers aimlessly trailing across my rounded belly like a delicate map of rivers and mountains. For some reason, the baby has been more active than ever. I think he or she senses their daddy. It's not fair that I couldn't spark that reaction, but I digress. I stare out the window, counting the states we passed through. I think of Jameson sleeping in the trunk, wrapped in silver chains. I know he betrayed me. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸. He was never my friend, and that hurts. I think of my mama, dying in a cold, lifeless hospital room surrounded by strangers. I know she's in a better place, but it doesn't make it hurt much less. There's a hole in my heart. Cedric doesn't fail to comfort me, and I allow it. It helps me to feel a little warmth, just when I start to relax against him. I remember what he is and I stiffen. A lycan, apparently, a 𝐊𝐢𝐳 immortal, and shifts into a giant wolf. I didn't get much after that, because all we heard was a scream to drive us to the other room. Ezra told me to stay put, but I was too curious, and a little scared. Cedric was enormous and terrifying. He went from his already impressive 68 to over 8 feet tall. His head grazed the ceiling, his hand had grown claws, and his arms sprouted thick, dark hairs. I recognized him though. I would recognize him anywhere. A 𝐊𝐢𝐳 creature with massive amounts of power. According to Ezra at least. What does he want with me then? Just me. Cedric must feel my distress, because pretty soon his firm fingers are tipping my chin up to look at him. His eyes are bright crimson, and his black eyebrows are so thick and fierce. I've missed him so much. Scars and all. 𝐿𝐲𝐻 the most handsome man on the planet. What's wrong? Baby, you haven't spoken to me in 2 days. What he says is true. Even when we stopped in Oklahoma to sleep in a hotel, I won't forget the conversation that transpired. Savannah was happy about having to stop, but Cedric brought up my humanity. He said I have needs and I need rest, that I'm more delicate. I haven't said a word since then. It embarrassed me. I'm not like them. They're powerful, unstoppable, and I'm just a human. I've never felt more out of place. Please, just talk to me, he implores with a whisper, and I frown. I don't know where I fit into all of this. Cedric, I tell him softly, shrugging my shoulders pathetically. You're a lycan, and apparently a pretty infamous one by the way Jameson looked at you. I have no idea how this has to do with me. He looks completely perplexed by my admission, like I've gone completely crazy. He grabs both of my hands tightly in between his. You're my mate. As if that should explain everything, I tilt my head to the side, not quite sure what to make of the word. I've heard him say it before. What exactly is a mate? I wonder sheepishly, and a little smile appears on 𝐿𝐵𝐺𝐻's face, like he knew I was going to ask that. It means we were made for each other. I've waited years to find you. My mate. My Luna. The other half of my soul. That's you. I don't know if I've ever believed in soulmates. I glance away. My mama and daddy used to be head over heels in love. And then it broke. They had fights. And he found a new soulmate. I don't want that to happen to me and Cedric. I cut my belly. I have someone else to worry about. I don't want my child to experience what I had to when I was growing up. It's almost as if Cedric reads my mind. He takes my hands once again. You're the only female I will ever want. I won't cheat. I won't hurt you. I will take care of you to the best of my ability. He stares deep into my eyes. And I sigh. And I will never, ever, leave you again. Tears start to collect. And I don't know why I believe him. I don't fully trust him. I don't think I ever will. He abandoned me. Then why did you? I beg. And his face softens even more. In bringing up all the old feelings that came with the day he told me he was leaving. 𝐊𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐸 𝐊𝐿𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐿𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐸. I broke that day. It's taken me this long to glue the fragments back together. If I get too close, what if I get obliterated again? I ask him honestly, my voice cracking from trying to keep it in a whisper. The guilt on his face is obvious. It makes me feel bad for saying the words that I did because somehow I knew that they would hurt him. But I don't have it in me to lie. I deserve that. But you have to understand that I did everything I did to protect you. Even if it was completely successful, it's what felt right at the time. Because if I lost you, he travels off, moisture collecting in his eyes. If I lost you, I would never be the same. You are everything to me, Hendrix. And this baby is our future. He rests his fingers and palm against my stomach, a pleading smile on his lips. He smells just like a remember, like rain and masculinity, the best smell in the world. From the mess of his black hair to the dark stubble on his jaw. A cheers mine, and I've always known it. Then there's his whole safe claim. I can't speak. I'm so stunned. 𝐊𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐸 𝐊𝐿𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐿𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐸. He did say that he was leaving because I was in danger. I thought it was a lie, a stupid excuse. What if it was the best thing for us at the time? What if my limited knowledge was the only thing hurting me? Protecting me from what? Cedric sighs, twirling my fingers in his. He shakes his head. An old enemy of our kind. She was on the hunt, and I couldn't risk her finding you. She hates humans. Or, she hated humans. She's dead now, and it gives me great comfort to know that you're safe. He puts a hand on top of my head, caressing my scalp like he would a small child. It's only a grim reminder how far apart we are in age. I let that information soak in. 𝐊𝐻's different. His world is so different from the one I've known. Even though I have a small peek into his existence in the supernatural world, I really have no idea what I'm dealing with here. Looking away, I put myself in his shoes. Obviously, in the past few months I felt the pain that he put me through. It's not easy to step back and think objectively about what Cedric did. He did it to keep me safe. I can't exactly be mad at that. On the other hand, I'm allowed to feel hurt. I'm allowed to be mad that I had to feel what I felt. It was the hardest thing I had to go through. Unfortunately for me, it seems as if it wasn't any easier for Cedric. What is a Luna? Shifting the subject away from the past, Cedric perks up at the opportunity to explain something. It reassures me, knowing that 𝐊𝐻 is excited to fill me in. He doesn't want to lie to me anymore. Maybe that means he hated it in the first place. And he only did it out of necessity. There's always a leader of a pack. A male leader is an alpha. A female is called a Luna. Some packs have a Luna. Some have an alpha. And some are lucky enough to have both. He explains, and I nod along while I listen intently. My pack will be your pack. We will rule it together. I smile a small smile, feeling a bit rueful at the idea. Like a king and queen. Right. His eyes narrow, and his lips purse. I'm left wondering what I said wrong. Savannah glances over her shoulder, a sly grin plastered to her thin face. I hate being reminded how beautiful she is. More than you know. Sweetie, you're talking to one. He goes stiff around me. I tilt my head at her teasing tone before looking up at Cedric again. What is she talking about? I whisper the question, even though they can hear me fine. And his posture softens. I am a king, baby. King of the shifters, he admits, pretending to be confident. I look past all of my shock to see that he is being absolutely serious. I also realize that my mouth is hanging wide open. I always knew you looked royal, like you should be painted on an ancient throne, but I never would have guessed. Even though I feel a massive pressure in my chest at the implications, Cedric appears reluctantly amused. Then that makes me my queen. That's right. I don't know what to do with that information. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐿𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. In trailer trash, a redneck, third class, and now, I've come to realize, so very human compared to these higher beings. How can I be a queen and also be all of those terrible things? How do I compare to people like Savannah, or even Professor Henderson, mature women who know exactly what they're doing? I can hardly turn an essay in time. How can I be a queen, suddenly being pulled into a chest, and Cedric's chest trembles. I'm not a king anymore. I gave it up, so you don't have to worry, and stop denying your importance right now. You're worth more than you'll ever know. It's comforting to hear him say that, and for the first time, I'm actually starting to believe it. Then you really do love me. And he nods exuberantly, ready to reassure me with his sweet words. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐿𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Baby, I love you more than anything in this world. I never stopped loving you. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐿𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And I never will. You're everything. I'm humbled, confused, and absolutely head over heels for him. It will be hard, being near him after all that has happened. It has quite sunken in yet. In moving to Montana with my boyfriend, who is also the father of my unborn child, who left me for months on end. Oh, and 𝐊𝐲𝐵 lycan, the more you know. So, Ezra said lycan can live forever. How old does that make you? I wonder. And a car is suddenly very quiet besides the roar of the heater on full blast. No one will look at me. Least of all Cedric. I guess the floor just became very interesting. I glare at my mate. Come on. I thought you said no more lies. You really don't want to know. Little human. It might disturb you. Calls Savannah from the front seat, never straying her gaze from the busy highway. I prickle with her knees. How bad could it possibly be? He looks young. I resist the desire to reach out and trace his wrinkle-free face. But, as I've come to learn, looks can be very deceiving. I was born in the year 787, Cedric relays in a slow voice. And I can't keep my mouth from falling open. That has to be a joke. There's no way that's possible. But Cedric's voice is deadly serious. I gulp, and try to scoot away from the ancient person next to me. Is to turn and grip won't allow it. So that makes you 12, 33 years old, yes. It's like he just poured a bucket of water over my head. I just have to accept that. It took me a long time to accept that 𝐊𝐲𝐵 lycan. And now this. 𝐊𝐲𝐵 so old. Should I be grossed out? You aren't. But you. How can you? I stutter. And he just chuckles. The man is infuriating. The baby does a happy kick at hearing Cedric laugh. And his hand is right where the little foot hits. He stops immediately, eyes going wide, and a slow smile grows on his handsome face. Fantastic. he murmurs, and I fidget in his arms, adjusting my position until aimed out, looking out the window. That way, I won't fall for his disarming red gaze. Yeah, freaking fantastic. I fell in love with a grandpa. This is just too weird. Again. She's laughing at me, and I don't miss the way Ezra gives him a weird look. It's almost like 𝐿's never seen someone laugh. Like 𝐿's a weirdo for doing it. It raises a few questions, but I bite them back. I have a million things I want answered first, and I don't plan on starting with that. We have days and hours until we're to our destination, and I want to use every second to catch up on what I've missed out on. There's a whole world I never knew existed, and I want to know everything. Cedric has forever, but I only have so long. I'm human. My shoulders slump. Cedric and our baby will live forever, and he'll just become a distant memory. Tears sting my eyes. That's just not right. Baby, what's wrong? And I sniffle, not being able to look away from his ruby red eyes. They're so precious, so beautiful, and they'll exist for years after I'm dead and gone. I don't know if you've noticed yet, but I'm human. Cedric, I can't live for thousands of years. That's not right. Me being your mate. I don't get it. I admit. And 𝐻𝐻's choosing me before I even finish. He pulls me against his shoulder, my head going into his neck. Once his long fingers intertwine with mine, I feel comfort beyond anything I've ever felt before. Trust me, you're nowhere near the end of your life. Mates are special. The moon goddess made them that way. Once we are fully mated, you won't age a day. Just like me, he assures me, and I sag in relief. Even if I'm still not one sure what a moon goddess is. I'm not even sure how I'll handle living forever. It seems like a miserable thing. Won't we all get bored? Closing my eyes against Cedric's skin. I know I could never get bored of him. How can I go along with all this craziness? 2 days ago I was alone, without love or hope, and now I'm being told everything will be all right. How is that possible? How can I trust after all I've had to endure? More importantly, how can I even try to be mad at the person I love? 40 for crawling Hendrix POV. Montana is beautiful. It's beyond anything I've ever seen in my life. It definitely beats the Blue Ridge Ranges I loved in Virginia. The peaks are so big, demanding of my attention. I openly marvel at all the sights. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. The mountaintops dusted with snow. It's all perfect. When we pull into the pack, I'm shocked we're already here. The ride to the entrance is a long, dirt road. I've been assured that it's safe here, and the land is privately owned. The locals apparently think that it's either a Native American reserve or a cult. I'm not surprised. It's in the middle of nowhere. We come to an enormous brass gate. My eyes widen as Savannah rolls down her window to speak to the guy at the front. The gate connects to a tall fence, taller than any person. It keeps going on either side. I assume it goes around the whole territory, which encompasses over 2 acres of land. Eventually the gate opens, and we travel inside its hidden center. Somehow I feel like I don't belong here. Like him on my way to a place I shouldn't be. The Suburban comes to a stop, and everyone hops out. When I climb out of the car, Cedric tries to hug me to his side, but I manage to sidestep him. He gives me a look that shows how hurt he is. I don't want to hurt his feelings, but I'm not quite ready for this. I'm so confused, and my hormones don't help. I need time. I need sleep. He hovers around me, and I don't blame him. Whenever I'm standing up, I feel like I'm fixing to pass out. He says something to Savannah under his breath, and she doesn't seem too pleased. I travel to the back end of the car where Ezra opens the trunk, gently hauling down my suitcases and then proceeding to dump Jameson onto the ground like a bag of trash. The werewolf moans in pain, rolling onto his side as he squints up at us. Bright red marks show under the chains that bind him. I want to rush to him, Comfort him. Tell him that everything will be okay. I don't. He betrayed me. I can't trust him anymore. I'm not sure what will happen to Jameson, but it can't be good. Cedric almost killed him. That means something bad. But I don't know what. I turned my head away, unable to look too long. It's about time you got here. It's felt like forever. Don't leave me in charge again. I hate it. A very disgruntled voice says from the other side of the Suburban. I walk around the vehicle to see who it is. Cedric and Savannah are joined with 2 other people. Both are tall. Both are blonde. The man that spoke earlier is scary and very pale. He looks albino with his white eyelashes and white eyebrows. His icy eyes slide to me, and as soon as they land on my stomach, he looks like he wants to murder someone. The girl observes me too, with a different expression, one of curiosity and then open horror. She holds tight to the man's arm, almost to keep him from attacking. I gulp, taking a shaky step back.
She can't possibly keep him from killing me if he chooses.
He looks capable of tearing free. The pair turn their hate-filled gazes to Cedric. He gives them a grim nod, a confirmation of whatever they're mad about. Obviously, it has something to do with me. I hope it's not about me being human. I can see that being a problem. Ezra has a hard time accepting it before. Your mate, the albino giant asks, and Cedric gives another curt nod, and the man glares at him. Yes, OYK. My mate, he confirms. His nostrils flare and his features twist into a sneer, directed right at Cedric. What's his problem? You don't deserve her. My eyes widen at his statement. We will take the traitor to the prison. Trez Andra, bring our Luna to her new home to be settled in. Savannah announces with authority. I almost forgot. 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐠 in command. Something called a beta. And still getting used to their strange ways. I wonder how long it will take for it all to soak in. Cedric grumbles, his eyes remaining on me. There's so much tender possessiveness in his cherry eyes. I would feel more comfortable if you went with them. Then you can join us, Cedric orders, and it's directed at Savannah. Everyone looks at her as she clenches her jaw. She looks like she wants to say something, wants desperately to argue, but she keeps her trap shut. Ezra and the pale guy hold Jameson up by his arms, and his legs start flailing in the air. A YK sniffs at my friend like a curious animal examining its meal, and then he acts disgusted. Why would you bring a waiter into the pack? What if he poses a threat to my mate? She is too vulnerable. The blonde girl smiles shyly. I'm fine. Honey, I know how to take care of myself. She informs him, and his serious face softens a bit. Yes, you come to get me to protect you. He muses, and they share an intimate look. I glance up at Cedric. Achilles watching me, carefully and calculating while he observes me. I try to look away once he catches my gaze. To my Hendrix 𝐊𝐢𝐬 𝐑𝐞𝐝𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But I manage it. I love him, but I don't trust him. Uneasy just standing near him without being in his arms. I can't think straight, can't make any decisions. I run my hand over my belly while I weigh out my options. While I could obviously pretend everything's peachy keen, I could also separate myself from him. Ignore him, stay out of his way, avoid any interaction with him whatsoever. It's childish, but I need my own space. I want to be with Cedric. That's my end goal. But it would take time to rebuild what we had after all that was destroyed. Without saying goodbye, I shuffle away with Trez, Sandra, and Savannah. Even though it's mid-April, there's still a few patches of snow peppered through the bright green grass. Every now and then I spot a building or two. They're spread out, and they look so quaint and sweet. Cabins and farmhouses alike, nestled between mountain ranges in fields of wildflowers, surrounded by tall trees. I'm breathless the whole way, but I find him still brimming with questions. Why were you all looking at Cedric that way? I asked Sandra. She opens her pink lips to respond. But of course Savannah is the one to answer me. Because you're pregnant. that you wear no mark. The pack could very well shun 𝐊𝐿𝐼 𝐊𝐢𝐳 and the moon goddess, by thinking with wits in his pants rather than wits in his head. It's a great sin in the eyes of the moon goddess. She shoots me a look over her elegant shoulders. When they see you, they will all know what he has done. I feel a little sick at that revelation. Apparently, they're very religious. Cedric knocking me up is very serious to them. And yet, he accepted their hatred without one word to defend himself. We make it to our destination, a cute farm-style house with 2 floors and a wrap-around porch. I resist stopping in the front yard to simply admire the building. It's the biggest one I've seen on property so far. And apparently, it belongs to Cedric, which means it also belongs to me. Savannah opens the doors for us, and we walk right in. The smell of fresh baked cookies warms my nose, and I can't stop staring at the beautiful house. It's so old and comfy. The floors are wood. The walls have beautiful wallpaper. I could definitely spend the rest of my life here. My hand travels down to my rounded stomach. I know I could raise my baby here. He'll take these to Cedric's room, Savannah says, heading up the stairs. I fiddle with my sweatshirt, wanting to say something as she climbs each step with a suitcase in each hand. I'm kind of scared of Savannah. I don't want to let that stop me. Can you maybe take them to a different room? I ask in a shy voice, trying to remain on her good side. She turns, looking at me from over the carved banisters. Her body stance goes from casual to steely in a second. Why? She wonders, setting the suitcases on the stairs for a second to stare at me. I shift nervously as the air seems to get a bit thicker. I'm not really comfortable sharing with him right now. I just need some time. I explain, and 𝐿𝐻𝐸 gives me a sympathetic look, placing a hand on my shoulder. Savannah, on the other hand, looks sad. Well, what the Luna wants, the Luna gets, she announces, trudging up the stairs and disappearing down the hall. 𝐿𝐻𝐸 wears a knowing smile and leads me into the kitchen where the cookie smell intensifies. The wide windows let in all the sunshine, and it brightens up the whole space. A woman with an apron stands in front of the oven, taking out a pan with chocolate chip cookies on it. They look and smell mouthwatering. She turns when she hears us come in, and a grin grows on her face. Her black hair is pulled out of her face, and her body is generously curved. I'm starting to realize that every person here could be a model. We're so glad that you're here, Hendrix. I thought I would make something to welcome you. She blushes, setting down the pan and oven mitts and coming over to give me a hug. I let her, even though I have no idea who she is. She pulls away, beaming down at me like I'm so important. I almost believe her. 𝐾𝐞𝐝. Tress is sister. We're so glad you're here. I hope you don't mind us inviting ourselves in. We wanted to make it homey for you. She motions towards the cookies, and 𝐻𝐸 smiles, adjusting the flower arrangement on the kitchen counter. Even though they claim to be sisters, they look nothing alike. 𝐻𝐸 is rail thin, and several inches taller. I flick my gaze back and forth between the two of them, wondering if they are lycans or werewolves. Cedric said that their pack has both, but is mostly made up of lycans. Thank you. I really appreciate it. You said your name was 𝐾𝐞𝐝. Thinking I might have misheard her, she laughs, putting a hand on her hip. Yeah, I have kleptomania. Don't worry, your wallet is safe from me. Her sister and her share giggle, and I feel like I'm interrupting an inside joke. And don't worry about the housewarming gifts. They were essential. We know how males can be. They don't exactly know how to make a house look nice. 𝐾𝐞𝐝 admits, and 𝐻𝐸 nods in reluctant agreement. I furrow my eyebrows at them. Do you all both have mates? I wonder quietly, pointedly looking at 𝐾𝐞𝐝. It's strange to use that word, but it's the term that they like. It's obvious enough that 𝐻𝐸's mate was the big guy that was with her. He was scary. 𝐾𝐞𝐝 nods enthusiastically. Yes, you met him. Right, she says, and my eyes widen. 𝐶𝐬's so sweet, and 𝐿𝐲𝐻 is so intimidating. You both have scary boyfriends. I inform them, and they reply with a shocked silence before they burst out laughing. 𝐿𝐲𝐻 clutches her stomach from laughing so hard. They shake their heads at me. Even though I do not know what I said that was so funny, I decide to speak up, because after all, these are my friends now. Or at least I think so. They seem very friendly to me. I need to learn how to be more assertive. So I ask, what's so funny? I question them, and they finally stop. 𝐿𝐲𝐻 is gasping for air before she answers me. You have no idea how terrifying 𝐊𝐴𝐼𝐻 is. Do you? She asks with her blonde eyebrows raised. I open my mouth in shock, and one glance at 𝐾𝐞𝐬 shows that she agrees with her sister. They think Cedric is scary. Do they see the same person that I do? Kind, caring, and understanding. 𝐿𝐲𝐻 like a big teddy bear. 𝐿𝐲𝐻 not scary. Not at all. 𝐾𝐞𝐬 tilts her head in amusement, quirking her lips, stepping closer to me and guiding me to sit down in the living room. I let her, biting my tongue and wondering if I seem stupid to them. I plop down on the couch. I stare up at her and her sister, a bit intimidated by their beauty when I'm sitting here like a cow in comparison. My belly bulges out like a bowling ball. I know you're confused, but that's how mates are. I'm not afraid of Ezra, and 𝐿𝐲𝐻 isn't afraid of RYK, just like you aren't afraid of 𝐊𝐴𝐼𝐻. 𝐻𝐻 your mate. You feel safe around him. You know he'll protect you. 𝐾𝐞𝐬 explains, and I nod along. I don't say anything, feeling a bit out of place here. I don't know anyone. The only person I'm relying on isn't here. I have a deep longing to see someone familiar. I miss my mama. I want to go home, even though I'm still a bit angry. I want to be with Cedric. I wonder when he'll get home. Where's she? A loud voice yells, and I sit up straighter on the couch. It sounds oddly familiar. I tilt my head, trying to listen for more. 𝐿𝐲𝐻 rolls her eyes, looking annoyed when someone storms into the house. Oh, goddess. Here we go again. After a bang of the front door shutting, the last person I expect to walk into the room is Stacy, but there she stands in all her sparkly glory. I don't have any time to react before 𝐶𝐻 swallowed me up in a crushing hug, literally lifting me off of the chair. I don't know what's happening, but before I can figure it out, 𝐻𝐻's pulling away and jumping up and down. I stand there, absolutely dumbfounded. Stacy, what are you? I don't finish the sentence before she yells out a sentence I never expected to hear. I'm a werewolf. I've wanted to forever, and now I can. Can you believe that? Isn't it so cool? Stacy is talking a mile a minute, and my mouth falls open. I glance at 𝐾𝐞𝐬 and 𝐿𝐲𝐻, and they can apparently see her too. This is weird. Way too much. I press a hand to my forehead as everything goes blurry. What's going on here? Someone yells, very angry. Hendrix, can you hear me? Lay her down. She needs to lie down. The words are frantic and demanding. Too loud. Too much. I'm suddenly being lifted into the air, and it's like I'm floating. My heart is racing. I can't feel my toes. I squeeze my eyes shut when I'm finally put back down onto the couch. Something squishy goes behind my head, and someone squeezes my hand. I take a deep breath, trying to hold on to consciousness, but it's a battle. My head swims and I'm drowning in it. Drink. It will help, a kind voice says, and I sip at the cup being pressed against my lips. After a few gulps of water, I have a hit of clarity. I blink up at the multiple women surrounding me, and I shrink into the couch. Savannah sits on the edge of the cushion, a hand to my forehead. She doesn't look very happy. Shame on you. You overwhelmed her. She's very delicate right now. She turns to address me, and her expression is serious, and yet very concerned. You need to rest. Whenever you're feeling dizzy, lay down. Don't overwork your body. I nod, and behind her I recognize Miranda, and my lip trembles. My friends. They're here. Why are they here? Why does everyone lie to me? My throat tightens, and I almost choke. I feel so betrayed, so very hurt. I don't know what to say. We missed you so much. Penny, our little human, Miranda says softly, tears in her eyes. I keep my mouth shut as she grins at me. Savannah gets up, letting her pursue me. I shake my head, trying to get away from her. You're werewolves. You lied to me. All these years. I thought you were in Mississippi. I don't. Why are you? How did you? I mumble, trying to form sentences and falling short. I don't know which thing is worse. Which lie hurts more. My gut throbs like it's been punched. I'm a werewolf. But Miranda here is a lycan. We couldn't tell you. You have no idea how bad we wanted to tell you. You're our best friend. Stacy insists, and I shake my head. Too much at once. I have to lay down again. I'm on sensory overload. I might be sick. My best friends were supernatural creatures that I didn't even know. I feel so stupid. You left me too. You lied to me too. I can't believe this. I moan, and the emotions I'm feeling are freaking me out. I'm being torn apart from the inside out. Why? Miranda and Stacy exchange a glance, and then look back at me. They look so sad, so heartbroken. They look how I feel, minus the extreme dose of hurt. They stabbed me in the back. There was no family emergency they abandoned ship to. Savannah thought it would be best, just like she made 𝐊𝐴 leave too. You were in danger, Penny. We couldn't stay around if it meant hurting you. You smelled like Cedric. After you guys had sex. I lycan set stays after sex for a long time. Us staying around put you in danger. Miranda begs, her eyes pleading as she scoots closer. Savannah steps closer to me, arms folded as she glares at my friend with venom floating in her creamy eyes. We have enemies. If those enemies thought you meant anything to 𝐊𝐴, then you would be in danger. If they thought you were a one-night stand, they wouldn't think twice. If they smelled sex on you, and saw you with a lycan and werewolf, they would think you knew about our race. They wouldn't hesitate to kill you. And we weren't about to bring you to the green pack. It was a mess there. I close my eyes, trying to think through it, and failing. I'm still astounded that Cedric let this happen. He let me suffer. I know he wanted me safe. An irrational side of me realizes that. But I want to be mad. I want to make him hurt. I hate that. I hate being so angry. I love Cedric. Why do I feel conflicted? Obviously, no one realized you could get pregnant. Lucky Savannah called and told us before you got here. Otherwise I would be hunting down a certain lycan alpha and putting him in his place. Stacy says, punching her open hand like she wants to beat up my mate. I laugh through the tears, pushing the salty drops away. Sandra rolls her eyes when everyone laughs with me. Am I the only one who can't stand her? She 𝐊𝐼𝐧𝐿 softly, and Stacy growls, shooting her a mean glare. I heard that. She insists. Me too. Savannah muses. And I agree. Miranda sits on the couch beside me, helping me to sit up before handing me the glass of water. I take it, smiling at her thankfully. You okay? And I nod. I'm more okay than I was a few months ago. And that's what matters most. As long as I'm progressing, I'm okay. Obviously she doesn't look convinced. And either does anyone else. Sandra and 𝐾𝐿 exchange a smile like they know the perfect solution. They rush off and return with treats. And before I know it, in eating cookies and laughing with my old friends and new friends, we turn on a movie and kick back. I pretty much forget all of my worries, no matter how sucky it was to lose them for a few months. It's worth it to have them here, especially knowing that I'll be with them for the rest of my life. And even though I haven't seen him in an hour, I already miss Cedric, and I curse myself for that. 45 loves and 𝐶edric POV, the prison is the darkest and dingest place in the whole pack. I keep it hidden away. Never really coming down here. The cell's made of impenetrable brick, and thick silver bars that will never rot with old age. We hardly use this place. We never need to. We're hidden far away from our enemies. I hardly have a need for a space like this. Until now, that is. Now it's come in handy. Since my focus has solely been on Hendrix lately, I've almost forgotten the huge issue at hand. The 𝐶𝐸, and how corrupt they've become. Rubbing my face with my hand. I thought the guard and the 𝐶𝐸 could even each other out. A form of checks and balances to keep things running. Apparently, I was wrong to hope it would run itself smoothly. People can never be trusted. They become greedy. 𝐊𝐲 straps a sweaty Jameson to the chair situated in the middle of the room. The jail cells surround us. No one is here other than Ezra and 𝐊𝐲. And myself, of course. My Delta is gleaning a little too much pleasure from this. He grins as the black leather straps dig into the werewolf's already damaged skin. I know 𝐊𝐲 has a dark past. That's why I need him here. What did the little guy do? 𝐊𝐲 wonders, turning to me with an inquisitive glance. Ezra folds his arms over his chest, and Jameson shrinks into himself. Apparently, he planned on stealing our pup, and then murdering my mate in cold blood. I elaborate, my blood beginning to boil at the idea of it. It took everything I had not to kill him, and now, in feeling the desire all over again, I want to get even, to show him what she would feel if his plan went through. 𝐊𝐲 snarls. Ezra glares. Jameson looks ready to die from fright. It cheers like a small, caged bird. In his position, he doesn't look capable of killing anything. It cheers so weak, so pathetic. Why? 𝐊𝐲 demands, leaning over the werewolf, and I shake my head. Supposedly, it's a well-kept secret that humans can carry a lycan baby, so secret that they need to murder innocent women and steal the children. I have so many questions, so much pent-up anger and frustration that I can take out on this puny male. Ezra moved closer to me, eyeing our enemy with an unimpressed glare. Occasionally, he'll glance at me. It's almost as if he wants to make sure I won't lose it. I don't blame him. I probably look as unstable as I feel right now. 𝐊𝐲 is already reaching for a variety of torture devices, but Jameson isn't having it. You don't have to hurt me. I'm an open book. He'll tell you everything. Please. I'm begging you. 𝐊𝐲𝐬 𝐑𝐞𝐝 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Smelling of fear as the sound of his heartbeat triples in speed. I don't feel an ounce of sympathy for him. If I didn't come back for Hendrix when I did, my mate would have ended up dead. I need to know who all was behind this. I stroll up towards the male, and my comrades watch my every move. Tell me everything. Jameson gasps for air when he realizes I don't mean to torture the information out of him. His relief is short-lived when he sees the furious look on my face. Nothing is forgiven. He will suffer. But first I want him functioning enough to speak so he can tell me all that he knows. What do you mean by everything? He insists, buying himself time by drawing this out. Tell me how you got involved with Hendrix, and everything that happened from the time you first met her to now. And don't even try lying to me. I turn my head to the side until it cracks. Because you will regret it. He finally breaks down exactly what went down, starting with the fact that he was assigned to Hendrix because of Savannah's request, but ended up being surprised to see her pregnant. He knew by her scent that the baby was lycan. He knew nothing of me, or the claim I have on her, but told his boss of the pup and was then commanded to intervene. Jameson was ordered to get close to Hendrix, become her friend. I already knew all of this, but apparently there's more to it than that. I had to intercept anything coming in the mail. All phone calls, emails, text messages. I couldn't let her go to the doctor's office. I didn't even realize until you sent the letters to her that you planned on coming back for her. Savannah didn't disclose your name, or that Hendrix had a mate. Shaking his head. That night you came, I was supposed to. Supposed to what? Ezra demands. growing just as impatient as me. There are more layers to this than I had once thought. It's no easy predicament that we're in. Jamison shoots a worried expression at me. Is he going to kill me? And Ezra just shrugs. I almost laugh at the ludicrous question, but I'm in no mood for humor. If he was going to kill you, don't you think he would have done it by now? My gamma muses, but we both know it's a lie to comfort our prisoner. If he feels secure enough, he'll spill everything. Once 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐠 done, he'll kill him. That's one thing I know for sure. The many ways in which I could end his life come to mind, and an excitement grows in me to see his blood flow. It's something I haven't felt in years. I read the letters the day before you came back. There were 2 of them at once, and I thought that it was odd that they kept coming even though I had thrown so many away. So I cut them open and read them for the first time. They were love letters. Very mushy too, talking about how you were going to come back, how you would never forget her. Not only did this punk kid throw out my letters to my mate, he read some of them. No one was meant to see those besides my mate. They were private. Jamison continues cautiously. I told my commander, and he was furious. He said that her having a mate is too dangerous. We didn't know who you were, but you being a lycan. Obviously, if you came before she carried to term, you would ruin our plans. So, he gave me some sort of concoction to give to her. He stopped stalking, and I can see the terror when he realizes that what 𝐿𝐤𝐴's about to say could spark my temper. He wore the same expression right before he said that he planned on stealing my pup and killing my mate. He takes a deep breath, and his skin pales. It was meant to force the human to go into premature labor. That way, I could take the child and end her right then and there. I poured it into the fried okra I made that night. It would have worked. The birth would have come quickly with no side effects to the pup. But Hendrix probably wouldn't have survived the ordeal. But if she did, I had to kill her afterward. Everything in me screams to tear him apart. The little bastard flinches when I snarl. I turn, walking to the wall and forcing myself to breathe. The air comes in and out ragged pants. If I was late, if we even took 5 more minutes to get to her, we could have been too late. Hendrix was so close to death and I didn't even know it. I have to remind myself that she's safe. She's not very happy with me, but at least she's safe in the heart of my pack where she'll be secure and protected by every member here. She won't know danger again if I can help it. But just the thought that she could be dead right now, it sends a painful surge through me. Shivers crawl up my arms and neck. 𝐿𝐤𝐲 and Ezra whisper furiously to each other, wondering what to do. I lift a hand, turning it into a fist in the air, causing them to immediately stop. I return to the prisoner, and 𝐿𝐤𝐲 is shaking. He gives Ezra a desperate look, jabbing his chin at me. He clearly believed that he was safe. Take off the bindings, I command. 𝐿𝐤𝐲 steps forward, an angry set to his body as he releases the werewolf. 𝐿𝐤𝐲 is refraining himself from attacking. Jamison appears relieved. I wait patiently until 𝐿𝐤𝐲 is free, and then I make my move. I grab him, throwing him against the cement floor. Before he can even scream him on him, I drive my fist into his face over and over again. But I hardly feel it. I don't hesitate, don't slow down. I just make him hurt, and I enjoy every minute of it. Hendrix 𝐿𝐤𝐲. Why exactly are you moving into here instead of 𝐶𝐵 𝐿𝐤𝐴 asks, taking my clothes out one at a time and setting them on the bed. I lean back into the pillows, feeling guilty. She's on to me. We spent the past hours hanging out, and it's the most fun I've had in months. Just being with the girls was a blast, but it had to end sometime. 𝐿𝐤𝐴 came by and picked up Sandra a few hours ago, and he was being very protective. 𝐾𝐞𝐿 told me that Tressa is pregnant, and her mate doesn't like be away from her very long. I hadn't noticed until she pointed it out, but the werewolf did have a swell to her belly under her sweatshirt. Thankfully, Savannah is still downstairs. I might not like her very much, but she makes me feel safe. She kept an eye on me the whole night. She didn't join in on the fun. She hardly spoke, She just sat back and watched us. 𝐶edric isn't back yet, and I don't know whether to be relieved or disappointed. He left me. He lied to me. Rubbing my forehead. I'm so confused, if I'm being honest. I don't know what to think. It's like part of me has dreamed of a future with him. And now that I can have it, I want to go for it. 𝐾𝐤 waits patiently through my explanation, easily sorting the clothes into the dresser drawers. I'm thankful for her help. My back is killing me, and my head is throbbing. It's been a long day. And the other part, she inquires. And I look away. The other part is terrified. I'm not someone who really gets mad when people hurt me. I just get sad. And I want to cry. I don't trust 𝐶edric. I don't want to let myself get near him and then have him abandon me again. And there's just so much happening. I found out my mom died. That the only real friend I had was fake. And that my two best friends aren't even human. Clutching a pillow to my chest. And feeling so unbelievably vulnerable and alone. I haven't even known this girl for a day and am giving her my sob story. It's like Mama died all over again. Each wound is being reopened and prodded at. She finishes unpacking one of the suitcases, and then proceeds to sit down on the edge of the queen-sized bed. How fitting. I'm supposed to be a queen. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading 𝐊𝐤𝐧𝐠 enthusiasm. I just don't really feel like one. It's hard to trust when you get burned. Believe me, I don't know everything that happened between you and 𝐈𝐴 when he left. But I know that you have it better than I did. If only you could hear half of what Ezra put me through. And now look at us. We're happy. 𝐊𝐴 is so good to me, and I love him very much. And I'm sorry about your mother. That must be really hard. I never really got along with mine. And that's an understatement. I narrow my eyes at her, wondering what Ezra could have possibly done that was so horrible. But eventually she forgave him. I don't admit to her that my relationship with my mama was complicated. I want to stop talking about her altogether. It's still painful, but in coming to terms with it. How did you get through your troubles with your mate? How did you all work through it? And she smiles knowingly. Somehow, I know she was in a similar position as me at some point. I look away, feeling guilty. I'm so childish sometimes. Even when I know that my feelings are justified. Like right now, I don't want to make 𝐶edric suffer. That's not who I am. But I certainly am reluctant to run back into his arms. It's hard to get over what happened. Maybe we can work through it. Get past it. What would I give to grow up with parents who had a strong, loving relationship? I already know the answer. I would have done anything for that. If I can provide that for my baby. If I can have that kind of life with 𝐶edric for myself. I would be so lucky. And even though the mate bond thing makes it sound as easy as that, life is more complicated than that. There's no black and white, right and wrong. It's all on a spectrum, and I feel like I'm stuck in the middle of it. Just trust me, 𝐴 missed you more than you'll know. All he did was mope around. He won't leave you again. He did it so you would be safe. But he questioned it all the time. He loves you. You can see it in his eyes. In everything he does. Just talk with him. Communicate. Share how you feel. 𝐾𝐤𝐧𝐿 urges me, reaching out to touch my knee. I nod, staying quiet. I want to talk to 𝐶edric, but I'm just a little scared. I'm not afraid of him. Just sharing how I feel and opening myself up to hurt. Trying to get even is just childish. I need to think with a clear head. I need to see it from his side. Think about it. Talk to him. You could be so happy here. And I see you thinking hard inside that mind of yours. Give it a shot. It's easier said than done. But I can't try. Thank you for the advice. I tell her sincerely. And all she does is smile and shrug. I have a feeling that 𝐾𝐤𝐧𝐿 and I will be good friends. Let's just say that 𝐈𝐴 gave me some good advice on mates. And I owe it to you and him to help out as much as I can. If it weren't for him, I might not have ever forgiven Ezra. I'm amazed that 𝐶edric helped 𝐾𝐤𝐧𝐿. 𝐊𝐴 is not the talkative type, But I know he has a good heart. He always has. I just know it. 𝐾𝐞𝐬 gets up to leave, giving me a warm hug before she turns to the door. But I stop her by calling her name one last time. Why does everyone call him that? I wonder, twiddling my thumbs nervously. She furrows her black eyebrows. What? 𝐊𝐼𝐳. She clarifies. And I nod. Because that's his title. It's considered proper. He only lets people 𝐿𝐲 close with call him Cedric, she says, and then tells me good night, saying her mate will be wondering where she'd run off to. 𝐾𝐞𝐬 and Sandra explain to me already how lycan mates are prone to worrying. After the door is closed, I snuggle down into the covers. The bed is so cushy and warm. I'm snug as a bug. My eyes close. My shoulders relax. And I smile when I think back to when Cherry and I first met. He insisted I call him Cedric, and that was before we even really got to know each other. I grin. Maybe he isn't so bad after all. Cedric POV. It's late when I sneak back into the house. I had several things to wrap up in the pack before returning to my mate. I was sure to tell Savannah to stay at house. Whenever I'm away, my mate will have a guard. I don't care how safe my pack seems. I can't risk Hendrix. I revel in the strange sensation of having her scent in my home. Our home. I take a deep breath of it. It's everything I dreamed it would be. It's damn satisfying to have her here. Savannah is laying on the couch when I enter the living room, dropping my bag on the floor and walking into the kitchen to wash the blood from my knuckles. My beta clears her throat. She didn't want to be in your room, so I put her in the bedroom next to yours. She calls, standing up and stretching her arms above her head. I turn off the tap, staring at the pink-tinged water flowing down the drain. I wonder if I heard her right. I glance up at her through the doorway. And you let her. And a smirk blooms on her face as she folds her arms over her chest. Savannah leans against the wall. 𝐊𝐼𝐳𝐸𝐷𝐞𝐝 Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐀𝐥𝐻𝐧𝐑𝐞𝐝 enthusiasm. Gotta keep our Luna happy, she muses, and I nod in agreement. It's not that I want to force Hendrix to sleep beside me, but I know how stubborn Savannah can be. It doesn't seem like she would be happy to let my mate do whatever she pleases. Once Savannah's gone, I walk up the stairs slowly, trying not to rouse my mate from the creaking. I live in an old house. I built it myself when I became alpha here. It stood this long, and will remain for years to come. But it's still old. It's prone to groaning under my weight. I take a quick shower, closing my eyes as the spray of the water hits me. I had hoped that the warm water would windy down, get me in the frame of mind to go to sleep for the night. It does the opposite. All I can think about is the human that has invaded my heart and home. I can't just aim all that 𝐿𝐲𝐻 here. After the water has gone cold, I have to check in on her, because I'm not sure if 𝐿𝐲𝐻's even really here. It doesn't feel real. Maybe it was all some fantastic dream. The baby, the pregnancy. It all seems like a work of fiction. I ease the door open to her room. And of course I know it's her room. Her scent leaks out of the cracks like a tempting perfume. Sure enough, 𝐿𝐲𝐻's tucked under the blankets and sheets. Her body moves slowly with her drowsy breaths. The bedside lamp is still on. Its glow is dim, but still enough to highlight her pretty little face poking out of the covers. Sign content lie. I close the door behind me as quietly as I can manage. I situate myself on the edge of the mattress, leaning over her. Her hair is a mess of chestnut curls. I pick one up, rolling it between my fingertips before setting it behind her ear. I'm so full of love for her. I could burst, and I'll pop. The day I get to hold the baby in my arms. I can't wait. I've always wanted to be a father. Once I met Hendrix, I thought I wouldn't have the chance, but I didn't mind since I had her. 𝐿𝐲𝐻's all I needed. It was impossible to have children. Once again, 𝐿𝐲𝐻's taken me by surprise. 𝐿𝐲𝐻's always proving me wrong, which pleases me immensely. Hendrix shifts, kicking at the sheets as her face as crunches up. I reach for her hand, pulling it to my mouth and pressing a kiss to the soft, pale skin. She calms almost immediately. It's amazing that my near presence has that kind of affect on her. I press my lips together, wondering how many times 𝐶𝐻 wanted my comfort when I was there. I can't stop feeling guilty. To my 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐬, heartfelt thanks to your unfailing 𝐀𝐥𝐩𝐡𝐚. Hendrix murmurs, but the word is clear, so clear that I think I've woken her. Her eyes are closed though, 𝐶𝐻 still peacefully asleep. I'm here, baby, I assure her, and she sighs. Don't leave me again, please, she pleads, somehow communicating, even through her dreamy state. Never, never again. During my pregnancy, I discovered mysterious letters filled with love and concern. 46 cherry. Hendrix POV. When I wake up, things in the air feel almost different. A tangible shift that I can't figure out has happened. I heave myself up. A difficult task with the enormous weight in my middle and the energy that I don't have. The baby gives a disgruntled kick to my ribs, a reminder that the fetus has already turned. Yoshi is not very happy with the sudden motion. I calm my belly, rubbing it in reassurance. That's when I spot the 2 envelopes on my bedside table. I squint at the nightstand, almost like imaging them. Where did those come from? I reach out for them, the paper foreign in my hands while I turn them over. My name is printed neatly, as well as my address from Virginia. There's no return address, only a name in the top left corner. Cedric. I glance at the door, wondering if he put these here. Why would he address them if that were the case? Why give them to me now? I sigh, ripping one open out of sheer curiosity. The cream paper is covered in cursive lettering, so beautiful and perfect that I pause. I don't know if I should be reading this. It is addressed to me, isn't it? So I start reading. Hendrix. It's been too long since I've seen you, since I've smelled you. Every time I close my eyes, I feel you. You haunt me every waking and slumbering moment. I hope you know how much you've changed my life. I wish I could be there. To be beside you is all I've ever wanted. You haven't replied to any of my letters, haven't received any of my countless calls. If you need your space, I understand. All I ask is that you understand this. I love you, and I'll be returning shortly. I need you. I'm not supposed to be coming back so soon. You're still in danger, and I know I should be stronger and stay away, but I can't. I hope you will forgive me. It seems impossible, but I still have hope. It's all I have when you're not here. I'll be there before the month is through. I hope this letter made its way to you safely, because I can't bear the idea of you being without a few comforting words. Always yours, 𝐶𝐻. By the time I'm finished reading, tears are in my eyes. It's not uncommon to be overly emotional when being pregnant, having a ton of crazy hormones and all. But with or without those, I believe it'd still be a mess over this. I don't even have to read the second one. I'm already standing up, and then collapsing when my body goes weak. My head swims, and I nearly black out. I take a deep breath, and then try again. Once I'm successful, up and through the door. I'm racing to get down the stairs. I grip the banister, hoping that Cedric is here. I spent enough time sleeping in his apartment to know that he is an early riser. I flee from room to room, already getting out of breath from the quick movements. I want to find him. I need to talk to him. My body is thrown backwards when it hits a brick wall, but arms are suddenly around me before I hit the floor. I gasp. They're so strong, completely solid. I assume that they belong to Cedric. Then I realize that there's no fuzzy feeling. Ezra stands over me, staring at my face with worry in his eyes. Are you okay? Why are you in such a hurry? He demands in a rough voice. I step away, hoping to dislodge myself from his grip, but holds onto me for good measure. 𝐿𝐤 treating me like thing to fall apart. Since meeting Cedric, I prefer not to be touched by any man besides him, so I don't like being so close to Ezra. Fine. Why are you here? Where's Cedric? Trying to look over his shoulder and failing. Why are all of the lycans so freaking tall? It's ridiculous. Ezra has to be 66 still, not as tall as Cedric, but tall enough to make my neck hurt from looking up at him. 𝐿𝐤 asked me to stay here while he went to his office to get some work done. He has a lot to do. He pauses, his gaze taking in my face. You're not fine. You're crying. His observation is spot on, and I wipe impatiently at the tears that gave me away. 𝐾𝐤 hormones. The letters in my room. Before closing my mouth. It's none of Ezra's business what I just read. Those words are private, and I'll cherish them always. I put them there. I hope you don't mind. Cedric sent them, but they didn't get to you. I thought they should go to you. He wrote them for you. Ezra lets go of me, giving me a sympathetic look. So it was Cedric after all that put them there. It was Ezra innocently returning what was meant for me. I wonder why they didn't reach me. They're addressed correctly to my new apartment. I feel so out of the loop. Once again. That's a question for later though. Right now. To my 𝐊𝐤 𝐑𝐞𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I want to find my mate and make things right. I tentatively knock on the door, and all I get in reply is a grunt of acknowledgement. I open the door and marvel at the beautiful office inside. It's large with log cabin walls and a fireplace. Our house has those too. Big open fireplaces that burn real wood. It makes me sad that it's already getting too warm outside to have a fire burning. Imagine that. Me sad because it's not cold enough outside. As soon as I walk in, Cedric's head snaps up to look at me, like he knew it was me before he even saw me. When his red eyes land on me, I feel like I can breathe easy again. It's a miracle, hey? I say carefully, slowly shutting the door behind me and waddling closer to him. He stays deathly still for a few moments with a pen dangling from his fingers. I don't know what I'm going to do. I just want to be with him. Hi, he replies, watching my every movement as I keep growing closer and closer. I feel a sudden memory assail me. Back when Cedric was my professor and I would come to his classroom and crawl into his lap. I'm probably too fat to do it now. As soon as I walk up next to him though, he pushes his huge leather chair back, setting down the pen and reaching his arms wide for me. His eyes soften, as if asking for permission. I stand corrected. I step into his arms, and he effortlessly pulls me into his lap. Cedric leans back, and I nestle into his chest. I taking a deep breath of him. I miss this so much. This intimacy. The tingles of being pressed against him. Nothing beats the safe sensation of being with him. So, how do you like it here? He asks against my ear, tenderly rubbing a hand up and down my protruding stomach. His palm is calloused and worn. It's amazing. To my 𝐊𝐤 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I can't even believe how wonderful it is here. A little and art the place 𝐿𝐤 has built here in the middle of paradise. And I feel so much relief. I don't have to fend for myself anymore. Cedric grounds out a gruff noise, pulling me close. You never should have had to in the first place. I always take care of you. I know, and I'm thankful. But the truth is, I don't know how solid my trust is. Do I really believe that hell always be there? The doubt in the back of my mind says no, but my intuition disagrees. We sent money to you, because you were struggling. Miranda and I both. But it was intercepted, he says stiffly. I perk at the words. I'm blown away by the fact that he just said he sent me money of all things. He tried to help me. He tried to make it right. The more I learn about Cedric's end of things, the more I want to be with him again like we used to be. I bypass that though, growing curious. What do you mean by intercepted? I wonder, remembering what Ezra said about the letters. He made it sound so casual, Like there was some kind of innocent mix-up. Cedric makes it sound different. Your little friend Jameson went through your mail as he pleased. Among other things. He tells me, and his voice is deathly, 𝐻𝐸s mad. I don't blame him. I'm mad too. Among what other things? I'm scared to ask. I trusted Jameson. It seems I'm always putting my trust in the wrong people. Why would he need to take the money? Go through my mail? Cedric is quiet for a long time. I don't want to rush in. He spends the silence caressing my belly, his other arm wrapped around my back, his hand holding my thigh to keep me in place. Cedric, I press after a while. I came so close to losing you. Both of you, he murmurs into my hair. I twist to look up at him, filled with burning confusion. What do you mean? His eyes are closed. 𝐻𝐸s not quick to explain. Jameson was going to take the baby. He was going to kill you after. If I hadn't gotten there when I did, you wouldn't be alive. I gasp, a stricken sickness slamming into my stomach. Jameson was going to kill me. It doesn't make any sense. It hurts so much. But he took care of me. He helped me. Why would he? I don't know what to say. Jameson was so sweet, so kind. We were friends. I knew that Cedric was pissed at him, but I never knew why. I never could have guessed such a terrible thing. The CPO. They don't want anyone to know that humans can carry lycan children. That's why I didn't know they could get you pregnant. He admits, and it still doesn't add up. Why would they do with our baby? Why don't they want people to know about humans and lycans having babies? They're 𝐊𝐳𝐳 purse. And he turns his head away from me. He doesn't want to tell me. I can only assume it's because he doesn't like hurting me with this information. 𝐻𝐸s always been so protective. They say it's to protect human females from being taken and mistreated, raped and impregnated, because the offspring of humans and lycans are full-blooded lycans. That would be appealing to someone wanting to make their own army. But I have my suspicions on that. He explains, and my eyes widen. My baby, our baby, will be a lycan like Cedric. I don't even know what all that entails. I'd never seen his full shifted form. Ezra told me about it. Apparently, 𝐻𝐸s a huge wolf. How huge? I have no idea. What do you mean? You think they have other motives? He nods, looking down at me with a grimace. Not too long ago, I felt the way all lycans feel about humans. I thought they were weak and useless. 𝐊𝐸𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐵 𝐊𝐸𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝. I thought your kind had less value than my own species. His explanation has me sagging. He thinks that of me. I know Cedric loves me, but does he wish he was stuck with me as his mate? I didn't even notice that I've earned myself away until his fingers grip my chin and he moved me until I'm staring up into those phenomenal eyes that shimmer like garnets. I was wrong. As soon as I met you, all of that all went away. I'm relieved, thankful that I'm the one that changed his mind. Well, for the most part. I'm still not fond of the majority of humans. You're my favorite. I laugh at his wicked grin. I'm so happy to be here. I'm so warm and content in Cedric's arms. I know I'm meant to be here. It's my destiny. But many lycans feel differently about humans. When I was annoyed with your race, I didn't hold malice like so many others do. The idea of starting a family with a human would be unthinkable, even disgusting to many lycans. I can only assume that their reason behind killing you and taking our pup is because they wouldn't want a human to raise a lycan child alone, which I admit is not the safest thing. I wrinkle my nose. What's really disgusting is that lycans are so harsh and judgmental. I'm thankful that my mate and friends aren't the same way. Once I'm recovered from the gross feeling, I continue our conversation with yet another question. What's not the safest thing? It's not safe for a human to raise a lycan by themselves, even if they know everything about our race. It's too high risk. And I feel stupid for not grasping what 𝐻𝐸s explaining. But 𝐻𝐸s not being very thorough. Why isn't it safe? Cedric's hand pauses on my stomach, right on the top of the enormous bump. I don't think you understand just how strong our race is. Baby, by the time our pup is 3 years old, they'll be just as strong as a grown human man. Cedric relents, eyeing me cautiously as my mouth drops open. A 3-year-old with the power of a grown man. How is that even possible? I can't imagine it. The image of a little tyke in a diaper lifting a huge dumbbell comes to mind, and I almost giggle. It's comical. If you didn't have a lycan with you to help raise them, you would be in danger from your own pup. As unfortunate as it is, I won't be able to leave you alone with our own children. One tantrum gone wrong could be devastating. He describes, playing with my hair absently. Even though it makes sense, it's still weird and all kinds of messed up. Children. Wrapping my arms around his neck. His lips dug up at the corners as he looks at me with so much love and acceptance. We have eternity, my love. I'm sure we'll have as many pups as your heart desires. The idea is appealing to me, spending the rest of time as we know it with Cedric and all the babies we'll make. I can't wait. It's still kind of weird that I can't babysit my own kids without having someone to babysit me. I muse, not being able to resist staring at his thick, black hair. It's so disheveled and shiny. I love it. So many guys spend a lot of time trying to make their hair look like his. And his is naturally messy all the time. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 so gorgeous all around. And 𝐊𝐢𝐳 all mine. To my agent 𝐿𝐢𝐳 𝐊𝐢𝐳 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. I still want to take this slow while I sort through everything that's happened. I need a clear head though. And it's only now that I've realized how calm I am when I'm around Cedric. It is a bit strange, but you can't help that you're human and you have a lycan mate who loves you very much. He fires back, a playful expression on his usually steely face. He only smiles at me. I sort of adore that. I love you too. A rolling sensation greets my words. And 𝐿𝐢𝐳, this baby is so big that most of the time it hurts when he or she moves. They've got a heck of a kick. That's for sure. Cedric's eyes widen, and he glares at my stomach. Calm down in there. You're hurting your mother, he says sternly, and I know 𝐊𝐢𝐳 only joking. I can see the humor in his eyes. I laugh endlessly, so hard that I start to cramp. There's no way to measure how much I miss this. How much I missed him. I don't know how I thought I couldn't forgive him before. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 my other half. The way he watches me laugh. The feeling of his rough hands on me. It's all perfect. Once I'm done laughing, I try to catch my breath, which seems to be something I'm always doing. I'm so excited to meet the baby. I tell Cedric, settling back down against his chest. He nods in agreement. Me too. I wish we could know the gender. I'm a little impatient, he admits, and I know the feeling. Originally I wanted it to be a surprise, but now I regret not finding out. Is there any way that we can find out? And 𝐊𝐢𝐳 already shaking his head. We don't have a lot of medical supplies for pregnancy-related tests and care. There aren't a lot of births in the pack. There are very few children here, but that will be changed with the amount of mated couples we have now. I'm sure we'll be ordering a lot of things for the pack clinic for future use. I think of all the couples other than ourselves. 𝐿𝐢 and Ezra, Trez Sandra and RYK, and Stacy and Reed. I haven't met Reed, but my friend was sure to fill me in on her new man. She's absolutely in love with him, and I'm happy for her. I can't exactly see Stacy as a mother in the near future, or ever for that matter. Then again, I didn't think I would be having a baby anytime soon either. Cedric was sure to change that. What names are you thinking? He asks suddenly, and I'm so lost in thought and startled at the words. Truth be told, I don't have a long list of names, just a handful. I don't care if it's a boy or a girl. I would be happy with either. I like the name Griffin for a boy, or Hudson, and Owen. What about you? I switch it to Cedric, feeling the little bit of pressure. I don't really know. I haven't thought about it. I scoff at his laziness. I suppose there have been more important things to think about lately. I shift my body, getting achy wherever you've been leaning on my leg. It's a bit of a chore with how weak I feel. Cedric helps me. Well, you're the father. You have just as much say in the baby's name as I do. I tell him, running a finger up and down his chest, tracing invisible patterns across his black t-shirt. I didn't exactly know I was going to be a father until recently. I go still, remembering how different things were a few days ago. Everything has changed once again. 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬𝐏 thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I regret not telling Cedric he was going to be a father. I already felt rejected. I didn't want my child to feel the same way if he chose to abandon the baby too. I changed the subject, not wanting to dwell on unhappy topics. I've had enough sadness to last me a lifetime. I want to continue to enjoy this moment. I don't have any girl names. There's a lot of good ones, but none that really feel right. You know, maybe I should hope for a boy. I wouldn't want to have a nameless baby girl. That wouldn't be right. It will all work out. Either way. But first we have other things to be worrying about. You, my sweet little human, need a checkup. Whereas the last time you went to the doctor, I'd open my mouth and then proceed to shut it. It's probably not a great idea to let Cedric know just how much ever he struggled. I didn't have enough money to go to the doctor. You would be really mad if he knew. It'll take that as a while. Come on, we're going for a little visit to the clinic. I groan. I hate the doctor's office. Always have. If it will make Cedric happy, then maybe I can live through it. If I'm being honest, this is very strange, but also fascinating. Dr. Melbourne has her hands on her hips, watching me with wide eyes. I shift on the padded hospital bed. Cedric puts a hand on my head to comfort me. I lean into him while the doctor proceeds to scroll through her computer. I'm surprised I even agreed to come here. As stubborn as I can be sometimes. Now that I'm here I feel better. But the way Dr. Melbourne talks about me, she's intrigued. Even after all of the tests she ran on me. 𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻 thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And the lycan woman chuckles. She's as beautiful as Savannah, what with her obvious Native American roots. A pregnant human. A lycan baby. This is amazing. Revolutionary. And I get to treat you. 1 in a million. She murmurs the last part under her breath. I don't really appreciate how she talks about me like a test subject. I look away, slightly embarrassed. Just let us know the result. Cedric presses. And, not in a very nice voice. 𝐿𝐢𝐳 growing impatient. 𝐿𝐢𝐳 been worrying about me. We don't know anything about human lycan pregnancies. She blows out an annoyed breath, pushing her black curtain of hair from her face. Okay. Well, her iron levels are low. Way too low. Same with her blood pressure. Have you been getting dizzy at all? Feeling lightheaded? The doctor turns to me, finally addressing me like him an actual person. I nod my head, opening my mouth to speak when Cedric answers for me. Yes, why is that? Why is she so weak? I can hear his sanity slipping. I press my body against him to calm him. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 standing at my side, stiff as a board. She's human. Alpha Vela. Just having an accelerated, supernatural pregnancy. How did you expect her to react? Her frail body isn't exactly dealing with it very well. It's taking all her energy to grow that pup. She's once again scrolling on her computer and pushing her glasses up her face as she squints at the screen before turning to Cedric. She needs rest and care. Things you didn't get while working 2 jobs. Cedric growls at me. Literally growls. And now it makes more sense knowing his species. I roll my eyes, folding my arms over my gargantuan stomach that sticks out like a beach ball. I doubt I look very intimidating to him well. I had to work. I needed money to survive. You're either one who got me knocked up. Cedric's nostrils flare, as if he needs more reasons to feel guilty. He looks absolutely miserable at my comment, because he knows this wouldn't have happened if it weren't for him. But, I'm just as much to blame for this predicament, if not more. I pressured him into sex. I'm sorry. 𝐿𝐤𝐕𝐷𝐞𝐜𝐬, heartfelt thanks to your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But we're okay now. Everything is going to be fine. You can take care of me all you want. I'm not going anywhere. I mean, it does make sense that my pregnancy would be more difficult than a normal human one. Lycans are powerful, and humans are bland in comparison. I stared at my hands. So weak, so useless. How can I survive here when I'm so different? I won't fit in. I'm not like anyone in this pack. My head hangs. My own mate probably thinks sympathetic. I can't even walk across the room without having to stop to catch my breath. It's miserable. I know he assured me he doesn't mind that I'm human. But will that change with age? Will he come to despise me? The bed dips beside me, and I know it's 𝐿𝐤𝐵𝐷 just by the overwhelming sense of him. His warm touch. I put my head on his shoulder and he sighs. Our fingers interlock automatically. I'm going to be by your side through all of this. You're my mate, the love of my life. My Luna. Your humanity isn't a bad thing. Well, get through it. He assures me, but I know 𝐿𝐤𝐵𝐷's wrong. If I was a lycan girl, I could do whatever I wanted without breaking a sweat. I bet Cedric wishes he could have someone like that. It would be better than being stuck with me. He grabs my face suddenly, carefully pulling it towards his like he always does when 𝐿𝐤𝐵𝐷's frustrated with me. Stop it. Right now. Damn it. Hendrix, you should not be insecure. I love you, baby, and only you. I don't want anyone else. You're perfect the way you are. And if I have to tell you that every day for the rest of our lives to reassure you, I will. You better believe it. As soon as Cedric is finished, I'm on him, pressing my lips to his hungry. I've never loved him more than I do now. He kisses me back, and I never want to let go of him. 𝐿𝐤𝐕𝐷𝐞𝐝, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Cheers mine, and it's about time I've reclaimed him. 47 lonesome loser, Cedric POV. My mate clutches at my arm, staring around the pack with wide eyes. 𝐾𝐜 is on her other side, elbows linked together, and I'm glad for it. The werewolf female is very supportive of Hendrix. A good friend. I like her much better than Miranda and Stacy, and I'm glad I refused to let them join us for the tour. I claimed it was because I didn't want too many people with us, but it was mostly because I still have a hard time approving of them despite my best effort. I've been ridiculously busy in the office with work I've had to catch up on, but mostly trying to get into contact with the CPO, who's promptly been ignoring me. We've even gone so far as to say we have their half-dead agent in our cells, but they don't care. They left Jameson to die. I've been at my wit's end with their negligence. Savannah offered to take over, trying to go through the guard to figure out what we need to do to take them down. I gladly took her up on the opportunity. I want to spend the day with my mate instead of sending someone to watch over her like I've been doing. I can tell it's getting to her, treating her like a helpless child. I can't help it. She's helpless. She just doesn't need to know that. As we stroll through the vast green fields, I steal glances at her, wondering how on earth I got so lucky. Her hair is down in tumbles of brown wrinkles and rumpled waves. Her face lights up when I introduce her to any member of the pack, and from the blacksmith to the pack cook, she's happy to meet them. She shakes hands and beams when they call her Luna. She is absolutely perfect for the role. She's so soft whereas I'm hard, so compassionate and motherly while I'm prone to assuming the worst in people. It evens out. Our opposites, and I wouldn't have it any other way. We'll lead this pack together in harmony. This is where 𝐿𝐤𝐵𝐷 and I live, 𝐾𝐜 says with a smile, waving an arm at their little house. Hendrix nods, admiring the building. And you both raise your little brothers, right? She wonders, subconsciously putting a hand on her stomach at the mention of kids. 𝐾𝐜 gushes over her siblings, and how precious they are to her, telling stories as we walk through the woods back towards the cafeteria for lunch. I think long and hard while I tune them out. Hendrix is eager to talk about children, excited for our baby to finally arrive. It could be any day now. We have no idea how long a human-lycan pregnancy gestation is. I warily her rounded body. After we made up, Hendrix moved into my room with me, and I was relieved. She hasn't stopped making me playfully in her. Her lack of trust is enough to break my heart. But once she was in my bed, I felt every roll and kick that our pup forces on my mate's poo body. The pup is already strung. I have a feeling that I have no idea how much pain she's going through. I told her I would give her as many pups as her heart desires, but I don't know if I'll want to put her through this again. No matter how much we love our pup when we hold it in our arms, it's pure torture, plain and simple. I have to watch her suffer, knowing it's because of me. I try to bear it, try to get through it, and pretend like nothing's wrong. As messed up as it is, I almost hold the baby responsible, and use it as an innocent fetus. I know it's deplorable, but how can I not be angry at something that's hurting my mate, even if it is my own child? This is Opal. Say hi to your new Luna. 𝐾𝐞𝐬 says once we've stopped outside the cafeteria. She's looking down at a little werewolf girl with her hair cut in a messy bun. She waves shyly, giving a slight curtsy that's nothing short of adorable. Hendrix smiles from ear to ear, blessing the young female with her gaze. It's very nice to meet you. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐳 𝐂𝐼𝐬 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She praises, and the little girl blushes, once the door behind her swings open, revealing Ace. I remember who this girl is. She's the one who was orphaned in the attack on the Green Pack. Ace, one of 𝐊𝐲𝐼𝐳 friends, adopted her despite being only 19 years old, a little young to become a father. The blonde lycan cocks his head to the side when he sees my mate. A human. Your mate is human. Hendrix straightens up, startled at his appearance. She backs up, seeking my comforting presence. I never knew how overwhelming it could be for her to meet so many lycans. It must be intimidating. What she doesn't realize is that she's their ruler, and therefore shouldn't be scared of them. She's the one in charge. They would do her bidding in a heartbeat. I mean, I heard as much, but I didn't believe it. Amazing. A real-life human. She's so cute. Like a little puppy. He muses, putting a hand on top of her head and shaking her hair. I growl a low warning. Oh, calm down, Mr. Caveman. I'm only kidding. That shit's funny. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐳 𝐂𝐼𝐬 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Looking down at her. Man, you're young. Guess we need to open a high school around here. Of Ada. I glare at him while he elbows me in the ribs. He sees my reaction, and lifts his hands up innocently as he starts to back away. Opal follows closely behind him like a shadow. Jeez, who spit in your chicken nuggets this morning? After 𝐊𝐲𝐳 is gone. 𝐾𝐞𝐬 shakes her head, taking Hendrix's hand to lead her into the cafeteria through the heavy wooden doors. That's Acey. 𝐊𝐲𝐳 is about your age. He thinks 𝐊𝐲𝐳 is a natural comedian. He doesn't realize how stupid he really is. She explains, sitting at a nearby table and motioning for my mate to do the same. Hendrix follows, obviously recovered from Ace's appearance. Was that his little sister? She wonders, and 𝐾𝐞𝐬 shakes her head, looking over her shoulder even though the pair are long gone. He saved her. Rogues killed her parents. Hendrix raises an eyebrow, glancing at me with a confused expression. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐳 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Before another word comes out of her mouth, the swinging doors that led to the kitchen fly open. Hiram, the assistant pack chef, wheels out a large cart with our food, burgers and fries, something simple and for my mate. I thought I would spoil her today, keep her well fed and strong as she carries my pup. The large lycan stops, handing us our plates. He smiles at Hendrix carefully, sensing her unease. He bows to her, his dreadlocks hanging forward as his head almost touches the table. His purple eyes glisten with mirth. "My queen," he rumbles in his thick Jamaican accent. Hendrix frantically looks at me. She's not used to being called that, not entirely happy at the idea of becoming royalty. It's too much pressure on the poor thing. I smile knowingly, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Thank you, Hiram." Nodding at the lycan as he leaves us to go back to work. Hendrix's eyes are wide, softening when they land on the large meal before her. I eat in silence, hardly paying attention to my food as I keep an observant eye on my Luna. What Dr. Melbourne told me didn't go unheard. As soon as Hendrix was out of earshot, she gave me very clear introductions. Lots of food, lots of water. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Melbourne. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Walks to keep her blood flowing, but not to overdo it. If she's getting too tired, she needs a break. It's my responsibility to watch after her. I have to be constantly vigilant. Turning my head down, I clench my jaw. I should have known it would be a struggle for her to carry a lycan pup. She's mortal, she's human, and I'm the biggest idiot on the planet. Eventually, 𝐾𝐤 has to go pick up her little brothers from the daycare center. She's all smiles as she hugs Hendrix goodbye, promising her that they'll see each other soon before disappearing down the path. The sky has turned grey, filling with rain clouds that are typical for the springtime. It hasn't started raining yet, but I assume it'll be pouring later this afternoon. I want to take Hendrix back to the house, maybe for a nap so she can recharge. She has other ideas, and she's nothing if not determined. She grabs my hand, leading me into the woods. Her eyes are wide and curious as she gazes through the treetops as birds free branch to tree branch, calling with their unique songs. I think of the perfect place to bring her, and I take over with the leading. Hendrix doesn't know these woods like I do. I've memorized them like the back of my hand. Every crevice, every tree, every hill and dip in the ground. She's never seen an aerial like this before. I plan on impressing her with the beauty of the place she'll spend the rest of her existence. It's hard for her to keep up, so I slow my pace, but eventually it's entirely too much for her. We face a steep climb to reach the destination I have in mind, so I sweep her off feet. I hold her bridle style, her legs slung over my arms while I climb the hill with determination. She barely weighs anything. Even if she is a little rounder than I first found her, she'll always be beautiful to me. I think Hendrix's eyes might explode with how big they get when she sees the field. I grin. It's one of my favorite places in the pack to get some peace and quiet, besides the cliff edges, which are far too dangerous to take her. She wriggles in my hold, wanting to get down and see the wildflowers for herself. I let her, watching her with adoration as she explores the field. She stops, putting her hands on her waist as she looks up at the grandeur of mountains surrounding us as they peek through the fog. They're enormous, and all around us. It's a magnificent sight. What is the range called again? She wonders, turning to look up at me and looking a little surprised that I'm in such proximity to her. The Bertelf Mountains. They're covered up with the clouds right now. Damn rain. I'm sure you'll see them clear eventually. I explain, looking over them myself through her eyes. I wonder how much different our sight is. I've always known in theory that human senses are much less than ours. Her vision, smell, even taste, it's all dull compared to mine. It's hard to imagine seeing the world any differently. But she's in awe at the beauty. She can see well enough to agree with me on that. Your pack, it's amazing. Truly. Everyone is so nice. Hendrix compliments me, shooting me a coy look. I grin, happy to hear it. I'm glad that she'll be welcome here, and that she wants to stay here now. It makes me proud. What? Did you think they wouldn't be? You're their Luna, their queen. Her smile falters, and she bites her lower lip, shrugging her shoulders. I haven't forgotten what you said about lycans not liking humans. I thought they might not be too excited to have me here. I was wrong, she admits, looking back at the view. A pinching sensation in my heart bothering me. Maybe I shouldn't have told her all of that. She's sensitive, but also curious for her own good. I promised I wouldn't lie to her. I made sure to answer all her questions. Now I regret it. She was already insecure enough as it was. I told you, baby, you're being human. It's perfectly fine. Don't worry. She nods, knowing I'm right after all the convincing I had to do. I hate when she gets all paranoid and worries herself. We stand there in silence for a bit. I can see Hendrix mulling everything over in her head. She's still letting it sink in. I'm sure everything is a little overwhelming. You would think she would have her fill of it. But she's asking more. What are rogues? She questions out of the blue. I turn to look down at her. What? I ask back. She huffs. 𝐾𝐞𝐬 said that the little girl, Opal, her parents were killed by rogues. What's a rogue? She elaborates. This isn't a conversation I wanted to have on our day off together. She insists on being well informed on our universe. As much as I hate it, I also love her thirst for knowledge, and her keen interest in my world. I wipe at my forehead, wondering where I'm supposed to start with this one. Well, a rogue is a werewolf that doesn't belong to a pack. Some are peaceful loners. They just want privacy, and others are more antagonistic. I sigh, hoping that's enough to satisfy her. She folds her arms, waiting for me to continue. They attack werewolf packs, humans, other creatures trying to live their lives. The god takes care of them for the most part. Her eyebrows furrow. It's sort of like the CIA, except it's run by supernaturals for the protection of supernaturals. While the CPO makes laws and organization, the god is sort of like our police force. They arrest and investigate like any government. Hendrix nods. And I think she's done. But I'm wrong. Can lycans be rogues? Not exactly. While the majority of werewolves stay in packs. Lycan packs are more rare. A lot of lycans are solitary. Some have small packs like ours. I explain, wiping away her worries as small lines begin to appear on her face. No werewolves would invade our pack. Not only are we heavily guarded and much stronger, werewolves are terrified of us. Typically a werewolf will take one look at our shifted form and run for the hills. I laugh, thinking of how many terrified creatures I've seen turn tail when they see me. It's almost funny. Hendrix is awfully quiet, and I trail off mid-chuckle, turning it into a fake cough. Why does she look so concerned? I'm about to ask when she attacks me with her words. Can I see your shifted form? She rushes out. Like she's scared if she doesn't force it out she won't be able to say it. But I catch every word. I blank, not knowing what to say. I never thought she would ask such a thing. I realize that of course she would want to see my other side. It only makes sense. She's my mate. She's curious. It's just that I'm terrified of terrifying her. I don't think that you're ready for that, baby. I admit, rubbing the back of my head. My sighs would overwhelm her. She'd run screaming. How odd is it that only moments ago, I was thinking how funny it is to watch people run away from my wolf, and now it's the last thing I want. Why does my species have to be so damn scary to humans? She puts her warm hand in mine, a smile on her beautiful face, telling me it will all be okay, and I actually believe her. I heave a sigh, pretending to be annoyed. To my 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐿𝐬 𝐑𝐞𝐝, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But no screaming. My ears are very sensitive. I try to lighten the mood with some humor, and fail. I'm nervous. It's just like the time I revealed my bizarre eyes and just hoped for the best. It was a similar situation. I was too keen on showing her my oddity, but Hendrix was insistent, as she always is. She didn't mind much when she saw me half-shifted either. A small miracle. I can only hope that she has a similar reaction this time around. Turning my head, I crack my neck before stepping back and taking off my clothes. The human airs to blush and look away. It's nothing she hasn't seen before. But I don't bring that up. I'm too busy turning into a beast. My shoulders hunch, growing and stretching as my bones snap and fuse, lengthening as fur sprouts out of my skin. I'm dimly aware of a gasp as my body lifts from the ground. I'm getting higher and higher, my shadow growing larger as my body morphs. Once I'm done, I lick my snout, testing my cars as I walk closer to my mate. I bend my head, putting my nose over her as she stands there looking up at me from between my paws. Her mouth is hanging open, and she has to bend her head all the way back to look into my eyes. I realize that Hendrix is so small that she only comes halfway up my legs. She doesn't seem to care. She hasn't run yet. I chuff in amusement, deciding to lay down in order to avoid overwhelming her. I curl up on my side several feet away, waiting for her to join me. She does, but slowly. She cautiously walks up to me, observing me with wide eyes as if she'll somehow scare me off. Her hand comes up, a timid tremble to her fingers as they brush my fur. Closing my eyes, I let her pet my chest, my front legs on either side of her. Before long she eases her whole body into me, and my hair is so thick and fluffy that I can't see her anymore. I chuckle, leaning down to touch my nose to her little head through the fur. Hendrix stretches her arms all the way out, almost like 𝐶𝐻 giving me a hug. It's adorable. Finally she backs away, slouching against my leg as she uses it to help her sit down on the ground. The grass up here is soft and bright green already, because it's much closer to the sun. Flowers of every color cover the field. A fitting scene. Hendrix runs her fingers through the fur on my leg. Her pale fingers a stark contrast to my pitch black color. I purr softly at the affection she gives me. It feels so good to have my mate touch me. I didn't expect her to actually like my beastly form, treating me like a puppy rather than an enormous wolf that can take down anything in its path. It's kind of endearing seeing her this way, so careful, so gentle with me even though I'm stronger than she'll ever comprehend. Who knows, maybe in few times she will see me fight. I hate the idea of it, her being so close to violence. You're magnificent. I never imagined that this was inside of you all along. Hendrix says, her voice filled with wonder. I put my head down, laying it right in front of her, my eye looking down at her. She reaches out, petting my face. I wish we could still talk while you're like this, but that would be kind of weird. She muses. I chuff again, and she laughs. What I wish I could tell her is that we don't need to communicate to enjoy each other's company. We stay there for a long time, laying in the grass as she talks quietly to me, always running her hands over my fur absently. Eventually she stops stalking and just leans against me. She watches me carefully, a small smile on her face like 𝐶𝐻 once somehow. Her eyes start to flutter, and I know that I've exhausted her. 𝐶𝐻, ready to fall asleep right here in the bed of fur, makes a cocoon of warmth around her. As happy as I am with the idea of her sleeping in the safety of my paws. It's about to rain. I flick my gaze up the sky. Any minute now it will be pouring. I decide to shift back and take Hendrix to our home where she can get the rest that she needs. She hardly moves when I lift her into my arms, starting for the house completely barefoot as I always am. Hendrix makes a small noise, burrowing further into my chest as she sighs. Even in sleep she knows I'll watch over her. I just wish that she trusted that natural instinct when she's awake instead of making it clear that she no longer has faith in me. I suppose I deserve it, but I'll spend the rest of our lives trying to make up for it. For to 𝐴𝐸 you have my heart, 𝐶𝐸 POV. I head for my meeting with a tight-gripped fist, my knuckles turning white, ready to beat anyone into submission just because I'm annoyed. And pissed. I'm always pissed when I have to be separated from my mate. It's hard to control myself when Hendrix isn't near. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷 Confronting for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐸. This time is different though. I won't be gone long, and I'm here to make sure that her near-death situation is resolved, and that the CPO pays for what they've done. I won't even till it's ensured. I'm here alone. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸 wouldn't leave his pregnant mate. and I already made Ezra leave his mate to come with me to Virginia. Then there's Savannah. Thankfully she offered to stay and take care of Hendrix while I'm gone. It's only a two-day trip. He'll get in and get out. Then he'll be back home like nothing even happened. At least, that's what I hope will happen. You can never tell with these things. They're too unpredictable. I never would have guessed that I would ever have to deal with something like this. CPO agent sent to kill my mate. An operation that knew about the possibility of a human-like conception. It just sounds like some massive conspiracy theory. A few meetings here at the guard base. Then I'm free of this drama and this hatred I feel boiling underneath. Alpha Vela, you made it. A male voice interrupts my thoughts, and a lycan stands in the doorway of the conference room up ahead. I narrow my eyes at him. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐻𝐿, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And how he knows me. I try my best to remain inconspicuous, but it never seems to work. The scars are obvious, even with my sunglasses. I clutch them at the top of my head. He holds out his hand for me to shake, which I take firmly, testing his strength. He shakes it, smiling grimly at me like he knows it's not the most pleasant circumstances to be meeting. He would be right about that. I'm still killing mad. This is about my mate, and all the other humans that they were protecting. It's not exactly going to be a good time. Councilman Shepard. He introduces, and I see him through new eyes. 𝐻𝐸 fully matured, but very young-looking, and fresh-faced. He seems inexperienced to be a councilman. 𝐊𝐲𝐿𝐻𝐼𝐸's replacement. The past Lycan Council member has been arrested because of his ties to the Red Alpha. He never told anyone that it was his daughter the whole time, or that 𝐻𝐸 is the one that drove her to her insanity. He killed her mate, causing her to drop off the deep end for good. The killing of a Lycan's mate is a felony in our world for that very reason. Luckily, the Red Alpha, otherwise known as 𝐾𝐞𝐽, was fully matured when her mate was brutally murdered. If she'd shifted before she met her mate, it would have been a whole different story. That's why it's so dangerous for me to have a mate. If I die, Hendrix's body wouldn't be able to handle it. She would soon follow me. If my sweet mate died, it would take an army to stop me from slaughtering millions. Let's get started. Councilman Shepard invites me in, and I take a peek at my wristwatch, realizing I'm already 5 minutes late. No wonder he was waiting impatiently outside the door. These people are nothing if not proper. It bugs me. There are quite a few people in the room, already sitting. Most of them I don't know and don't care about. I've never seen them before. But it doesn't matter. I won't be here long anyway. No need to become acquainted. I'm not here for a meet and greet. Please. Shepard motions toward an empty chair with an open arm, wiping at his forehead with the other hand to rid it of nervous while he takes his own seat. I oblige, sliding smoothly into the leather and drumming my fingertips across the black tabletop impatiently. Everyone eyes me warily, and I glare back at anyone who tries me. Councilwoman Aditya smiles at me, a familiar face in a sea of fearful glances. A female clears her throat, and I look up at her. I recognize her. She's from the CPO. I don't know what district, but I already don't like her by the way she stares at me with evil eyes. I really don't see why you're even considering closing us down. We didn't do anything wrong. Councilman, you have to understand. Shepard holds up a single finger, going from stress to direct in a second. The CPO is controlled by the council and funded by the guard. The way she speaks to him is childish and disrespectful. His motion shuts her up quickly. You are head of the Child Rehoming Committee. Miss Vast is. Clearly, you knew about what they were doing to the human women. I say women because I'm sure there were many more than Alpha Veila's mate. Weren't there? And her fake sweet disposition shifts into something more sinister. Her face is twisted in a glare, and she huffs like she doesn't have time to explain her crimes. There were a couple. Yes, but you don't understand. Humans are worthless. A couple of them being killed to preserve our species. Our pets. It's no sin. No one will miss them. She makes the mistake of letting those words out in front of me. and am out of my chair and snarling before she can take them back. She gasps, having the nerve to put a hand out as if it could possibly stop me. Now. Calm down. We have this under control. The council has already made its decision. A female speaks up. She's clearly a goblin with her curled fingers and ears. A superior look shot at the sepia woman. Miss Vastas pales, a flicker of hope in her eyes. She opens her mouth, but Shepard speaks before she can ask. Well, let you know as soon as we get everything we want to know. He pauses, flipping open a folder and scrolling his eyes down the information typed before him. Is it true that you had permission, at some point, from a council member? Or was that forged? She gulps, nodding her head. We had permission. Before. We did it without any approval, which was risky. We knew what we were doing was right, but that not everyone would understand how ethnological our operations were. But someone found out. Someone leaked it to a councilman, and he came straight to my office. I was scared he would be angry and put a stop to us, but he didn't. He was glad with the idea. He even asked for a favor in return of his stamp of approval. My stomach sinks, and I think I know what and who exactly she's talking about. I can only hope that I'm not right. Oh please, Moon Goddess, let me be wrong. And whom, may I ask, was that? He continues. Why, Councilman Cole, of course. I cringe, looking down and sighing. I was right after all. What favor did he want in return? I demand. The female dares to look put off by my question, as if I don't have the right to ask her. I am your king. I may not be ruling anymore, but I can take back my rightful throne as soon as I want. That's part of the god system, part of the law I wrote. You want to know why? Because I built this government, and I can take it away, just as easy as I can take away your pathetic life. So do you feel more like talking now? She's shaking, putting arms around herself and nodding her head reluctantly. Every eye in the room is on me. I couldn't care less. He had a bastard child with some human woman. He wanted the pup taken, as we do in that situation. He didn't want to keep the kid, but he wanted to be the one to kill her. So, we let him. She shrugs, as if the poor woman's life meant nothing to them. It's because it didn't. They think because human lives are more fragile and shorter that they mean less than ours. I used to agree with that, and more fool me for it. The moon goddess obviously decided to prove me wrong in the best way possible. She gave me Hendrix. I think of Ezra, and my heart breaks. When he finds out. Damn it. When he finds out. Cole deserves to rot where he is. 𝐿𝐤 has been sentenced to the most high-security supernatural prison there is. Morton Allen. It's hard to get in for a visit there, but I might be able to pull a few strings just to get some closure for him. And vengeance. It's his right to hurt the male that killed his mother. Damn. Councilman Shepard sighs, and I don't blame him. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐤𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Those poor women, so defenseless, just like Hendrix, having their babies taken away and their lives ended. It's not right. It's just evil. So, what has the council decided? She presses reluctantly, her voice nervous and trembling. Shepard glances at 𝐿𝐤 the vampire. She clears her throat, taking over. We will be investigating your branch, and you will be terminated and put on trial for treason. We will find anyone involved in your scheme and bring them to justice. All children in your custody will be turned over to us. She takes a deep breath, glancing at me, and then back to Miss Vastas. The CPO will hereby be shut down until further notice. Clearly, we have some work to do to make sure we're running a morally sound operation. Vastas had gone mostly quiet, but gasps at the last revelation, along with a few others who are on her team. They've all been silent until now. They yell their objections. They're furious. One idiot stands, slamming a hand on the table in outrage and glaring at Shepard and 𝐿𝐤. This isn't fair. The vampire earl stands as well, What's not fair is the way you treated those poor females. She looks to the door seconds before it opens. A flock of guard soldiers marching in. All 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬 has to do is nod her head towards them, and they take them away. Several fight, kicking out and trying to get away from the highly trained officers, and failing miserably. Some cry, some even sob. Others are begging for their release. They're carried away, screeching profanities and cursing our names as they're brought to somewhere where justice will be served. Justice that's long overdue. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬, I say simply. She turns to me with raised eyebrows. She's in the middle of packing up her things after everyone has been dismissed. Was that not sufficient for you? 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐳 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐃𝐥𝐄𝐬𝐵 enthusiasm. Cocking her head in amusement, I shake my head, leaning closer to her as many council members stand to leave. The meeting is over, and people have places to be. This trying is insane. The CPO being closed for any amount of time. They've been operating for over 2 years. I'm sure everyone has something to do as they scramble. I need information on the favor that Cole asked for. The lycan pup he has with a human woman. It's my gamma. Cole is his father, and we had limited knowledge on his mother. But I put 2 and 2 together. I trail off, letting her figure it out for herself. Her smile sags. She puts her hands on her hips. They'll see what I can dig up for you. But you owe me one, 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬 says, and am immediately taking her hand to shake it yes. I insist. It'll be indented for you. Please. He needs it. They'll see what I can do. 49 miles away, Hendrix POV. I swear. Triz, Sandra, if you give me plus for one more time, I will slap you in the face. Stacy warns, eyeing the girl beside her with fury and a stare of deadly determination. Triz and returns up the corners of her lips, running her eyes over her no cards mischievously. As soon as she puts down her card, everyone bursts into laughter. Another +4. Stacy stands, lifting a hand and tries to hit her, but Savannah catches her wrist, glaring at her. I wouldn't recommend that, she murmurs, raising her eyebrows. Stacy realizes it's a bad idea, and immediately backs down. She sits in her chair, completely defeated as she grabs for freshener cards from the deck. 𝐴𝐤𝐳𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐾𝐥𝐄𝐬𝐵 enthusiasm. It would be suicidal if Stacy hit Tressa. If our YK comes to pick her up and finds a single bruise, he'll freak out. Stacy would definitely be in trouble. Yeah. None of us want to see Reeve fight off our YK when he tries to kill you. �KELP muses through fits of laughter. My side is starting to cramp from how much we've been laughing. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐾𝐥𝐄𝐬𝐵 enthusiasm. The non-pregnant people get to drink alcohol, while Trez, Sandra, and I miss out. Not that I really mind all that much. I find I lose control when it touches my lips. We've been playing a no for literal hours. Just us girls. 𝐾𝐥𝐿, Miranda, Trez, Sandra, and even Savannah, oddly enough. She makes the excuse that she's merely keeping an eye on me like she promised Cedric she would. But I have my sneaking suspicions. She wants to play. And I know it. Savannah is very competitive. She's already won 3 rounds. And Stacy is a sore loser. In never going to win. We should team up to take down the damn beta. She's kicking our asses with her eyes closed. Stacy complains, throwing a hand dramatically over her face. A face that's decorated with hearts drawn out of pink eyeliner. Savannah replies by growing an evil smile. The round continues with more craziness, and I find myself starting to relax just a little bit. With Cedric gone, I get antsy and on edge. I don't feel very safe, or secure. He assured me he would be back as soon as he could. It worries me what this all could mean for us. Apparently, it's completely unheard of to just kill humans and take their babies. And it's the same with the fact that humans can make lycan babies. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐿𝐬 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐸. Like unpups. I've been corrected a time or two by Savannah. What if I have to be a witness at some trial? Or what if Cedric goes to the guard and they agree with what Jameson was hired to do? Will they come to get me? I bite my nails at the thought. The mere idea stressing me out without my mate here to comfort me. He always knows just how to calm me down. After a few more circles around the table, taking our turns with placing our cards, Savannah ultimately yet again. When she puts down her last card, Stacy drowns her sorrows in cookies and more beer. I almost feel bad for being amused. Defeated again. I should bring risk next time I come over. Then we'll see who's laughing. Stacy insists. And Savannah just smirks, leaning back in her chair. I'm pretty good at that one too. Let's just say, I have an affinity for board games. Last time I checked, a no doesn't involve a board. I joke, taking a bite of my cookie, and everyone laughs. Technicalities aside, it's obvious that Savannah is good at games. It doesn't mean that we can't have game night. It just means we all have something to learn if we actually want to win. But winning isn't everything. I don't mind losing. I just like having fun with my friends. As cheesy as it sounds. I'm so happy here. Being with everyone. They're all so great. Even Savannah is growing on me. I still can't get over the fact that they're supposed to answer to me as Luna. I'm the most fragile person at the table. But I'm in charge. It's ridiculous. And something I'll never get used to. No matter how much time passes. I'm sure I'll still feel a little underneath it all. One more game. How about it? 𝐶𝐜 offers, and everyone cheers except for Savannah, who gives a disapproving shake of her head. Everyone moans in disappointment. It's time for our Luna to go to bed. She needs her rest. I feel like pouting, and demanding that I'm not a child. But I know she's right. I'm tired, and I haven't even done very much today besides sit around. So our fun night ends. And of course 𝐸𝐸 makes me sit back down when I try to get up and help everyone clean the table. I grumble, because no one lets me do anything anymore. I glare down at my belly playfully, knowing it's the reason for it. 𝐿𝐢 doesn't mind being a pregnant person. She doesn't have any trouble with getting out of breath, or getting dizzy, and she doesn't even mind being banished from doing anything. She stretches, letting everyone do the work while she lazily rubs her extended stomach that's much more obvious with the tights where she wears. It would seem she's content, and that she's accepted her job to sit and rest without argument. It's not that I don't feel tired. I really want to rest. But I don't want to be useless either. It's ingrained in me to be polite. It's the southern in me. There's a knock at the door, and 𝐿𝐢 just lights up. 𝐶𝐜 is busy cleaning up the cards while everyone else is in the kitchen washing the dishes. So I just yell for whoever it is to come on, and since this is my house, and I'm apparently not even allowed to get up, it's merely seconds before 𝐊𝐢𝐳 walks in, taking up all the space with his presence and enormous shoulders. Even with 𝐿𝐢 and I in the room, Achias unashamed as he goes to 𝐿𝑢's side and kneels by her chair. His hand goes to her belly bump, and the other delves into her hair, his fingers entangling in the sunshine strands. And how is my sweet mate? 𝐊𝐢𝐳 whispers, so gentle and loving when it comes to just her. It just makes me nauseous, because I miss Cedric. How did I stand 5 months of this separation? Everyone was right. The mate bond really is powerful. I look away, but quickly have to look back up when 𝐊𝐢𝐳 addresses me of all people. Luna. He bows his head to me in respect. I don't know what to do with myself when that happens. People around here tend to do that sometimes. It's always awkward. I just wish people would treat me normally. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 holds her hand as they leave, waving silently while he leads 𝐿𝐢 and her outside. Eventually, 𝐶𝐜 has to say goodbye as well when Ezra comes to get her too. Stacy literally jumps on Reed and wraps her legs around his waist when he comes in, and I can see the amount of love he has for her. It takes someone special to put up with Stacy. I should know. Eventually everyone is gone as the men have collected their women. Even Miranda says farewell as she walks away into the dark by herself. It's just me and my babysitter now. I finally get up and walk into the kitchen, wondering where she went. A slight breeze comes from the front door, and I follow the sound of her voice. Savin is standing on the front porch, leaning against the banister, a cell phone pressed to her ear as she murmurs into it. I haven't checked on him in a while. When are they coming to pick him up? He shouldn't be here, especially with her around. I don't know who she's talking about, but I have a feeling I know who she's talking to. The longer 𝐻ES here, the longer I have to put up with trying to make 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐾 calm down. 𝐻E is so damn paranoid. She muses, but you can tell she's being genuine underneath. I put two and two together, realizing she's talking about Jameson. 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐾 hates Jameson. Suddenly, Savannah turns, spotting me before I even make it through the front door. She offers me a small smile of understanding. She wants to talk to you, she says simply, and comes forward to hand me the phone. I gladly take it, staying on the porch as she heads inside. I wait for her to disappear before I look at the phone, anxious to talk to the man on the other end. I bring it to my ear, sighing as I wait impatiently to just hear his voice again. Hey. Walking across the creaky wood under me, heading for the bench swing across the porch. Hey B, how are you holding up? Cedric asks, and I shrug even though he can't see me. I swing softly on the swing, happy that the cold night doesn't affect me much since I'm pregnant. I'm always so overheated because of this baby. This chilly weather feels oddly nice. I'm alright. Missing you, I mumble lamely, and he gives a husky chuckle under his breath. I miss you too. So much. You have no idea how much I want to see you. He sounds stressed. I hate to do that to him. I feel like this is my fault that he has to deal with this. Isn't it bad enough that I almost got killed by someone I trusted? Now this whole thing has taken my mate away from me too. After I've been silent a while, Cedric sighs. It will be fine, Hendrix. I'll be back soon, and this will all be over. He assures me, but I don't think it will ever be over. Not really. This whole separation has reminded me that I need you more than you need me. I'm miserable without you. I laugh and shake my head. 𝐻E is so stupid. I don't know if 𝐻E is serious or not. What happened to me being a weak human? I ask lie, and he chuckles. You're still that. But you're strong too. So strong. And I'm so proud of you. You've handled this, all of this, with so much strength and grace. No other human or lycan could do what you've done. I'm humbled by his rant, but I don't really know what to say. I can't believe he thinks that of me. Thank you. It's what I settle for. You're welcome. I can't wait to get back. It's so boring here. Meetings and assholes. You would hate it. That does sound pretty sucky. I hope it's going well. I wonder, and Cedric is quick to agree. As well as I would have hoped. We're both quiet for a second, and then I speak up. Is someone coming to take Jameson away? And my mate pauses. I can picture him shaking his head. You heard that, did you? He treads carefully, like a ticking time bomb that it'll explode any second. I don't really know how I should feel about it. On one hand, I can't see past old Jameson who I trusted and cared about. To my 𝐻ES 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐾, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐀𝐥𝐃 enthusiasm. I know that 𝐻E is not a good person. He was going to kill me. To my 𝐻ES 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐾, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐀𝐥𝐃 enthusiasm. He deserves any punishment he gets. I know that you're worried about my feelings, and I appreciate it, but you'll feel more safe when 𝐻E is gone. I admit, because it's true, Jameson's presence alone unnerves me. I feel similarly to 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐾. I don't like knowing Jameson is around. Don't worry. He can't get to you. 𝐻E is locked up tight. A little bit of tension in his voice. Now I've made him tenor protective. Great. Before I can reply, Savannah pops her head out of the door to give me a check. Rubbing my belly and going to stand up, she quickly makes it to my side, helping me out of the swing with firm but gentle hands, leading me back into the house. I have to go. My babysitter says it's my bedtime. I joke, but there's a bit of truth to how much I detest being watched over like a kid. It makes sense, but I don't exactly love it. I know 𝐊𝐢 taking care of me, and I am tired after all. Every step feels like a marathon. Savannah playfully rolls her eyes, and 𝐶edric laughs in my ear. It's only been a day and a half, and I already miss him. He'll be home tomorrow night or the next day, but it seems like a world away. Time slows when 𝐊𝐢 is gone. Well, I hope you sleep well, and he'll be back before you know it. Tell Savannah to take good care of you. I love you. And I actually want to burst into tears having to say goodbye. I wish I had my own phone so I'd call him whenever I want, but we haven't had the chance to get me one yet. My old one didn't have any signal when I got here. I have to get a new provider. If I had my own phone, it probably wouldn't be a great thing anyway. I would be calling 𝐶edric every time I think about him. Love you too. Stay safe. And he agrees. I hand the phone over to Savannah. She ends the call and sends me upstairs. I'm not surprised when she follows me. She's been helping me prepare for bed. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐼 𝐬𝐻𝐼, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I thought it was weird, but I do have trouble changing my clothes sometimes. I don't want to admit I need her help, but I do. Every day seems to make my condition worse. It's hard to do anything without having to stop to catch my breath or to steady myself on a piece of furniture. When I complained about having Savannah help me, she informed me that for centuries royal women would have their ladies' maids do everything for them, and I only need her because I'm pregnant and 𝐶edric isn't here to do it for me. It's not like she's seeing me naked. I have a feeling that even if I was pregnant, she would still follow me up here and make sure I was safe. 𝐶edric explained it's only natural for his pack to take care of me, especially his beta, gamma, and delta. The fact that I'm human only makes the protective instinct stronger, smoothing my nightgown over myself. I quickly brush my teeth while Savannah stands in the doorway patiently. I waddle over to the bed, and she pulls the covers back, literally tucking me into the sweet haven that is my bed. 𝐶edric has a huge bed to fit his enormous frame. Not everyone can say that their feet hang off of a king-sized bed, but he can. He had it custom-made. I feel so tiny since I'm swallowed up in the huge bed, but it's unbelievably cozy. My mate has good taste. I could live in this bed. You need anything? Savannah asks, clicking off the bedside lamp before looking down at me through the moonlight that slants through the window. I almost don't say anything, but then when she starts to turn away, I reluctantly speak up. I hate to bother her, but this is important. Savannah, I say quietly. She turns, raising her eyebrows expectantly. I almost back down. Why do you help me? Well, I thought you didn't like me. I admit, because I need to know why. 𝐶edric tries to convince me she likes me, but when we first met, she looked at me with so much disdain. Now, she's so maternal and kind that I can't seem to figure it out. She walks back to the bed, her slim body a thing of envy in my current state. 𝐶edric tells me I'm beautiful every day, but it's hard to believe him. Savannah sits down on the edge of the mattress, gazing at me with those strange eyes. The pupils are the color of fresh buttermilk. It's the oddest thing, but so beautiful against her taunt skin. I'm sorry about the way I treated you before, but you have to understand it was hard for me to accept that 𝐶edric found you. I've been in love with him since I met him. Her words shock me into silence. I can't believe she just said that. She's been in love with 𝐶edric for over 100 years, and he chose me. It seems impossible. These lycans and werewolves have a moon goddess, and she picked me to be tied to him. I'm grateful, but it's still hard for me to understand. Savannah seems good enough for him, strong enough to carry his baby, experienced enough to run his pack, beautiful enough to be a queen. If you love him, then why don't you hate me? Why do you help me? Take care of me. I don't get it. Needing to get to the bottom of this. If I'm going to live for the rest of forever, I need to understand her. 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐬 and in command. Because I love him. And he loves you. You are the most important thing to him. And I only want him to be happy, no matter how much it hurts. Savannah explains. She smiles, but her eyes are so sad. My heart melts for her. It can't be easy to watch someone you love while they love somebody else. I don't know what I would do, but I definitely wouldn't feel very kind to the woman who was in the place I wanted to be. I almost want to be mad at Savannah for the way she wants Cedric. But I can't. I just feel sorry for her. If I had any thought that my relationship with my mate was at risk with her being around, maybe I would have my claws out. However, Cedric has assured me you only get one mate, and he'll only ever want me. I have no reason to be scared anymore. He won't leave me, at least, not for another woman, and you are my Luna, as little as you are. I will always protect you, she admits, shrugging her shoulders like it's no big deal. I nod, only because I'm tired of talking about my protection. It's getting old. I truly am. I wish I didn't love Cedric the way I do, and I'm trying to get over him. It's just that sometimes you can't control who you love, no matter how hard you try. She murmurs, and hearing that pain in her voice, it destroys me. I know that I'm part of the source of that pain, and I'm starting to care about her, especially after seeing her good side, her kind side, her vulnerable side. Pulling the covers up to my chin, I snuggle in as my exhaustion sets in. I can't hardly keep my eyes open. You'll find your mate. I'm sure he'll be perfect for you. I comfort her, and through my bleary eyes I see her smile. I've seen her smile before, but not like this. It's a genuine, happy smile brimming with surprise. Thank you. I hope you're right. It's not long before I fade into a dark, dreamless sleep, getting the rest I need to fight my daily battle of carrying one of these beautiful monsters. 50 picture of my past Cedric POV. A relief like any other floods me when I pull into packed grounds onto wheels. The gate swings open. The road takes me closer and closer to the love of my life and the center of our safety. I hated every moment spent away from her. It was pure torture. I'm sure she was fine, but I wasn't. I need her more than she ever needed me. And I'm slowly realizing that, since finding out she's pregnant, I can't stand to be far away. It's hard to stop myself from considering what would happen if she went into labor while I was gone. What if I wasn't able to get back in time? What if something happened to her? I pull up to the house, parking my motorcycle and climbing off in a hurry. I take the stairs 3 at a time up to the house, swinging open the front door and practically slamming it shut. Impatient to get to her. She's in this house, so close yet so far away. What I'm greeted with is 𝐾𝐞𝐲 coming down the hallway. She walks towards the door, her eyes widening when she spots me standing in the entryway. Savannah said it's all right that I stay behind to watch Hendrix. I hope that's okay. I nod, too tired to argue. It's Savannah's fault anyway, not hers. I just preferred one of my lycans in command to be here. Usually has an issue with it, but I just want to see her. I don't even care right now. Looking anxiously at the stairs where my mate is, I'm starved of seeing her. If I have to wait even another minute I might break something. 𝐾𝐞𝐲 pulls her purse high onto her shoulder, smiling at me like she knows my predicament. So it's all right if I go ahead and leave. She wonders, and I nod, hardly even listening to her. She laughs. You're lucky. She's a great girl. You deserve her. 𝐾𝐞𝐲 tries to walk out the front door, but I step in front of her, remembering that I need to ask her something. This isn't going to be easy. I need to talk to Ezra. Can you send him over to my office as soon as you get home? And her eyebrows furrow while she stops in the doorway to look back at me. I can tell she wants to ask me what's wrong. She's very perceptive and knows that something isn't right, but she knows it's not my place to tell. Ezra will soon share it with her, and she will help carry the burden and comfort him. It's just the way mates are. They help each other from the darkest things. She agrees, leaving the house quickly and leaving me in silence. I decide to bring my luggage up to my room and to check on my mate. I don't know if she's asleep, and I don't know if I want her to be or not. On one hand, I'd love to talk to her, but I need to get dressed and meet Ezra as soon as possible. If Hendrix is awake, I may never get around to leaving. I just want to talk to her for hours. Thankfully, she's fast asleep. I watch her as I grab some fresh clothes from the dresser. Her side rises and falls evenly, her eyes and lips twitching as she dreams of only goddess knows what. I pull on a new shirt, irritated with the one I've been wearing of a day through travel. I had to take a plane to Merrill and to go to all the necessary meetings at the guard base. Airports are crowded and filled with annoying people, and so large that I need first class just to be able to fit my legs in the seat space. And even walking through the aisle is a struggle since I have to bend my neck at ridiculous angles to make it work. As soon as I saw my motorcycle parked in the parking lot, I knew I was home free. My bike represents my freedom. No more human crowded travel. Walking over to the bed, I sigh as I shrug a new jacket over my shoulders. I recall a flight attendant woman trying to flirt with me by brushing a hand against my leather jacket. I immediately took it off and shoved it in my carry-on. I can't stand the scent of another female being on me at all. It makes me sick to my stomach. I bend down to my knees, leaning over Hendrix and brushing my fingers over her hair. Her scent is the only one I want. I crave it. Kissing her forehead, I just look at her for a few seconds. Then I stand back up and force myself to walk away so I can get this over with. I need to tell Ezra the truth. He deserves to know. I know he played it off like he doesn't need it, but I know that it will at least give him some closure. I'm thankful that Aditya was kind enough to help me out with the files. I grab the papers from my bag before slipping out of the house into the cold night. Despite the weather warming up, the nights are still brisk throughout the summer months. It's a quick trip to my office. It's in a little building with 3 other officers from my team. They each get their own space to do what they need. Ezra and Savannah use theirs often, but 𝐊𝐤 is not interested in being locked up inside. He says he craves the outdoors. I don't blame him. Not many lycans like to be crammed behind a desk at our size. It's not very comfortable. The night is dark, aside from the bright stars above. I trudge forward, not wasting a second of time. I walk into the office and stomp off my boots. The grass outside is still damp from the melted snow that flows down from the mountains, not to mention the rainy weather that's been plaguing us. Though the building is quiet, appearances can be deceiving. I know Ezra is already here. I can smell him right when I open the door. 𝐊𝐤 is sitting in my office, looking relaxed in a leather chair across from my desk. But I know otherwise. He may seem collected, but his scent tells a different story. 𝐊𝐤 is agitated. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐤 𝐊𝐤, thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. We've spoken already about his mother before. He'd gotten a picture from the CPO. They said it was all they had on her. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐤 𝐊𝐤, thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Ezra already knows that Cole killed his mother. We never knew why, or who she even was. Now I do, and the background story isn't pretty. I'm not sure how he'll react to this. I've actually come to care about Ezra, and I don't want him hurt. What is it? Before I even land in my chair, I finally sit, observing him carefully as I lift the folder to the table and slip it open, my eyes wandering the pages and pursing my lips. I don't know where to start, or how to word it. I look back up at my gamma. His yellow eyes are restless, and he won't look away from me. I think you know what this is about, I guess, and his eyebrows furrow in question. My mother, he clarifies, and I nod grimly, pulling out a page with all her information. I scroll through the lines of information like I did countless times on the plane home. I know this information forwards and backwards. Her name was Ruby Townsend. She was from San Francisco, And she was only 22 years old when she gave birth to you. She was a human, I say slowly, trying to lessen the blow. He sinks down into his chair, running a hand over his face as he sobers up completely. These are the words 𝐻𝐸 has been waiting to hear his whole life. He thought his mother dumped him in a garbage can when he was a toddler. It's what 𝐻𝐸 has been told all through his childhood. Ezra murmurs the word human before slamming a hand down on the wooden arm of the chair. It cracks from the pressure. I can see the pain in his eyes. 𝐻𝐸 is putting the pieces together. His mother was human. She was killed because of having him. She was purely defenseless. There was no way she could have put up a fight. Ruby's demise only reminds me of what could have happened to Hendrix. The CPO has been doing this for years, but they won't even be able to attempt it again. So Cole, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He knew. It says on file that he found out she had you, and figured out the secret. He put it together, figured out how the CPO got all the lycan children. He asked for their help to extract you. In return, he asked to be the one to kill your mother. I can see Ezra's heart breaking right in front of me, resistant to continue. However, my gamma is insistent. What else? Do you know? And I oblige despite my hesitancy. 𝐻𝐸, a grown male. He knows the line between what he can take and what he shouldn't here for his own sanity. Well, Ruby had already moved to upstate California, because at the time it was considered shameful in the human community to have a child out of wedlock, and she didn't want her family to know. It was obvious to the detectives assigned to her that she knew you were different, and she went to great lengths to ensure your safety. She knew they were tailing her, and she ran. They even tried to attack once, and she somehow got away. It was months before they found you both again. And well, you know what happened. Ezra runs a hand through his red hair, a hopeless expression painted across his face while he desperately tries to soak in the information. I can't imagine how hard it must be to hear the story behind his mother. My 𝐴𝐻𝐸 was also killed years ago. Back in Ireland, she didn't live long enough to see me become a fully matured lycan. When she was killed, it drove Father mad. I subconsciously touched the scars on my face. It always confused me. How could my own father could hurt me? He clawed my features in anger and looked at me without recognition in his half-shifted eyes. It was right after she was killed. He just snapped as soon as my mother's soul left her body. Now I know why. If something happened to Hendrix, I wouldn't be the same. I wish I could have done something. Anything to protect her. Anguish coloring his words. Shaking my head and leaning back into my chair as his words bring me back to the present. You were a child. You can't blame yourself. Ezra's eyes are filling with tears as it starts to sink in. He opens his mouth and then closes it, deciding what to say. I could have done something. Anything. I shouldn't have hidden when she told me to. I should have gone with her. He whispers, and I'm not sure what 𝐻𝐸's talking about, but it's clear he has some memories of her. She was just a human girl, like Hendrix, so powerless and innocent, and she loved me. She tried to protect me. He killed her. Goddess, why does this world have to be so cruel? Ezra groans, a single tear dripping down his face. I don't judge the tears. They're understandable. 𝐻𝐸 is being vulnerable in front of his alpha. There's nothing wrong with that. I realize how opposite our parental situation is. His father killed his mother. My father tried to kill me when his enemies slaughtered my mother. I have no idea how to relate to this. We sit here in silence for a while, and he sniffles, trying to pull himself together. It can't be an easy thing to hear. I imagine this will take a while for him to get through. I finally continue, letting him know what he can do to find peace. Cole is locked up in Norton Malum. I have connections. You can pay him a visit. Just say the word. I say slowly, letting him put together the pieces of what exactly this opportunity means. I hope he beats the shit out of that bastard, like Ezra. I compare Ruby's death to Hendrix. Their similar situation haunts me. Just a deathly reminder of what could have happened to my mate. I want Cole to pay for killing that innocent girl, for taking a caring mother away from her child. Ezra nods, brusquely standing and then looking at me like he doesn't quite know what to do. I doubt H.E. has ever felt like this before. His life is complicated, and H.E. has been raised to push down emotion. This is new for him. I guess I'll have to instruct him. Go to your mate. Tell her what happened. Find comfort in her presence. You need a break. Don't worry about work. Take all the time you need. I instruct him, and he nods, peace filling his eyes as he thinks of his mate. 𝐾𝐤 knows how to take care of Ezra, and 𝐊𝐲 is lucky to have her in his life. Mates bring us peace. 𝐊𝐲𝐾 is the best example of that. He was a mass murderer until 𝐊𝐲 came along and fixed him. Speaking of mates, I better get home to mine. Anxious to see her again and hold her in my arms. Every day she grows bigger with our child. I have to be by her side. She could pop any second. Ezra reaches out his hand, and I shake it as I stand up, meeting his eyes. Thank you. Genuinely thankful. I nodded him. I'm happy to help. We go our separate ways, going to the haven we found in our mates. No matter how traumatic the past has been to us, there's no better comfort than a mate. The moon goddess blesses us. There's no better way to thank our goddess than to enjoy our gifts and take care of them, never taking them for granted. I don't mind, because it's all I want to do. Hendrix is my reason for living. I'm thankful to have found her, because she came to me just in time. 51 𝐊𝐢𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐬. I'm so happy. I never thought I could possibly be this happy. That's how happy I am. I can't stop myself from accidentally touching and bumping into Cedric as we decorate the nursery. Every little brush of skin keeps me flirty and filled to the brim with joy. You could say I'm glowing with my pregnancy. He keeps grinning too, admiring me every now and again while he works. A typical man. He insists on doing all the heavy lifting. Not I mind. I'm not in any shape to be doing those types of things. I gladly let my mate hang things on the wall and carry the crib parts up the stairs. I admire the vintage metal crib and my mate's backside. I can't help it. 𝐻𝐸 wearing low jeans around his hips and a tight black shirt that matches his raven hair. Every move he makes draws my gaze. Why am I so horny? I'm pregnant. Mission accomplished. Uterus. You can stop it now, I whisper under my breath. And Cedric's head swivels. What was that? Baby. He wonders innocently. And my face goes bright red. He heard that. Of course he did. 𝐻𝐸's a freak. He can hear everything. I need to get used to these lycans and their special abilities. Oh, nothing. I brush it off casually, turning back to the crib and adjusting the quilt on the edge of the bars with fussy fingers. I have nothing else better to do while Cedric works. I look around and can honestly say that I'm proud of the room. It's filled with neutral colors. Number 1 is because I like them, and number 2 is because we don't know the gender yet. I've always thought gendered colors was a stupid idea anyway. Who says blue is for boys and girls have to like pink? They're literally just colors. But I love the nursery. There are stuffed animals and cute little books, a comfy rocking chair, soft baby clothes. I'm so excited I can hardly wait for this baby to be out just so he or she can occupy the home I've rebuilt for them. I know I'm towards the end of my pregnancy, but how close I am to delivering is still a mystery. The doctor says I'd likely have 2 weeks left, which means I might be 19 before I have our pup. I feel like it could be any day. I'm fixing to pop. Cedric is suddenly beside me. His heavy arm drapes over my shoulders as he admires his handiwork around the room. He hung a big mirror on the wall above the changing table. I turn into him, looking up at him. A content smile is on his handsome, scarred face. He won't stop talking about how excited he is for a baby to arrive. It's so adorable. 𝐖𝐸's ready to be a father. 𝐖𝐸's taking such good care of me too. I don't deserve him, but I'm thankful that 𝐻𝐸's in my life. I love him more than anything. I know that there's nothing I wouldn't do for him. After all we've been through, I can't honestly say that I'm learning to trust again. Throughout my life I've found that sometimes I'm too quick to trust the wrong people, and slow to learn to rely on those that are best for me. What do you think? Cedric asks, wanting my approval of his job well done. He made sure that we have everything we need for the baby, and then some. My mate made sure that I have everything I could ever ask for. We're very prepared physically, but I'm not so sure about the mental aspect quite yet. It looks great. You did an amazing job. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐧 𝐂𝐤𝐳𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐧. I assure him, and he beams, glancing around the room with eyes that light up when they land on the various decorations. I can't wait for the baby to be here. He reminds me, and I nod, smiling in return. 𝐊𝐳𝐳 said that only 1,000,000 times. Yeah, me too. I hope it's soon. I don't know how much more pregnancy I can take at this rate. I point out the obvious, leaning back and rubbing my extended belly. Cedric knows how hard it's been on me to carry around this kid. My back is always in agony, and it's hard to sleep even though I'm always tired. It's madness. In my baby's shelter right now. It must be cozy in there, because it doesn't want to come out quite yet. Cedric eyes me up and down, lingering on my belly, pursing his lips before he opens them to speak. You're not going to be very happy with me, but I have to go back to the guard base for more meetings. So if you could keep our pup in there a little longer, that would be great, he explains reluctantly, his stubble-covered jaw clenching. Utterly spent. I don't want him to leave me again. He just got home a few days ago, and I haven't been able to leave his side since then. Every night I hold on tight to him while he spoons me. I'm so scared that he'll wake up alone again, like when he left me the first time. I don't want to miss a single second of time with him. We've missed so much already, and this baby will change our life. I'm afraid of losing more time. We have a rest forever. I shouldn't be this panicked to spend every second, but I miss him when 𝐊𝐲's not here. There's this deep ache when Cedric's gone. I don't feel safe, and I can't seem to get warm. I'm sorry, baby. I'll be back as soon as I can. Why don't you just take me with you? I blurt before I can stop myself, and he looks down at me with a disapproving face. Two lines form between his caterpillar-sized eyebrows. I say, feeling miles away from him. We agree on a lot, but sometimes we argue over stupid stuff. I just wish he would be more lenient. Please, Cedric, if you're only going to be there for a little while, I might as well tag along. I push, and his mouth twists to the side. His arm pulls me tighter against his side. He doesn't like the idea. 𝐊𝐲's too protective. He told me he likes having me here where an army of lycans can shield me from danger. But I feel better with him. I guess my mate sees how sad I am at the prospect of being separated from him again, so he sighs dramatically. I watch as he pinches the bridge of his nose. You're going to be the death of me. You can come, but you have to let me take care of you without any objections. You hear me? He relents and I jump up and down while I squeal. Which was a good idea. Crap, I whisper, putting a hand on Cedric's chest to steady myself. He grabs me by the shoulders. What is it? Holding me in place as his ruby-red eyes scan every part of my body. Did your water break? Nope. It's not that, I say shakily. He tilts his head to the side, narrowing his eyes at me in scrutiny. What is it? I might have peed a little. Cedric helps me get undressed, turning to the bathtub to run some hot bath water so I can get nice and clean. He takes my spoiled clothes and throws them in the laundry while I wait for the bathtub to fill. I wrap my arms around myself, a little insecure of my stretch marks and larger body. But my mate keeps his eyes on what 𝐊𝐲's doing as he adds bubble bath to the mix. When he does look at me, it's not with lust-filled eyes that seek my most private part, but with love and affection. I blush at his sweet nature. How is he the most powerful being on the planet when 𝐊𝐲's just a big old teddy bear? Even though he was laughing at me for peeing my pants, I can't help but enjoy the teasing. I pretended to be annoyed with him, but what's not funny about a pregnant lady having no control of her bladder? It's kind of hilarious. Plus, I can't be mad at him right now, He agreed to take me to his meetings. Once I sink into the deep, clawfoot tub of hot water, I don't want to get out. The frothy bubbles lap at my achy breasts and to back. I groan in appreciation when Cedric dims the lights in the bathroom. This is perfect. Thank you. 𝐿𝐢𝐳 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I murmur, my eyes fluttering closed, but not before I spot the satisfied smile on his face. Who knew he'd find a man as good as him? I spend my time soaking, relaxing. I scrub myself with the sweet-smelling soap, brush my hair, and shave my armpits. I lift a leg, eyeing it suspiciously and then lifting the razor to eye level. I lean forward to make sure that Cedric isn't hanging around before I even attempt to shave my very hairy legs. Not that it really matters, but I haven't shaved my legs in a month. 'Cause my dark hair. It looks terrible. I know it's just body hair, and it's shortened to matter. But it matters to me. 𝐸𝐳𝐸𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My stomach is literally a roadblock to shave. I can't reach around the baby bump to save my life. Even though the hair is totally normal, I just feel better when it's gone. I wonder if I could just get the right angle. I bite my lip, resting my foot on the edge of the tub and reaching as far as I can. I get all the hair off of my knee and about a quarter way down my calf before I can't go any farther. No matter how hard I stretch, lean, and twist, I can't shave another hair. It's impossible. I'm panting with effort as my whole body trembles with exertion. Stupid pregnancy. Stupid hairy legs. I grumble stupidly, finally leaning back, effectively giving up. I throw the razor into the water with a plop. Having trouble. Cedric's voice startles me, and I splash a little when I sit up. He fills out the entire doorway, leaning on the wood frame as he watches me with a wry expression. I shake my head, acting innocent. No. I shrug, looking back at the bubble-filled basin, silently telling my mate that conversation is over. It doesn't work, because he knows me too well. Come on, what is it? Waltzing into the room on his long sexy legs. Lucky men. They don't have to shave their legs. Cedric kneels beside the bathtub, leaning over me and tucking my hair out of my face. I sigh, because it's not fair. He can get me to tell him anything with that one move. I'm putty in his hands. I want to shave my legs, but I'm too fat. I 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬, and I burst into a fit of hormone-induced tears. I can't get a handle on my emotions as I drown in my sorrow. The sobs won't stop. I don't expect the panic in Cedric's eyes as he tries to figure out how to calm me down. He tries to shush me, and I quiet down a little, but the floodgates have been opened. I can hardly see his handsome face through the torrent of tears assaulting my eyes. I hiccup and sniffle, covering my face in embarrassment. Cedric grabs my wrists and pulls them away so he can see me. Baby, listen. No one cares about a little leg hair. It's harmless. You're still beautiful. He insists, eyebrows furrowed. I sniffle, not quite believing him, but feeling comforted regardless. 𝐸𝐳𝐸𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But it comes out more like a whimper. I'm probably annoying him with how emotional I am. I'm annoying myself. 𝐸𝐳𝐸𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But if it means that much to you, I'll do it, he promises. And my mouth falls open. Cedric, I will not let you shave my gross legs. I insist, leaning away and slipping around on the bottom of the tub as a result. The enormous lycan man responds by chuckling. He shoves his muscular arm into the water, fishing around until he finds what 𝐊𝐲 is looking for. When he holds up the dripping wet razor, I think I might die of embarrassment. He saw me throw it in the water. He was watching me for that long. Come on. I know you want me too. Don't be embarrassed. If you can handle my gruesome scars, then I can take shaving your little legs. I don't correct him. There is nothing dainty about my legs. I want to say no, horrified at having him fulfill every whim for me. I hate all these simple little things forced onto my partner because I'm too helpless to do it myself. But the offer ends up being too tempting to pass up. Oh right, I'm known. And Cedric relaxes with victory, sending shockwaves down my spine when he carefully reaches for my already exposed ankle and pulls it towards him. He grabs a bottle of body wash and carefully smears it across my skin. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐤𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐶m. Every bit of physical contact gets me fuzzy on the inside. Again, I ask myself why I'm so thirsty. I want him to touch me so bad. Cedric carefully runs the blade over my leg, savoring every dip and peak in the curves as he carefully watches what 𝐿𝐤𝐳 doing. I never make a sound. Too fascinated by his gentle movements. He does the other leg, switching over so quickly you would think he does this every day. When the razor becomes to �K𝐜𝐤𝐳, he clears it out by swishing it through the water. I watch the tiny black hairs float around on the surface. I blush, flicking them away with my fingers. It's too bad the bubbles didn't last a little bit longer to hide my shame. Cedric finally finishes, and by the time 𝐿𝐤𝐳 done, I'm so high-strung you could play me like a guitar. I'm hung up on every flex of his muscles. He helps me out of the tub, all but lifting me from under my armpits. I lean on him while he dries me off with a fluffy white towel, and I feel like my skin is on fire. I reach for him, and he lets me grab him by the neck while 𝐿𝐤𝐳 on his knees drying off my legs. Cedric is probably thinking it's an innocent hold, but then I plant my lips on his, bending to his level. Of course he leans into the kiss, but then pulls away when I try to stick my tongue in his mouth. Baby. No, he says softly, but so firm that I want to stomp my foot like a little kid. I know rationally why Cedric won't have sex with me right now. There are two major reasons that stare me down every time I start feeling frisky. First of all, I'm so weak I can hardly stand up by myself, let alone do the nasty. Cardio is not my strong suit right now. And second, Cedric still hasn't marked me. Apparently a lot of supernatural creatures mark their mates with a bite to the neck. It freaks me out a little, but I'm all for it if it's a big part of Cedric's culture and it means that much to him. Who knows? Maybe he'll like it. But 𝐿𝐤𝐳 is not allowed to mark me while I'm still pregnant. I'm first human mate to a shifter, and apparently they don't know what will happen when he sinks his teeth into my neck, and what it could do to the baby. It could very well send me into labor. It only makes sense. Better safe than sorry, I guess. I dry off completely, then I'm throwing on some more pajamas, because that's all I want to wear now, and it's time to go to bed. I go for one of Cedric's shirts that reaches my knees. They're so comfortable, and his smell is like nothing else. As soon as I lay down on the bed, I rock my legs back and forth across the mattress. There's nothing like freshly shaved legs when you're laying in soft sheets. My eyes are already closed, and I can feel my body growing heavier with sleep. I don't move when my mate finally slides into bed beside me, but I'm much warmer when his arms wrap around me. I'm barely even conscious when I feel his mouth press up against my ear. I love you so much. 50 to smile for me, Hendrix POV. I sit rather impatiently in a wooden chair, shifting every now and then as the back digs into my skin. When Cedric saw how uncomfortable the chair looked, he immediately put his leather jacket down on it before I sat down. It was a sweet gesture, but it's practically useless. He has a meeting, and apparently it's pretty long. He said he would try to hurry it along before he left me in the hallway to wait for his return. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐤𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I wanted to weasel my way into the meeting right along with him, but he refused. Apparently they're discussing Jameson's punishment. Cedric doesn't want me there for that, and I understand why. I don't want to be there either. I blow out a breath, looking down at the book in my lap, and easily, another one of Cherry's favorites. The Old Man and the Sea by Ernest Hemingway. It's interesting. but it's hard to get into any book right now. I've plenty of things to worry about, like the way my ribs throb from all the kicking the baby is doing. They all say the baby will come any day now. I'm just wondering how soon that will be. I'm so done waiting. I just want it out of me. Both because I'm excited to hold my bundle of joy, and because I want to feel like myself again. I'll never take my body for granted again. When I feel a light tap on my shoulder, I look up from my book with alarm. I didn't hear anyone approach me. Didn't feel another presence. My eyes searched to no avail before going downward to meet a little boy sitting in the chair next to me. He tilts his head up at me, his mysterious lime green eyes peeking out from under his shaggy, dirty blonde hair. A constellation of freckles covers his face. A natural smile grows on my face at the sight of him. 𝐊𝐲𝐬, a curious sight. I find myself peeking around to see if any adults are around to be watching him. It would seem 𝐊𝐲𝐬 alone, which is strange. He can't be older than 4 years old. I'm 18 and I'm hardly left alone, which is more to do with my species and pregnant state than my age. I have a feeling this little boy isn't human. We are at the guard headquarters after all. Hello there, hi. He replies. To the grin splitting his lips as his adorable little scratchy voice fills my heart up. He swings his short legs back and forthidely while he watches me. I know 𝐊𝐲𝐬 lycan just by the way his eyes look like neon with how they glow. Why is your belly so big? I laugh wholeheartedly while I put my book down after shoving the bookmark in between the pages. I don't know what to think about this kid. My hand carefully rubs my distended stomach as I turn to face the little guy. He raises his eyebrows as he waits for my answer. There's a pup in there. His eyes grow wide and his face twists in confusion. To my 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐷 𝐂𝐤𝐳, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. But how can he breathe in there? I laugh again. This time it's too much. My side pinches in pain. I try to stop, but it's just too funny. Don't worry about it. The pup can breathe just fine. And why do you think it's a boy? I answer. Because I find it amusing that he thinks he knows the gender. Then again, 𝐊𝐲𝐬 little. Children think the oddest things. Because boys are cool. I grin at him and he beams up at me with pride. 𝐊𝐲𝐬 very sure of himself. Boys are pretty cool. But so are girls. What's your name? I ask and he sits up in his chair, leaning towards me more. He tells me his name like it's a well-kept secret. I'm Kiefer. Who are you? Hendrix. It's very nice to meet you. My hand reaches out for a handshake, and he just stares at it in utter confusion. It would seem I've dumbfounded him. I hold back my laughter, knowing that it'll only hurt. This kid is adorable. I find myself wondering again why 𝐊𝐲𝐬 attended. Do they do that a lot with lycan pups? You're supposed to shake it with your hand. It's like saying hello. I tell him, and he nods with a shy grin. It's sort of funny that he doesn't know what a handshake is. He puts his little hand into mine and shakes it vigorously. His grip is strong, and I wince. I don't care though, because 𝐊𝐲𝐬 is so precious. Kiefer's little face beams up at me and my heart clenches in my chest. Is this what it will be like when I have my own little one? I'm always scared I won't be a good mother. I know nothing about kids, but will it at least be a little bit like this? I can only hope. My thoughts are cut short by a kick in my womb, as if my baby wants to assure me that everything will be okay. 𝐊𝐲𝐬's kicking. Do you want to feel him? Kiefer nods his head without hesitation and I take a hold of his hand, guiding it to my belly and placing it on the part where the pup is making herself known. The pup gives a great big kick, which Kiefer feels under his fingertips. His eyes grow wide with amazement and his pink lips drop open, displaying his shock. 𝐊𝐲𝐬 shake my hand. I burst out laughing, and he joins in too. But I don't think it's because he found humor in the situation, but because kids are like parrots. How did he get in there? Somehow I knew that was coming. Obviously I'm not going to be explaining the birds and the bees to this little kid, so I improvise. Because I'm his mother. Kiefer contemplates that for a long time before asking another question. Does that mean that you're the pup's mommy? The question catches me off guard, and I glance at him carefully. I nod slightly while he continues to feel my belly, his tiny fingers never leaving yes. "I'm his mommy," I reply, and the words make the situation more real. In less than a month I will be a mum. I can't believe it's already coming up so soon. I don't know if I'm ready for it. But it doesn't matter. This baby will be here whether I'm ready or not. Kiefer gets a thoughtful look on his face while he stares at my stomach some more. He looks back up at me with a smile. He's lucky. I wish I had a mommy. Those words haunt me, bringing prickling tears to my eyes. Kiefer must be one of the children taken from the CPO. It clicks into place. This sweet child has no mother to look after him. I'm starting to get choked up. And it's not just because of the hormones. How many children go without a parent? I don't even want to think about it. Why you cry? As if it completely stunned him that I'm upset. He doesn't understand how sad it is that he's motherless. The poor thing. I quickly wipe away my tears, trying to hide the evidence and failing. I'm a sniffling mess. Well, I wish you had a mommy too, I say softly. As he nods in agreement, he glances back at my tummy, heading it softly as if the subject is casual and he's happy to talk about it without dwelling on his misfortune. Yinda says one day a mommy will adopt me. I can't wait for my own mommy. I hope she's as good as you. Another toothy grin springing to life across his rosy cheeks. I quickly realize just how serious the situation is. They slaughtered his human mother and stole him away, just like they would have done to me. Had it not been for Cedric, I start feeling far away as I wonder what's being done to ensure the children's adoption. More than anything, I want Kiefer in a home where he's adored by loving parents. Even though I'm in a strange place, I feel like bursting into tears. Hendrix. Enthusiasm, and my head whips around to see Cedric making his way down the hallway, anger evident on his face. I shift towards him, but he's already at my side. When he stops in front of us, his red eyes latch onto Kiefer's tiny hand on my stomach, and his black eyebrows furrow in obvious restraint. He doesn't even look at the little boy's face. He just arrows in on Kiefer's fingers high. Kiefer says, jolly as can be. Is completely oblivious to the conflict going on high. Cedric replies, and his gaze flickers to me, a clear question on his face. Is trying to figure out what's going on. I smile reassuringly, waving a hand of dismissal. Kiefer and I were just talking about our pup, weren't we? Kiefer says he thinks it's going to be a boy. Isn't that right, sweetheart? Kiefer smiles big and nods exuberantly up at Cedric. Everyone is terrified of my mate, but this lycan pup couldn't be more unaffected. Hendrix is a mommy. She's a good mommy, the tiny guy insists, not taking his attention off my pregnant stomach as his hand runs up and down gently. Tears fill my eyes again, and I feel freaking pathetic for all the crying I'm doing. Cedric smiles sadly as understanding fills his garnet gaze. Is always so sweet, so empathetic. I'm Cedric. It's nice to meet you, Cedric says, bending down on one knee in front of Kiefer's chair. My mate's body is so tall that it still towers over the little boy. Kiefer offers his hand, and Cedric looks caught off guard. He raises his eyebrows. You're supposed to shake it. Like this. He reaches out and grabs Cedric's much larger hand, shaking it hard and smiling with pride at what he is trying to teach my mate. Cedric looks amused, nodding his head as he shakes his hand. This courageous pup is anything but intimidated by my man's rugged looks. Very good. You have a strong grip. Impressive. Kiefer soaks up the praise, jumping up and down in his chair slightly. Is almost vibrating with energy. Are all kids this hyper? Or is it just lycans? Thank you. I dig a lot, he announces. Then his attention is back on the pup in my belly, tracing imaginary patterns with his fingertip on my shirt. Cedric furrows his brows and purses his lips hard, nostrils flaring, his eyes turning a bit darker. I know that look all too well. It's clear to me he doesn't want someone so young with such a strong grip touching me. I roll my eyes. To my agent 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐬 𝐑𝐞𝐝 Heartfelt thanks for your unfading 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐬. How about we go find your caretaker? Does that sound all right? Cedric asks, carefully taking hold of his wrists and moving his fingers away from me while he distracts the pup with his words. He forgets the sad look on his face, but nods in agreement. He climbs out of the chair, reluctant to leave. I begin to stand as well, holding tightly to the arms of the chair as I push myself up with great effort. I'm as slow as a slug, my weight naturally taxing to lift with my weak arms and legs. Cedric rushes to my side, grabbing my elbow with one hand and wrapping his other arm around my back as he carefully guides me up. I shoot him a glare and steady myself when I'm finally upright. I appreciate his help, more than anything, but I'm tired of needing help. I can do it by myself, even if it takes a little bit longer. I'm sick of people doing everything for me. I have too much pride for that. I waddle over to little Kiefer and hold out my hand for him to grab. His frown disappears, and he holds my hand in his, excited at the mere idea of physical contact. How did the CPO treat these kids? I'm sick to my stomach thinking about it. I half expect Cedric to give me a disapproving shake of his head, but instead he gets an odd expression on his face as he stares at our joined hands, an expression that I've never seen before, far off and thoughtful, and I can't place it. We make our way down the hallway slowly but surely. There aren't many people around since it's the weekend, and I couldn't be more happy about it. There's less people to see me struggle to just walk. My heavy breathing is loud, echoing off the walls, and I can already feel sweat on my forehead. I'm pathetic, and so worn out. Why does it have to be so hard? It feels like it gets harder every day. I can tell Cedric is getting antsy, nervous. He won't stop staring at me, always right by my side if I need him. I trek on without glancing at him. I don't want to encourage him to baby me. I focus on the warm feeling of Kiefer's tiny fingers in mine. Baby, maybe you should take a break, Cedric insists in a whisper, worry filling his words like always. I shake my head in denial. I put one leg in front of the other. It's like lifting my feet out of half-dry cement. No, I can make it. Incompletely. I manage through breaths, trying to waddle faster. Kiefer giggles, like he thinks I'm joking around, not understanding what's actually going on. I smile through the pain I'm feeling in my dance-swollen ankles. Cedric must somehow sense my pain, because he makes me stop and lean against him while I catch my breath. His hand rubs my back in comfort, and I think about how much I didn't deserve him. 𝐊𝐲𝐬 too good to me. I know I'm his mate, but 𝐊𝐲𝐬 is so full and amazing. It goes beyond some bond constructed by the moon goddess. This is just Cherry being Cherry. Again, I felt weak and pathetic. I'm sure a pregnant lycan lady could handle this just fine, but the little human girl can't cross a building without losing her breath. Pathetic. I have to remind myself to do the best I can, and to stop comparing myself. Comparison only makes me unhappy. I'm just a little embarrassed for myself. And for Cedric, what will people think when they see me struggling for breath? Will they think I look like the queen that I'm supposed to be? I hope no one sees me like this. Kiefer smiles up at me, and it reassures me to keep going. We finally continue our journey to the front office. When we get there, I immediately sit down in another wooden chair. It only reminds me that I forgot Cedric's jacket. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelbin. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience in 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬. Your jacket. I'll go get it. I volunteer, trying to stand up, but Cedric just gently pushes my shoulders until I'm sitting again. No, you're not doing that again. It'll kill you. He smiles jokingly. I'll go get it. Stay put. It'll be quick. Cedric rushes out the door, and it slams shut behind him. I quietly observe the almost empty room. There's a front desk with a man sitting behind it. He doesn't even glance at me as he busily types on his computer. Kiefer climbs onto my lap, which is practically impossible since my stomach takes up so much space. He almost falls right off, and he bursts out into a fit of giggles. I hug him tight while I am forced to wait for my mate to get back. I hope he takes his sweet time. The sooner 𝐨𝐥𝐿 gets back, the sooner 𝐊𝐢 take 𝐿𝐲 away. Truth is, I don't want him to leave. I'm already attached to him, and it has to even been a half an hour. I can hardly take my eyes off him. 𝐿𝐲𝐻's just so perfect. Maybe my motherly instincts are too powerful or something. Suddenly, the door to the office flies open. I expect to see 𝐨𝐥𝐿, but instead I'm greeted with a tight-lipped woman who rushes into the room in a hurry. Her blue eyes hold clear shock, then absolute relief when they settle on the lycan pup in my arms. She runs a graceful hand over her tightly twisted brown bun on the top of her head. I've been looking everywhere for you, young man. Her British accent holds a bit of anger while she makes her way towards us. He struggles to cuddle closer to me, but the room he has on my knees is very limited, and he ends up falling on the ground instead. I reach for him to try to keep him from hurting himself. I'm not quick enough. The woman clicks over quickly in her high heels, bending down to lift 𝐿𝐲 into her skinny arms. Man, what I wouldn't do for arms like that right about now. Who are you? And why do you think you can just scoop up pups whenever you like? She growls at me, and I feel shock spread through me. Before I can answer, 𝐨𝐥𝐿 steps in between us. A furious set to his shoulders. I didn't even see him come in, but I'm thankful that 𝐿𝐲𝐻 is here. Oh, Alpha Vela, how nice to see you, she exclaims, smiling brightly, trying to hide her nervousness. My mate growls in reply and I shake my head. 𝐨𝐥𝐿, calm down. She makes a good point. The lady proceeds to narrow her eyes down at me. You sure are brave, human, to address a superior by his given name. She spits, and 𝐿𝐲 tries to wiggle free of her grip. My maternal instincts fight to tear him away from the witch. 𝐨𝐥𝐿 takes a step closer to her, and I can't see his face. Linda, this is Hendrix. She is my mate and the mother of my pup, and future pups. So I can tell 𝐿𝐲𝐻 speaking through clenched teeth. The woman's thin eyebrows raise in alarm. She looks at me with disbelief and I give her a small salute, feeling a smirk coming on. Maybe I was a little smug. Just a little. Oh my goodness. My apologies, Mrs. Vader. When are you due? As I opened my mouth to answer, 𝐨𝐥𝐿 cut me off. We don't know, as there isn't much known about human lycan pregnancies, as I'm sure you are aware. He manages, and by the tightness of his voice I can tell 𝐿𝐲𝐻 refraining from attacking her. How wonderful. I am so happy for the both of you. Somehow I doubt that. I can see the spite bubbling underneath. Linda, what is a human? I hear 𝐿𝐲 whisper to her, and she sighs, pointing at me with a red fingernail like I'm something odd. That's what Mrs. Vader is. They are very different from us, she explains, and I can tell by the way she says it that she doesn't like our differences. I roll my eyes. So that's why she smells so funny. 𝐿𝐲 surmises, and I chuckle. Linda looks appalled. She shakes her head dismissively. Don't be rude, she admonishes. 𝐿𝐲's face turns pink, and he looks dejected. All I want to do is comfort him, but soon 𝐨𝐥𝐿 is pulling me out of my chair and leading me away. We have a place to stay on the other side of the guard headquarters, sort of like a hotel room. I can tell my mate only wants to get me far away from the prejudiced woman, but I can't help but stare after 𝐿𝐲 as I'm pulled away. I didn't get to say goodbye, but I promise myself that it won't be the last time I see him. I'll make sure of it. 53 Endless song 𝐨𝐥𝐿 POV. When we get back to our room, I can tell Hendrix is beyond exhausted. I spy her distended stomach, knowing she'll pop any day. Watching her waddle around is adorable, and helping her is my life's purpose. I just want her to be done already. I take off my watch and do my cufflinks, all the while watching her from the mirror above the sink as she slowly sits on the edge of the bed. She's glowing from the pregnancy, but she's also worn out. She won't admit it. She never does, but I can see her tired eyes, the way she talks about the baby and the pregnancy, Anyone can tell that she's ready for all of this to be over, and I don't blame her. We're both excited to meet our pup. We're both ready for her to be back to normal. Seeing her in pain, it kills me. I put her through this. I try to ignore it, of course, because that's what Hendrix does. So I consider the fact that she might want to pretend like it's not a big deal. She acts like nothing is wrong at all. I don't know how much longer I can take this, though. I want the baby out so my sweet mate can rest after all this time of stress both on her mind and body. It's all I've thought about most of the day. Through the whole 2 meetings about what the hell we're supposed to do about this mess, I thought of Hendrix. It was hard not to. She's the meaning of my life, and she's been the topic of a lot of the conversations I had. Everything leads back to her, as it should. She's my queen, my Luna, the mother of my child, my mate, my everything. My world revolves around her. I slowly get undressed, watching her out of the corner of my eye. She lays down on the bed, settling on her side while she's still fully clothed in her dress. She sighs in relief, closing her eyes and messaging her side that probably aches. It's hard enough for a woman to go through pregnancy, let alone a human woman going through a lycan pregnancy. Once I'm in my boxers, I head over to where she peacefully lays. I sit beside her and brush the curls off of her neck carefully. Her brown eyes flutter open, and she sighs yet again. A small smile finds its place on her full, pink lips. One look from her and I know I'm home. Hey, B. Not being able to resist the urge to cup her face in the palm of my hand. Hendrix snuggles into me, but doesn't say anything. Her eyes close, and her muscles relax. What's wrong? Her dark gaze finds me again, and this time it's filled with surprise. She's always shocked by the mate bond. It shouldn't be so shocking that I can tell when she's upset. I can tell you're sad about something. Help me out. What's bothering you? Only to watch her bite the side of her lip and try to sit up. Aid her, grabbing an elbow and propping her up on a stack of pillows. She shifts uneasily, but I grab her hand, coaxing her to say literally anything that could cause the slightest inconvenience to her. I was thinking about Kiefer. My human relents, and I'm surprised, but it doesn't take long for me to understand. The pup is an orphan. He went through a similar situation that Hendrix almost had to go through. She sympathizes with him. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐵. She's a pregnant girl. I'm sure the chemicals in her brain are haywiring around children, especially one that needs a mother. I can't blame her. She sees the kid in that situation and feels awful. When I saw Kiefer, I saw our own child being put through that same thing if I hadn't gotten to Hendrix in time. Will he be adopted? She wonders out loud, and I glance at her with furrowed eyebrows. I hope this isn't going where I think it is. Yes, eventually he will find a home. Don't worry. I try to soothe her, but she keeps making that face. The wheels in her head are turning. The question I knew was coming pops out of her mouth. We could take him, hadn't we? Hendrix offers, and I hear the hesitation in her voice. I press my lips together firmly, exhaling a sigh through my nose before shaking my head once no. I know you want to give him a home, and you already care for him, but you already have so much going on. Having one lycan pup is enough. Are you really prepared to take on two? Trying to be a realist. I don't want to dash your hopes. Of course I would love to give a child in need a home, but I don't think that Hendrix realizes exactly what that means for her. It's hard work to have a newborn, let alone a toddler on top of that. I just don't know if Hendrix is ready for that yet. No matter how cute she thinks Kiefer is. You're going to help me. Everyone in the pack will help too. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 a good kid. I won't be overwhelmed. She begs, and I cringe. You can't exactly promise to not get overwhelmed. Hendrix is my everything, and I want to give her whatever she wants. I can't, however, just adopt a child she met for a few minutes. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We have the money and the resources to raise another child. One who needs a home, who needs loving parents. If we can provide that for him, then why can't we? She pushes, and I nod my head in agreement, but I still have points to make. As great as her proposal sounds, you can't decide you want to adopt a child after a few minutes of discussion. I told you how strong lycan children are. I thought you would want time to raise the baby before it becomes stronger than you and you need constant help. It will be a stressful struggle. Do you want that? I want you to be sure. Hendrix bites her lip, looking away while she thinks. I give her the time she needs while she mulls it over. She touches my arm, staring up at me. I didn't expect her to figure it out so quickly, but she already has an answer yes. I want him. He needs us. She whispers. I'm a little surprised, but then it starts to make sense. My mate is the most selfless person I've ever met. It doesn't matter how hard it is to take in a child that's not hers. She would do it in a heartbeat. I run my hand over her hair, amazed at how soft it is. Everything about her glows while she carries our pup. To 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐻 𝐷𝐼𝐴𝐷𝐿𝐵. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Consider it. There's a lot of background checks and paperwork to go through, and I'm not even sure if they would allow us to adopt 𝐾𝐽𝐻, but you'll see what I can do. And the brightest smile crosses her face. She lunges. The quickest motion I've seen her make since I got her pregnant. Hendrix throws her arms around me, squeezing tight as she rubs her nose against my neck in affection. Sparks erupt, and everything in me feels fuzzy. The mate bond is all-encompassing. Amazing. But it doesn't even come close to the love I have for her. I didn't choose Hendrix as my mate, but I let myself fall in love for her. I chose to be with her. Our relationship, our love is the most important thing, and I plan to cherish it like it's made of glass. 50 for new sensation Hendrix POV. I cling to Cedric as he leads me back to our house from the doctor's office. We're finally back home after our trip to the guard, and it's been a bittersweet return. I'm happy to be home though. I had another checkup today, and amazing news soon reached my ears when we were finished with all the poking and prodding. Dr. Melbourne told me that I'm completely full term, and I'm already 2 centimeters dilated. That means it could literally be any day. I can't contain my excitement. She told me all about it. Said the baby is big and healthy and ready to come whenever it's ready. She also said that Cedric should mark me. I remember the wittiness of his cherry eyes when he heard her. He did a double take. He asked what she meant, and she explained that I might get slightly stronger when I become his mate completely, and if not, it could send me into labor so I won't be in pain anymore. I wouldn't be against that. I'm tired of being pregnant. I'm supposed to be relaxed. It will help me go into labor if I'm relaxed. But how can I be relaxed when I'm in agony? I want Cedric to mark me. It just feels right. I'm also excited to become his completely. He's been quiet since the appointment, but I can tell 𝐻E's getting pretty antsy. I wonder if he silently agreed with her recommendation. At first they were afraid what would happen if I got marked while pregnant, but she said after further consideration it probably won't be a problem. It's not dangerous for a werewolf or a lycan to be marked while pregnant, and she doesn't think it will have an adverse effect on me or the pup. I hope that Cedric listened to everything she said. She insisted that I could very well go 2 weeks over, even if I am full term, because it's my first pregnancy. I really don't want to be like this for 2 more weeks while the baby steadily puts on more weight. They already think the baby will be over 10 pounds. That's crazy. I don't know if he'll be able to push this puppy out. It only makes sense that the baby would be huge. Cedric is ridiculously big. I, on the other hand, am a staggering 54. I'm not exactly built for having a monster-sized infant. We'll just have to see what happens. Whenever I glance around the pack, I'm a little insecure from everyone who stares. They smile at me, their gazes curiously eating me up from head to toe, their eyes lingering on the belly the size of Mars. They know it'll provide an heir to the pack any minute. They're almost as impatient as I am to have a child in my arms. It only makes me miss Kiefer like a hole in my heart. The cute little boy that I want to hold and comfort, kiss his scrapes and read him bedtime stories. I picture myself with him a lot, but I try not to bring him up to 𝐶𝐵𝐺 too much. Or at all. I can tell my mate is stressed as it is, and I don't want to be a pushy brat that presses until she gets what she wants. It's as much his decision as it is mine, if not more. 𝐶𝐵𝐺 knows this world more than I do. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 the expert. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 so much older and wiser than I am. I trust him with my whole heart, and I can't help it with everything that he does for me. I watch him as he drags me home, waiting patiently for me to catch my breath. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 so sweet, so kind and understanding. I feel like him leaving me was years ago. It's so far in the past that it's not like it matters anymore. We've moved past it, and we're happily looking to the future. We end up at the house, and it's a bright, sunny day, despite the past week of non-stop rain. 𝐶𝐵𝐺 leads me up the stairs, into our big old farmhouse. As soon as the door closes behind us, his lips are on my neck, attacking all the scents that I own. I'm already running out of breath as frenzied kisses touch every inch of skin he can reach. He bends, grabbing me by thighs and lifting me effortlessly. I moan, pressing into him while he holds me up the stairs. He won't stop kissing me. I'm covered in tingles, and the not-so-distant memories of our one night of passion assail me. He carries me up and up, easily taking them two at a time as he sucks on the skin where my neck meets my shoulders in an arch. Shivers attack my muscles, shaking me to my core. I'm thinking that's the place where 𝐶𝐵𝐺 will lay his claim on me. I've been told by my friends that it doesn't hurt, but that it feels absolutely amazing. I can believe that. Everything I do that involves touching 𝐶𝐵𝐺 feels good. Even being near him makes me overjoyed. I hear the bedroom door slam, and then my back slowly touches the bed. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 always gentle, but right now I can see the restraint 𝐊𝐢𝐳 hiding as he tries not to indulge. In met with his red eyes, and he won't look away from me. A hand on either side of my head, his palms flat on the bed. You are so beautiful. He breathes, and I blush, feeling like it's a big fat lie. Thank you, but you're wrong. I tell him, chewing on the inside of my cheek to keep myself from crying as my bottom lip starts to tremble. With these crazy pregnancy hormones, my brain is at the mercy of my mood swings that yanked me back and forth like a painful roller coaster. I'm sorry that 𝐶𝐵𝐺 is forced to endure the ride. My mate's beautiful face turns rock hard as it morphs into a sinister glare. Baby, I would never lie to you. He promises, but I don't point out that 𝐊𝐢𝐳 lied to me on multiple occasions. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 told me 𝐊𝐢𝐳 done with lying, and I believe him, but not on this. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 just trying to make me feel better. I'm big and round, bloated and tired. I have bags under my eyes, and I haven't had the energy to put on makeup or do my hair. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but I feel like 𝐶𝐵𝐺 got 𝐗𝐼PPED. I don't look a girl he saw in his college lecture all those months ago. Well, I don't respond. He simply bends down over me to nip at my neck, his substantial weight bearing down on me and his breathing tickling my ear. His fingers become busy with touching my dress, going for the buttons. I groan, from both pleasure and dread. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 going to see my body. I try to stop him, grabbing his wrist and yanking at it. It's titanium, completely immovable. I don't want you to see me, I insist, but all he does is shake his head. I've already seen you. I helped you dress, put you in the bathtub. Why is now any different? And I cringe, glancing at the window and the large beams of light. I know exactly why. Because we're in the light. I murmur pathetically. He replies with the most perplexed expression. It turns to one of understanding. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 quick to explain himself. You really have no idea. He blows out a breath, and I note how good the air smells. I can see just as well in the night as you do in broad daylight. Nothing could hide you from me. Wondering why he didn't tell me that before, his fingers continue their trail to my buttons, my hand still strapped to his wrist. 𝐶𝐵𝐺's movement pauses when his fingertips finally touch me. Is this okay? He asks before undoing even a single button. His voice husky, and I don't know what to say. Instead I just nod, murmuring a simple yes, and that's all he needs. Cold air hits me, and I look away in shame as more of myself is revealed for my mate to see. I don't want him to see my tears. How can he volunteer to do this? How does he think I'm beautiful like this? I suck in a shocked breath when the knuckles of his fingers brush the top of my breast. The pale swells rise and fall when he blinks his dark lashes up at me, his eyes asking for permission. And when he gets my nod of approval, he gently kisses the angry lines spotting the flesh. My tears fall as he goes lower, his lips touching every little stretch mark on my skin. Ch reading them like they're pretty. And I whimper with awareness. Baby Vela wiggles in my belly, obviously aware of my reaction to their father. I'm so incredibly lucky to have a man who treats me like I'm the most beautiful woman in the world, even when it is hard for me to believe. Now it's time to mark it's mine. Baby, I can't wait any longer, Cedric murmurs, his voice gravelly with desire. I nod exuberantly, anxious to have him claim me with his teeth on my neck, shifting the attention from my stretch marks. He crawls up my body like a predator, eyes locked on mine while he goes in for the kill strike. I wait, and I wait some more. Then, there's a new sensation. His teeth and tongue are searching for their rightful place, gaining access to the most sensitive area. Once he finds it, we both know it. We feel it, deep down. His jaw sinks in, and his teeth dig into my tender flesh like a knife slicing through butter. Hearing the sound that it makes, having the knowledge of what's happening, it's alarming. I feel like it should hurt. Part of my brain is convinced that it does hurt, so I squirm under him. Then, the euphoria hits. It's so overwhelming. I almost forget to breathe. The tingling goodness flows from my neck to my shoulders to my head, my breasts and stomach, and down to my toes. I'm frozen. I can't move. I'm filled with love. Knowing how perfect we are for each other, I've never felt so important and treasured in all my life. It's as if every moment has led up to this one. All the times I felt worthless, every day that I questioned myself when growing up, all the times when my father's absence got to me, it all floats away. It was all worth it. It all led me here. I wouldn't change anything, because it gave me my mate. The air finally rushes into my lungs as Cedric releases me, freeing my body from the spell of pleasure he had me under. The rightness remains. The love flooding me drowns my every thought, but the euphoria gradually fades away. It leaves me in a wake of drowsiness. My eyes flutter and I hear soft, loving words whispered in my ear by a masculine voice turned gentle. I can't discern what 𝐊𝐤𝐳 is saying, but I try hard to focus, squinting to see my mate through the fog. You all right, baby? He wonders, a look of amazement on his face, disrupted only by a bit of worry. He can see me nodding off to sleep, and it's probably unsettling. I have never been better. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I can't remember a time when I've felt this satisfied. Cedric grins, and he looks pretty happy too. That isn't until I can't keep my eyes open. Clearly, both of us thought this moment would lead to other things. As much as I wanted to have sex with him only moments ago, I can't bring myself to wake up. I'm too exhausted. Instead of pressuring me, or trying to wake me back up, he simply presses a kiss to my temple, pulling me into his side where I remain. I swiftly fall back into darkness, the open arms of sleep welcoming me. 55 lift away Cedric POV. After a long day of work, I'm finally able to go home to my mate. I'm still amazed that all this time Shess officially my mate for good. My mark is placed on her pale neck, even though my baby is already growing inside of her. The bite on her skin is more permanent. It's as if a weight has been lifted off of my shoulder. I have a skip in my step because everything just feels right. Like nothing can go wrong. Jonathan is gone. My mate is here, and Shess ready to pop. Any day the baby will be here, and Hendrix will no longer be in pain. We'll have a pup. Everything will be how it should be. My little family will be safe. I'll be here to protect and provide for them. What could go wrong? I walk into the house, prepared to be greeted by Hendrix. I know as soon as I step through the door that 𝐶𝐿's not on the main floor. I close the door behind me with a sigh, stepping inside and climbing the stairs two at a time. Anxious to see her. Savannah's scent remains, but 𝐶𝐿's gone already. Maybe Hendrix is asleep. When I open the door to our bedroom, I don't find what I was expecting. Instead of being fast asleep, 𝐶𝐿's crying. My sweet little mate is curled up with a blanket, her back to the bed. She looks up at me, and she sobs when she spots me. I blank, not knowing what the hell is going on or what I should do. I make a break for her, bending down to her level and putting my hand on the back of her neck. Baby, what's wrong? Are you hurt? I'm so paranoid when it comes to her safety. 𝐶𝐿's so human, so little and weak, and heavily pregnant. Anything could go wrong. Hendrix sniffles, rubbing at her tears and lifting her heavy curls from her face to look at me. I don't know. I was just thinking about Kiefer, and now I'm crying. I stopped crying, but then I sat down here and I can't get back up. I'm stuck. So now I'm crying again because everything is so hard. Her voice cracks at the last part, and then she explodes into an uncontrollable fit of tears and sobs as she collapses into me. My natural reaction is to hold her and try to soothe her with soft words, but nothing seems to curb the sorrow 𝐶𝐿's feeling. I never really know if I'm doing enough. Hendrix is always crying now, and I'm so useless. I can't stop it. I want to do everything in my power to make her happy, but it's impossible. I panic in these moments of hormone-induced tears. I can't understand where it comes from. 𝐶𝐿's sad for no reason most of the time, but this time is a little different. It all started when Hendrix thought of Kiefer, and it made her cry. Having regular contact with the CPO, I've been able to get more info on the lycan pup and his circumstances, as I suspected. His mother was human and was terminated after he was born. No one knows who his real father is. They haven't been able to find him a home yet, and they're open to let's take him in. I'm still a bit reluctant to adopt him so quickly. It's something I need to think about. It's been clear to me for a while that Hendrix already has her heart set on having him, and I don't see her changing her mind. I don't doubt she would be a wonderful mother to the orphan child, but she doesn't realize how hard it would be to have to lycan pups at once. It would be a big responsibility for her, and a danger. I'm scared what could happen. It already planned on cementing it in our kids' minds as they grow their mommies delicate, and they need to be careful. Kiefer is already a few years old. He didn't even know what a human was until he met Hendrix. He hasn't had time to be told to be gentle around those weaker than himself. On the other hand, I could give Kiefer the benefit of the doubt and try to help him. He seems like a bright kid. I'm sure he could learn quickly. That and the fact that I could have a lycan our home when I'm not here to watch over Kiefer and my mate. I'm just not sure if it's a risk I'm willing to take. Do you want some ice cream? Trying to distract her from her crying. She sniffles, blinking up at me with some hope in her brown eyes. Hendrix has had a craving for chocolate ice cream every single day for the past week. She hasn't had a lot of pregnancy cravings, except for a major sweet tooth. I'm pretty sure we have every type of sugary cereal in our cabinet, and she inhales multiple bowls a day. 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐻 𝐷𝐐𝐿𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Laughing at herself as she pushes away her tears with the back of her hand. Prying my arms under her back and lifting her up. She groans in complaint she always does, thinking that she's too heavy to deserve being carried. It's a ridiculous idea. I take her to the kitchen and deposit her on the wooden countertop. She rests her head back on the cabinet while I fill a bowl with chocolate ice cream. I add a spoon and hand it to my beautiful mate, happy to finally see a smile from her. It's like a rainbow after a thunderstorm. Hendrix eats slowly, which isn't surprising. She's slow at everything these days. But I would never tell her that out of fear of another breakdown. When she's finally done, she's ready to pass out from a sugar coma. But she's happy. I grab her again before she nods off to sleep and topples to the ground. She doesn't protest this time. By the time I get back to our bed, she's already fast asleep in my arms. I gently lay her down, reminded of the time when she fell asleep while we watched a movie on my couch. We've come so far since then, but so many things haven't changed at all, especially how much I adore her. My love for her has tripled, and I know there isn't a thing I could withhold from her. Hendrix, you'll really need to calm down. In not having the party, I don't want to make a big fuss, I insist, waving a hand as my friends argue with me endlessly. We're at 𝐊𝐲 house tonight, and I'm surprised that Cedric let me leave our home at all. I think it's only because Savannah is here, and he has to work late anyway before he comes to pick me up. Not to mention, this house isn't too far from where we live. You're turning 19. You should celebrate, 𝐾𝐞𝐬 insists. And that's all that Stacy needs to explode in excitement. That girl has always loved to plan parties for any occasion, and this is no different. It could be so fun. Streamers, balloons, gifts. You wouldn't let us give you a baby shower either. Let us spoil you, my werewolf friend begs, desperate for anything to do. Apparently everyone is as bored as I am waiting for something to happen. My something is sitting in my belly. I know raising babies is supposed to be hard, even though I wouldn't really know since 𝐊𝐢𝐳 ever held a baby before. I haven't admitted that to Cedric. It's something that scares me. I don't know how to take care of an infant. I have absolutely zero experience. 𝐊𝐳𝐸𝐻𝐸 𝐊𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻 Most of the time they're crying. I hope that's not what I'm in for. But the truth is, I hate attention. It makes me nervous. I don't want to celebrate my birthday, or have a baby shower. My mama never made a big deal of my birthday, so it's ingrained in me to brush it off. I never had enough money to have a party, and I was too embarrassed to have friends over anyway. No. Trust me. I mean, Cedric marked me without a ceremony, so I don't need a birthday party 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬. Covering up my exasperation, Stacey and 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬 blink, and Sandra's mouth falls open. My eccentric best friend leaps out of her chair and hurdles herself across the living room. I flinch when she grabs my curtain of messy hair and pulls it back to reveal the bite mark left on my skin. You bitch. You didn't tell us, Stacey demands, her voice becoming high-pitched, almost like a squeal. I flinch. Guilt climbs my spine. I didn't know it was big news. We're mates. Right. So, eventually he was going to mark me. It was going to happen. Why did I have to announce it to everyone? My hand goes to the mark, covering it too with my palm. The skin there sizzles with awareness. It's an intimate piece of Cedric and I, a signal of our relationship. It feels weird to have everyone stare at it. It's my personal business. I don't like them looking at it. Miranda, why aren't you reacting? Is this not a big deal to you? Stacey turns on the tall girl sitting silently in a leather armchair. I turn to look at her, and she rolls her eyes. I already knew. I smelled it the second she walked in. I cringe at those words. Looking away, it only reminds me that they're so different from me. I remember back to a time where I didn't know of my friend's supernatural nature. How many times did they use their differences to their advantage? I think of when Miranda picked me up from Cedric's apartment, and I cringe. She asked if I slept with him. It was probably because of the smell of sex. No human could possibly know things like that. Savannah stands, glaring at everyone else like usual. You're making her uncomfortable. Stop. The beta girl commands. Always bossy but somehow sweetly defensive of me. I silently thank her with my eyes. Stacey glares right back, completely unfazed. She's our best friend. She should have at least told us about it. She defends herself, her words loud and harsh, trying to guilt-trip me. I hear Savannah growl. She doesn't have to tell you shit, she says, and proceeds to stomp towards the kitchen. and nervously laughs while 𝐊𝐢𝐬 and 𝐷 exchange wary glances. Stacy just throws herself back dramatically onto the couch, looking at me with pleading eyes. I'm sorry if we made you uncomfortable, Henny, but please let me plant something. Anything. A celebration for your mating. A baby shower. A birthday party. Take your pick, because I will do them all if you don't. She threatens, but I'm not worried. Once I have this baby, which should be any day now, Cedric will lock me and the baby up tight. I doubt he'll allow me to leave a lot, if at all. Usually it would annoy me, but knowing the shenanigans Stacy has planned, I'm thankful for his protective nature. Well, I'm sure my birthday will be great as long as I have a little one to cuddle. Daydreaming of holding my little bundle of joy, and secretly longing for Kiefer in my heart, I watched 𝐷 recup her own baby bump, looking just as excited for her own pup to arrive. She only has another month. Apparently werewolf pregnancies are more reliable when it comes to the due date. I feel the fuzzies crawl up my spine, so I'm not surprised when my mate walks into the room, as silent as a cat. I guess that's probably not something I should mention out loud. I don't think he would appreciate being compared to a feline. He doesn't wait for me to come to him. He always strides over to me with an outstretched hand as he practically lifts me from my chair. I lean into him. I try not to let it show in front of everyone, but I always miss him. We should be leaving. You need your rest. Are you ready to go? Cedric wonders, and I blush in embarrassment at the reminder of what happened last night. I had a meltdown. I can't even control my reactions anymore. I want to cry all the time over absolutely nothing. Surprisingly, I haven't cried today yet. He leads me out. I say goodbye to my friends, and we walk through the park in the fading light. The days grow longer as the temperature rises. It doesn't get dark until 9:30 p.m. here. It's still something I'm getting used to. So your birthday is coming up, Cedric mentions, his arm tight around my shoulders. Chia's probably offended that I didn't say anything to him about it. I nod, silently rolling my eyes. He gets a thoughtful look on his face, but doesn't say anything else. I don't see the big fuss over birthdays, especially since I won't age another day. I'll look 18 years old for the rest of my life. However long that may be. Cedric promises me that he'll make sure I live forever, but I'm not so sure. The whole immortality thing still hasn't sunk in yet. It will take time for me to realize that it's real. I've spent my whole life thinking I would grow old with time. I pictured my skin becoming weathered with wrinkles, my hair turning grey, but that won't happen now. I'm not disappointed though. Having an eternity with Cedric is a dream come true. I wouldn't change it for the world. I can't wait to have a family with him. I don't know much about children or how to care for them, but I have a feeling that it will be so rewarding to be a mother and watch my kids grow. I can't wait. I want to tell my pup to hurry up, because I'm so excited to meet them. 56 never disappear Cedric POV with her yet. Hendrix asks for millionth time, and I let out a chuckle at her growing impatience. She holds a gigantic picnic basket, while I'm the one holding her. It's past lunchtime, and I know she's starving. After picking her up from 𝐷 and 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐵's home, I promised her I would bring her out for a date to celebrate her birthday, which happens to be today. What I didn't tell her is that there are several other things planned for the day that she's not expecting. She's my mate, my Luna, and I'll do anything for her. It's time she knew that. Here we are, I tell her, reassuring her gently as her impatient nature starts to show more and more. She's ready to get down, always against being carried for any amount of time. I can tell that Hendrix recognizes the place I've taken her instantly. She knows the field as well as I do. It's the field where she demanded to see my other form. The place where she accepted both halves of me. The flower-speckled field feels special to me now, like it's a place of our own to get away. Setting her down, I take the basket from her. Its weight is slight, but she shouldn't be holding anything too heavy just in case. In not taking any chances, I lay out the heavy blanket, making sure to put it in a shady spot. I open the basket and start unpacking all of Hendrix's favorite foods. All of them hold copious amounts of sugar. I'm not surprised. The assortment of desserts gleams in the sunlight. She settles herself down. Reaching for a cookie, she lays down on her side, shoving the sweet in her mouth with a grin. 19 years old. In getting so old. Hendrix complains. But even I know she's joking. Her sarcasm amuses me. So I smirk. Oh yeah, you're ancient. You should look into a nursing home. She chokes on her cookie when she laughs, and I join in with her. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐀𝐥𝐻𝐃 enthusiasm. Being the sweet girl that she is, she offers me some of the coma-inducing food, and I decline. It's too sweet for my taste. As long as she likes it, that's all that really matters. She takes a swig of a soda, looking up at the sky. The sky in Montana is always bright blue in the summer. Not a cloud in sight some days. That's why they call it Big Sky Country. The sky seems to go on forever before it disappears behind the mountains. What's it like being a lycan? Like when you shift. You're in orbit. You can see things from miles away. That must be pretty cool. She sighs dreamily, like she wishes could experience it. It's so mundane to me, so everyday. I never thought how different it is for her. You'll have to take you for a ride sometime. You could see everything I see. Hendrix's eyes grow wide at the thought. She puts down her cookie and lifts an eyebrow. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐀𝐥𝐻𝐃 enthusiasm. But what if I fell from that height? It'd break my neck, among other things. She shivers, looking at her food and then back at me. I think she may have lost her appetite. I swallow a growl, hating the idea of anything bad happening to her. Luckily for me, she's agreed to be my mate, and I get to make her as happy as I can for the rest of our lives. There will be no pain in her future. I'm insulted. You really think I would let you fall? I muse, hiding my anger at the image of her tumbling to the ground helplessly. Humans really are delicate creatures. Probably not. You're pretty much my own personal bodyguard, Hendrix says, taking a big bite of her cookie before leaning back to look up at the tree branches above her. Is that so? It would seem that way. All you need is a uniform. That would be super sexy. I laugh, not believing what I'm hearing. The girl has got gumption, her nerve growing every day since she ran away from me in that class. With my ancient age, you would think that it's felt like a blink of an eye since we met, but it's like I've known Hendrix forever. So, how long are we going to be out here? She wonders idly, grabbing her next bundle of sugar in the form of a brownie. Oh, I don't know. Leaning back casually on my elbows while I watch her closely. As long as you want. Hendrix tilts her head. You mean as long as Stacy told you to be out here? She throws out with a straight face. I balk at her, completely caught off guard with that one. What do you mean? Suddenly nervous. Oh, I'm not an idiot. She's throwing me a surprise birthday party. My mate presses, leaning forward to try to get me to crack. I clap my mouth shut, my jaw going stiff. She was supposed to find out. How did you know? I relent begrudgingly, watching that beautiful smirk of victory cross Hendrix's face as she rubs her belly. She takes a bite of her brownie, chewing and swallowing before answering me. Don't worry. You did a great job at hiding it. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐀𝐥𝐻𝐃 enthusiasm. She pats my knee in mock sympathy. But I've known Stacy for years, since I was a kid, and I knew she had something brewing the second you proposed to get me out of the house today. Shit. I guess we weren't as slick as we thought. I only went along with the idea because I have other plans for later that would be better than any party that Hendrix could imagine. Little did Stacy know that I'm using the surprise party as my own grand distraction. Well, you caught me. Glad that my mate hasn't figured out the whole truth of the day's plans. She grins anyway, proud of her detective skills as she snacks on more desserts freely. So, what's on the agenda? She wonders, and I raise an eyebrow. Just because you uncovered the fact that you're having a party doesn't mean you get all the details. Sorry, baby. More worried about how Stacy would 𝐿𝐤 on if I filled her in. That werewolf is annoying as hell. He'll never understand what Hendrix sees in her. But I won't admit it in front of my mate. Especially now with her sensitive nature. She's too prone to tears for me to ruffle any of her feathers. Oh, come on, she grumbles in exasperation, as terrifying as a flower blowing in the wind. I admire her more than she'll ever know. I don't think she has a signal flaw, besides her trust issues that are so deeply rooted, which only reminds me of my one run-in with her father, the one that left her as a small child in the middle of a literal hurricane. I have no desire to tell Hendrix of him, knowing it would only cause her more worry and pain. She's had enough of that already. Not to mention, the male hasn't shown himself again, so why bring up old wounds? I do worry some of the time. Bo knew his daughter was pregnant and in need of her mate, and I wonder if 𝐻E's still keeping an eye on her. There's no way he could get past the gates, with our patrol team being as strict as they are on the borders of the pack. But if I can open portals from their realm to ours, in any place they choose, he could spring himself into Fort Knox if he so wished it. Glancing at Hendrix, seeing her so happy and lively makes me want to protect her from that wretched man that hurt her. She has tormented her for years, always in the back of her mind making her think that something is wrong with her. It's obvious even now when she second-guesses her value. I have always seen it in her eyes, and now that my mark is on her, I can feel it in my blood when she has a shift in emotion. Even with her dull human senses, Hendrix can feel the same things in me. It's truly amazing to experience the bond instead of hearing about it. It's so much more than I ever could have imagined. Thank you. I'm surprised when I hear Hendrix's voice. It jolts me out of my own thoughts. Thank me for what? And she shrugs, an endearing tilt lifting her tempting lips. 𝐿𝐤 𝐑𝐞𝐫𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐻. For our baby, for everything. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else, she admits, and then she leans forward, capturing my mouth with her own. She nips at my top lip, always hungry to take things to the next level. I smirk against her mouth, tearing myself away slightly so I can stare into those doe eyes I've fallen in love with. I would say it's about time we head back to the house. Letting her fill in the blanks, Hendrix sighs, rubbing at her head before grabbing a package of zebra cakes and tossing them in the picnic basket. I reckon you're right. We better get there before Stacy comes to find us. That would not be pretty. Hendrix POV, the party isn't exactly what I was expecting. I guess Stacy didn't have enough time or resources to make the event as extravagant as she usually does. There's streamers and balloons and cake. Chocolate cake, of course. A few presents on the kitchen table, and a smooth playlist droning on in the background. It's a modest party, except for the fact that half of the pack is here. When everyone screamed surprise as I walked through the front door, I didn't even have to fake my surprise. As soon as I saw the people crowded into my house. And now I'm stuck in a conversation with a bunch of towering lycans, all of them forming an intimidating and humongous wall of muscles. I have to thank you for being here, Hendrix. It's been a pleasure seeing Vela turn into a simp. Another one bite the dust. 𝐿𝐤 𝐑𝐞𝐫𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐻. Elbowing his brother with a goofy grin, Reed rolls his eyes, pulling Stacy closer to his side. 𝐿𝐤 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐻. The older brother wonders, clearly making a jab at the unmated lycan, as lets out an abrupt scoff. I don't need anyone tying me down quite yet. I've got time to be free, unlike you sons of bitches. Language. 𝐿𝐤 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐻. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 deep voice rumbles, and now everyone is laughing. I fake a smile, knowing that I'm on the outside of an inside joke. Savannah shakes her head, but even she looks like she's having fun. She pushes her curtain of black hair past her shoulder. Every single one of you, she insists. I push myself into Cedric's chest, knowing that H is standing right behind me. His strong hands are massaging my shoulders gently, trying to relax me. He knows I hate attention, and now in the center of it. Speaking of children, where are you going to pop? As wonders, and face burns achingly red when everyone looks down at me. Any day now. It feels like I've been pregnant forever. Trying not to get defensive. Well, if the father was human, you'd have to wait a whole lot longer. 9 months. Sounds like torture. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐲𝐬 𝐑𝐞𝐝, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As if it's unbelievable, and it further solidifies the differences between our worlds. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐲𝐬 𝐑𝐞𝐝, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I guess I should consider this my world now. It is my world, because it's the one I'm living in. Cedric made sure of that. I'm slowly becoming more comfortable in the supernatural world that I've been thrown into. It hasn't been easy, but I know it will be rewarding. Any clue on names yet? It's 𝐾𝐜 that eagerly asks the question. I shrug. Not really. I haven't found any that I really like. I'm hoping it will just come to me. You know. She nods in reply, smiling at me. I relax a little bit more knowing I have friends here. The girls are becoming closer and closer to me, and I feel like I could actually have a shot at having a decent group of friends. Maybe this could be the home I never knew I needed. Well, as long as you don't name it 𝐾𝐤, Reed offers, and then he gasps for air when Stacy elbows him, anger evident on her pouting face. I like it okay. What's so bad about that? She demands, looking up at her tall mate with her hands planted on her hips, her rainbow bangles clinking together on her wrist. No, you like 𝐾𝐤, not the name, he insists. And when everyone starts laughing, Stacy gets even more defensive. Have you seen him? 𝐿𝐲 the badass. We would be lucky to have a son named after him. She raises her voice to be heard over the booming laughter. I can't help but grin. It's too weird to think of Stacy ever being a mother. But then again, I didn't think I would be having a kid at the ripe old age of 19. But Stacy is wild. She always has been. It'll be very interesting to watch her grow and mature as she starts a family. However soon that may be. Can we have cake now? I've been eyeing that thing all night. Insists an impatient 𝐊𝐲𝐬, staring at the food as if she's starving to death. 𝐊𝐢𝐾 nods, clapping his hands together. Yes, let us allow our females to be fed, especially the pregnant ones. Goddess knows that they are bottomless pits, he announces, much to my agreement. I can't seem to get enough food, and it would seem that Tressa is the same way. So we unceremoniously cut into the thick layers of heavenly chocolate. Each bite is amazing, and even though each 𝐊𝐢𝐾𝐿 pushes me further towards another pound gained, I don't seem to care. Weight is just a number. And I'm hungry. After another whole hour of talk and laughter, I see that Cedric is gone. I look around for him anxiously, but I can't spot him. I don't like that I'm now left alone in the middle of so much conversation. It's not right for him to abandon me. Savannah notices my dismay, and she shuffles to my side. He'll be back. He went to go get something, she says, reassuring me with a small smile. I rarely see her smile. I don't know how it's possible, but I really do trust Savannah. I trust her with my life. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐲𝐬 𝐑𝐞𝐝, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Going back to talking with my friends as the night draws to a close. People start to make their way out, the house getting emptier within the next half hour. Pretty soon it's just Ezra, 𝐾𝐜, Savannah, and Stacy and Reed. They all help clean up, bringing dishes into the kitchen, throwing away trash, basically making sure that I won't lift a finger. I sit lamely on the sofa, twiddling my thumbs uselessly. I can't wait to get this freaking baby out of me so I can do something. Anything. I hear the front door open, and then close. Savannah's head snaps up, and she looks back at me. A ghost of a smile translates, and my brows furrow in confusion. Cedric comes around the corner, holding the hand of a little boy. I gasp. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐧𝐼𝐻 𝐊𝐢𝐳 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐧. I launch out of my seat, going to my knees as the lycan child runs to me with an enormous grin on his precious face. He propels into my arms, and I throw my arms around him. My heart thunders in my chest, pure joy jolting through my veins. I don't even care when everyone stares at us. I sob into his tiny shoulder, running my hands through his soft hair. Leaning back, I cup Kiefer's face in my hands, having to make sure that 𝐊𝐲 is real, that this moment is actually happening. I see tears in his eyes, only mirroring my own high. I say softly, unable to keep my hands off this child. I can't believe 𝐊𝐲 is here with me. It feels so right seeing him in my home, enthusiasm, in my arms. I've thought about him every single day, and here he is. Kiefer replies shyly, Are you going to be my mommy now? I laugh, a wholehearted laugh that floods my soul. Yes, sweetheart. In your mommy now. I confirm, and he lights up, throwing his arms around me again. I hug him tight, looking behind him to see Cedric, and 𝐊𝐲 smiling too. I peek around to see that everyone else is gone. I'm guessing that Savannah called them out of the house to give us some privacy. You'll have to thank her later. Thank you, Cedric. Thank you so much. I cry, and he comes to my side, his hand on my back. He rubs my spine gently, his face softening. I thought it was about time. All the paperwork is done. All you need to do is sign a couple of things, and 𝐊𝐲 is all ours. He tells me, putting an arm around Kiefer. I can already tell that Cedric cares for him, even if 𝐊𝐲 is not all lovey-dovey. The news is more than I can take. I try to hold back my tears, but I can't. I choke on a sob as I hug little Kiefer for the 100th time. I'm going to treasure you, I murmur into his ear. And he giggles, the sweetest sound I've ever heard. With my mate, our new son, and a baby on the way. I can't say I've seen a more perfect family. 57 flag me down Cedric POV. It's been an eternally long day spent in the office, and I'm almost done. Thank the moon goddess. After a few phone calls, paperwork, and check-ins, I can't say I'm not ready to be home. It's been an eternity since I've had any rest or semblance of a break. I had a call with the new alpha of the Green Pack, checking to see how he was faring in his brand new job. Apparently, things are going smoothly. Alpha Paul and I had no complaints, and it sounded like he was well suited in the position I left in his hands. He chose a beta, and is frequenting nearby social events to find his mate. I'm glad to hear it. No alpha is completely competent without a Luna to check in. Then, there were the multiple calls with the guard. One was about Jameson, and how 𝐊𝐲 is going to prison for a long time for his involvement with my mate. It's good news. I can finally relax and put the whole thing behind me, but I can't make any promises to myself. The situation will forever loom in my mind as what almost happened that night when I came to get Hendrix. She wouldn't be here, and I would have gone completely insane. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐧𝐼𝐻 𝐊𝐢𝐳 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. I had to touch base with the guard once again, but for a much more pleasant reason. Our adoption of Kiefer is still a thing of interest. His caretaker, a social worker named Linda, insisted on weekly phone calls for the next month to make sure 𝐊𝐲 is settling in all right. She's very protective of him after all that 𝐊𝐲 has been through, and I don't blame her. He was stolen from his human mother, and he doesn't even know it. How many others have been adopted out of the 𝐶𝐸 and are only now finding out about their past? It makes my stomach sick. The scandal of the 𝐶𝐸 being shut down is national news to all supernaturals around the world. I'm sure that every adopted lycan is getting the information firsthand from the guard employees working hard to make things right. Speaking of adopted lycans, there's one more thing to do tonight, and I'm not looking forward to it. I have a meeting with my gamma, and he walks right in at 9 on the dot. You wanted to see me? 𝐿𝐲 wonders, sidestepping through the door with raised eyebrows and a stiff posture. Apparently it's always nerve-wracking being called into my office for a chat. I press my lips together. Just for a moment. I wanted to ask you a few things. He nods his head, striding in quickly. He sits down, obviously a bit anxious. How have you been dealing with your adoption circumstances? I wonder, feeling awkward at the question, but knowing it's necessary. No matter how hard it is for me to ask into people's personal lives, I have to. I take care of my pack members. I have to make sure that every single member is faring well, whether it be mental health or physical health. Both are equally important. 𝐿𝐲 sighs, raking a hand of his golden auburn hair. I haven't really thought about it too much. I'm trying to focus more on my life now. My mate has helped me a lot in that regard. She always knows what to say. He explains, making eye contact with me. I have a lot of respect for 𝐿𝐲, mostly because he's not afraid of me. Have you decided if you're going to take me up on the offer to visit your father in Morton Malum? The high-security prison is located far from here, in Antarctica to be precise. But the trip might be something that 𝐿𝐲 needs to get some closure. I might pay a visit there myself in the further, just to assure myself that that little son of a bitch, Jameson, is locked up tight where he belongs. 𝐿𝐲's father was a part of the ruthless murder of 𝐿𝐲's own human mother. It's a messed up situation to say the least. I wouldn't mind my gamma leaving for a week to go pay the old councilman a visit in his jail cell where he rots to this day. No, I don't want to see his face ever again. 𝐿𝐲 explains, enthusiasm leaning forward with a glare as he thinks his biological father. And I don't want to leave 𝐾𝐞𝐿 here to deal with the boys by herself. I have a family now. I don't need him. She's basically a stranger to me. Just because we're related by blood doesn't make us family. He finishes his rant with a nod of his head, seemingly secure in his decision. I respect it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Well, then I guess we can both go home to our families then. Already closing my laptop with a smack and standing, ready to unwind after a long, stressful day. In going home, you read my mind, he replies, all but jumping out of his chair. I chuckle, following 𝐿𝐲 out the door and into the fading light of the day as the sun slips past the mountains. We're heading in the same direction, and he turns to me to disrupt the silence. So, you adopted that kid, huh? I smile, thinking of Kiefer and not being able to stop myself from feeling relief at having him in our home. Even though I was reluctant at first, I'm glad that we adopted the little boy. There's something special about him. I can't quite put my finger on it. We adopted him. Looking ahead at the few houses scattered among the trees throughout the pack, cradled by the towering mountain range surrounding us, I look up to see 𝐿𝐲 appearing thoughtful, his mouth twisting to the side. Are you going to tell him about his past? He asks suddenly, and I find myself stumped. I haven't thought about it much, and I suppose I'm more the fool for it. I've only been focused on giving him a safe, loving home. The future seems so far away now that I want to enjoy the present. I don't know. What do you think? I tilt my head at 𝐿𝐲, and he shrugs. You're more experienced when it comes to it. So what would you have rather had your parents do, if you had the choice? 𝐿𝐲 looks away. I honestly can't tell you, but I feel like he has the right to know. At least when he is older. I nod, agreeing with him, but not knowing what exactly I'm going to do with the information. When should I tell Kiefer? How would he react? Obviously, he is too young to understand something of that magnitude right now. But kids grow fast. And before I know it, he'll be matured. I can't picture the 4-year-old growing into an adult. One day he'll be a full-grown lycan male. It's hard to picture. It's even harder when I realize all that will happen between now and then. I had no idea how much stress this new child would bring. I already feel like him doing everything wrong. Does it go away? I ask Ezra, and his brows furrow. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐻 𝐬𝐕 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The fear that you're going to screw them up. Understanding dawns in his eyes. Humor sparks. And he laughs. A deep sound that echoes through the air. I'm not sure. It definitely fades. But I have my moments of panic. He muses. And I know that it hasn't been easy on Ezra to take in his mate's little siblings. The werewolf boys are a handful. And already love their makeshift parents. Good luck. You're going to need it. Kids are a challenge I never expected. He admits, clapping me on the shoulder before saluting me goodnight as he disappears in the other direction. I've been thinking long and hard about the challenge that is fatherhood. I also never imagined myself as a parent until I met Hendrix. It's easier to picture a steady future when your pup is still in the womb, out of sight. It's another thing to have one in your house. It terrifies me a little bit. A small person with so much growing or learning to do. And I have to help him find the way. It's a lot of pressure. The light on the front porch is on when I get home and 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 sits on the porch, smoking a cigar. I roll my eyes, knowing his love for smoking all too well. He still has an occasional cigarette, but his mate convinced him into taking up cigars, since the smell is more pleasant. He leaves without a word once my feet touch the welcome mat. She is anxious to get back to 𝐶𝐻. That's the reason I hardly ask him to watch over Hendrix. I know he hates being away from his mate for too long. After his past, I'm not shocked. She grounds him. When I'm in the house, I hear diggling. It erases the burden a little more. It's an easy, sweet sound that I could come home to for the rest of my life. Hendrix is laying in bed with Kiefer, and she's tickling him under his arms. He is laughing his head off, trying to wiggle away from her. She grins mischievously when he hauls away, scattering a pile of books onto the ground from the tall bed. What's going on in here? Strolling in as 2 pairs of eyes flash up in surprise. Oh, we're just getting someone ready for bedtime, Hendrix replies, and Kiefer nods his head as she runs her fingers through his hair as if she simply adores him. She's already smitten with him, and I think she has been since the first day they met. Mommy was reading some books to me, but I'm not tired yet, he says with pride, obviously trying to impress me with his maturity. I lift my eyebrows at him, putting my hands on my hips. Is that right? I wonder gruffly. She is not fazed at all by me, not scared of my presence in the least. It's cute how brave he is. Yet I'm not even a little bit sleepy, he insists. But Hendrix shoots me a knowing look as Kiefer's jaw stretches with a yawn that he tries his best to hold back. 𝐶𝐻 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Why don't you go with Papa to brush your teeth? My beautiful mate offers, and with a sad look. He eventually agrees begrudgingly. He gives his new mother a hug, and then pats her belly lovingly. I can't look away from the tender moment. This is my new life. I wouldn't have it any other way. Only months ago this house was an empty place where 𝐶𝐻 ate and slept, and now it's become a sanctuary for my family. Only love will under this roof, and it's my job to ensure that. Kiefer hops off the bed, coming to me as he rubs his eyes. Let's get you to bed, little guy. Putting a hand on top of his head as I lead him to his own room. Hendrix calls my name, and I turn. A flash of pain goes through her eyes, and she rubs at her back with a wince. Can you get me something to drink? I'm not feeling very well. She hedges, looking reluctantly at me from across the bed. Huddled under the covers, I feel her anxiety touch me through our mate bond. My spine stiffens, and concern automatically bubbles up inside of me. Is something wrong? Do you think you're going into labor? I ask her, taking a small step in her direction, and she pales, shaking her head adamantly. No, just some aches and pains. I'm fine. I nod, trusting her judgment. It's hard to believe that she'll ever go into labor at this point. She's a week past her due date. After spending every single day preparing for the baby, it seems like it's never going to come. I'm counting down the minutes. Taking Kiefer into the hall, I get his toothbrush and toothpaste out and help him get ready for bed. 𝐻𝐸's very happy to do what 𝐻𝐸's asked. Well behaved for his age. I've always associated tantrums and tears with children, but it would seem that I was wrong. The pup is agreeable, and I hope he stays that way. When I finally bring him into his room, I look around at the empty walls. I didn't exactly have a lot of time to set up a kid's bedroom once I decided to surprise Hendrix. It would be easy to set up a whole room. I hope we can make it more homey for him in the near future. But for now, it remains bare. Papa, Kiefer asks, and I blink, looking down at him as he stands by his bed. What is it? I reply, pulling his covers back and fluffing the pillow for him. Why is Mommy a human? He wonders, and I turn in alarm at the odd question. The little boy seems genuinely concerned, almost perplexed. I guess now is as good a time as any to explain some things to him since 𝐻𝐸's already asking questions. I help him into bed, pulling the covers up to his little chin, tucking him in snug. Well, she was just born that way. Like you and I were born lycans, I say simply, and Kiefer nods his head, still looking a little lost. Lucius, I need you to understand something about humans, about Mommy. 𝐊𝐸𝐾𝐜𝐤 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, 𝐊𝐸𝐳. He perks up, his eyes widening as he focuses on me, nodding his head exuberantly, ready to listen and learn. I put a hand on his shoulder. Humans are not as strong as we are. They are. I search for the right word, not wanting to insult my mate, but also trying to help Kiefer understand. Like glass, you have to be very careful, or you could hurt a human. You could hurt Mommy. Worry sparks in his gaze. I don't want Mommy to be hurt. He insists in panic, and I nod in agreement. Me neither. That's why you and I need to work together to make sure that doesn't happen. We have to protect Mommy, and be careful around her. More gentle. Can you do that for me? And Kiefer nods frantically. I smell his fear fresh in the air. Nothing will happen to her as long as we take care of her. But she can't know. It will be a special promise between the both of us. 𝐶𝐸𝐴𝐸𝐻𝐸 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, 𝐊𝐸𝐳. Kiefer relaxes a little bit, and he smiles at me. He grips the blanket and pulls it up closer around himself. 𝐶𝐸𝐴𝐸𝐾𝐜𝐤 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, 𝐊𝐸𝐳. And I can see how happy he is to be a part of something, to have a family that he can rely on and be accepted into. My lips turn up, and I can feel my heart further warming to him. Despite how he entered our family, I know that I've already accepted him as my own son. I will always make sure he feels like he's one of us. I ruffle his hair. Now get some sleep. I love you. His eyes go round in surprise, his eyebrows furrowing as if the words are foreign to him. I didn't think much about saying them, because I already know them to be true. I love this small pup. 𝐻𝐸's already brought so much light into my life and wormed his way into my cold heart. It only saddens me to know that 𝐻𝐸's never been told those 3 words. I stand, walking out his door and flicking off the light when I hear him. Papa. He yells, and I turn to see him running towards me. I go to my knees, wondering what's wrong when he charges into my arms, throwing himself around me in a hug. I love you too, he murmurs in my ear, and after my surprise wears off, I hug him back. It's a moment he'll never forget as long as I live. After tucking him back into bed and closing the door, I go downstairs quickly to grab that drink for Hendrix. A cold cup of orange juice ought to help her aches. I sigh, feeling my long day catching up to me quickly. I can't wait to curl up with my soft mate and to recharge in our warm bed. I really need it right now. Smiling, I come back up the stairs and into our bedroom like I've done countless times before. But something is different this time, because when I walk into the room, Hendrix looks absolutely terrified. It's as if she's seen a ghost. Her eyes are wide, her skin pale. My smile drops, and I rush over frantically. What is it? I demand, my voice loud and harsh, watching how she grips her enormous belly with fresh tears in her wild eyes. She reaches out for me. My water just broke. You need to call the doctor. Right now. I never thought my eyes, once a source of terror, would become the most beautiful part of her. But the moment she was born, I realized she inherited not just my fears, but all of me. 58 bell through the night Hendrix POV. Thunder cracks, rain pours against the window panes, and my scream overpowers them all. The pain is just way too much to handle. Cedric holds my hand, and I squeeze it as my teeth clench. I'm not even allowed to push yet. I'm only at 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐷 dilation, and I have to get to a 10 before I can squeeze this child out of me. It's not even possible to have an epidural. They don't do that in the lycan world, so the doctor he wasn't trained on it. And she doesn't know how my body will react with a supernatural baby, so I'm stuck doing natural birth. It hurts so bad. I might die. I'm blinded by the agony. I never imagined it would be this bad. The pain is unbearable. The ache is 1 times more intense than any period cramp I've ever experienced. I didn't know the human body could feel this much pain. 𝐊𝐴𝐷 𝐂𝐤𝐳, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. 𝐊𝐴𝐷 𝐂𝐤𝐳, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. You're doing great. It's going to be okay. Baby, just breathe. Cedric stands anxiously at my side, and I love him all the more for it. I can tell H is at a loss for words. He doesn't know what to do, and neither do I. I have to go through more of this. I'm going to die. I groan as another contraction kicks in, my massive stomach hardening as the muscles tighten. It's like my belly has become a boulder with how hard the skin and flesh contracts around my uterus. Sweat licks my body. Cedric's oversized T-shirt that I wear sticks to my skin. I'm gonna die. I pant, bleary-eyed as I whirl my head around, looking for Dr. Melbourne between my legs. She smiles kindly, putting a hand on my knee from where she sits at the end of the bed. Hang in there. You're doing amazing. It's weird having our house, but I couldn't exactly be moved in the middle of the night while I was already having contractions every 4 minutes. My labor's going fast. Way faster than I thought. Apparently the pain I was feeling earlier when I was with Kiefer were contractions. I didn't know, but if I did I would have called Cedric. I've had all sorts of pain while pregnant. I just assumed that it was nothing. Clearly I was wrong. As soon as my water broke, Cedric went into absolute beast mode. Cheers, the stable one here. 𝐊𝐴𝐷 𝐂𝐤𝐳, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. He called Dr. Melbourne immediately and told her to come as soon as possible, and then called his beta, having Savannah take Kiefer to her house. I can only imagine how terrifying it would be for him to wake up when he hears me screaming in pain. It would be traumatic. Oh shit. I gasp. Another roll of pain attacking me. My mate's eyes widened in shock. H.E.S. never heard me curse before. I don't think I've ever cursed before. It's warranted now. 𝐊𝐴𝐷 𝐂𝐤𝐳, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. What's wrong with her? Is this normal? Cedric demands. Angry but panicked, Dr. Melbourne drops her sweet attitude when she looks at Cedric. Just a human having an accelerated pregnancy. Her labor is going to be difficult. I told you that. And, in case you missed it, childbirth is not a walk in the park. I laugh at her saucy words before moaning in agony as another fresh contraction attacks me when I'm least expecting it. My sounds of pain are overshadowed by Cedric growling as his hand tightens on mine. His red eyes glow in the dim room, the rain pouring in the background adding to the already hectic night. It's almost midnight. Are you sure that there's nothing we can do? He demands, and Melbourne narrows her eyes at him. I know nothing about epidurals, and I don't have one to give her anyway. You'll have to learn before your next kid, or else you might tear my head off. I might tear your head off right now. He grumbles. I wince, closing my eyes and trying not to bear down as the pain becomes too much. The urge to push is growing. I try to breathe, but I'm having trouble. The rain continues to pour outside, and it seems fitting as another streak of lightning splits the sky. When the pain peaks, my body convulses, trying to escape the overwhelming sensation of sheer torture. Speaking of torture, Cedric looks like 𝐊𝐢𝐳 in quite a lot of pain as well. His black eyebrows are scrunched up in worry. What can I do? Baby, how can I help? He begs, holding my hand in both of his and bringing it to his lips, pressing a kiss to my sweaty fingers. I can't, sweat dripping down my forehead and down my cheek. I think of all my favorite things, desperate for any sort of distraction when it suddenly hits me. Music. Did get my iPod. I've heard that it's good to have music going while you're delivering your baby. That has to be true for someone like me, right? Cedric goes to do what I asked as another contraction grips me. I can't move. Can hardly think. It's too much. I try to recede into my mind, trying to get away from the hell that I'm in. I can't retreat. Can't hide from it. I try to do breathing exercises. Try to picture my baby's face after all this is over. It will be so worth it. None of it does me any good. I just want this to end. The sheer agony is spreading to every part of my body. I'm on fire. I'm positive that I'm dying. That's when the music starts, and I close my eyes as my mate comes back to my side. He plugged my iPod into a speaker, and now the room is filled with one of my favorite playlists. The song blends with the rain perfectly. I breathe slowly, listening to the lyrics and letting them spread over me like butter. There's been so many times when music has saved me. So many moments where it has helped me in times of need. Like when my dad left, or when my mom would smoke a whole pack of cigarettes in one sitting. When I miss Cedric, even when I was bullied in school. But this takes the cake. It's soothing, distracting. I ease out of the contraction, breathing in through my nose and out through my mouth in an O shape. Cedric rubs my shoulder, hovering over me like a protective wall of muscle. Better. And I just nod, not trusting myself to talk right now. He grabs my hand, intertwining our fingers. Dr. Melbourne comes around, putting on some rubber gloves. Your contractions are getting close together. I'm going to check you, she says gently, and then proceeds to check my cervix under the blanket to see how far along I am. She gasps, and I flinch, thinking something is wrong. You're year 10. Are you ready to push? And I all but jump into action. Yes, please. I need to get this baby out of me. And she nods. One thing leads to another, and suddenly the blanket is torn away, and Cedric cleaves my side, going down the bed to hold my ankles, my feet planted on his shoulders so I have something to push against. Dr. Melbourne is crouched in front of him, looking at me expectantly from between my parted thighs. When you feel your next contraction, I want you to give a great big push. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Melbourne, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And I bite my lip, nodding my head as I feel the pain climbing my spine. I'm ready for this, ready for it to be over after all this time. I feel like I've been pregnant for eternity, but this delivery feels like twice that. The contraction comes on full swing, and I yell as I push with all my might. It hurts so bad. I push again, holding my breath. I push against 𝐨𝐥𝐼𝐬's bulky shoulders, and he doesn't move an inch. Good. Good. You got it. Try again. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐥𝐼𝐬 𝐑𝐞𝐝. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I nod, not looking at her. She counts down from 10 at a slow pace, trying to get a longer push. 𝐨𝐥 murmurs encouraging words, watching the whole thing from a much different perspective. I don't envy him. I'm sure it looks like a mess down there. It feels like an eternity. Tons of contractions and pushing later, and the pup is not out. Not even close. Another contraction ends, and I collapse on the bed. My legs would have fallen with me too if it weren't for the fact that 𝐨𝐥 is holding my ankles tight in his big hands. All that work for nothing. It's been almost an hour of pushing, and no baby in my arms to show for it. Hendrix, you have to keep trying. The baby is almost here. You're so close. Melbourne insists, and I glance up at her, breathing heavy from the exertion of this endless cycle. I shake my head, looking up at 𝐨𝐥 who sits behind her. I hate to disappoint him. I really do. Maybe if his mate had been a lycan he wouldn't have to go through this. I can't do it. Tears spring into my eyes like the rain coming down outside. This is completely impossible. There's no way it will happen. This baby is never coming out. Baby, look at me. I blink up at 𝐨𝐥, sniffling all the while. His red eyes aren't wavering, his handsome face calm but also stressed. You can do this. I know you can do this. You never give up. I've never seen someone as determined as you. You are strong. Goddess, Hendrix, you are so strong. You got through this pregnancy, carried this baby for almost 6 months of hell. And you never complained. Never wished for it to be easier. I know you can do this. Baby, you're the only one who can. I stare at 𝐨𝐥 in shock, seeing the steady set of his jaw, and the love so stern in his eyes. His words give me courage. I listen hard for the song currently playing on my playlist. It's a Fleetwood Mac song, and a good one. I guess it's time to do this thing for real. One baby, coming right up. Another excruciating contraction comes on, and I clench my teeth, focusing on my body as I dig my heels into 𝐨𝐥's shoulders. I push with everything I have in me. Every ounce of strength left in my body goes into the push. The power congregates in my lower half, and I scream in agony as I feel the head of the baby coming out. Thunder booms in the sky, filling the room with a flash of light. I take a break for one gasping breath. Then I push again, and the baby slides right out of me. I scream at the same time as a newborn's wail slices through the room. I sob as I go completely limp, my body finally relaxing as the realization dawns on me. I did it. I pushed a living thing into this world. Me, I did that. 𝐨𝐥 gasps, and I look forward desperately, wanting to get a glimpse of my child as my legs slide down my mate's hard body. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐧 staring at her baby overdrive. Melbourne's shoulder as she goes to work wiping the infant down. His eyes are filled with awe. I want to see my baby. Where's my baby? I beg. And that's when 𝐨𝐥 looks up at me, tears in his eyes. 𝐿𝐢's so beautiful. 𝐿𝐢's perfect. Baby. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐧 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I have a baby girl. I smile, another sob breaking free of my chest as my heart seems to triple in size. I love her so much already, even if she put me through months, and then hours. Her wails ring out, calling my maternal instinct to come to life. I watch 𝐨𝐥 cut the umbilical cord carefully, finally getting a glimpse of my squealing baby as Dr. Melbourne wraps her up in a blanket and hands her to 𝐨𝐥. My mate crosses the bed quickly, kneeling at my side as he places her in my arms, his arm going around my shoulders as hold back a sob. You did it, baby. Look at her. Her eyes are closed, her face swollen from delivery, and she weakly waggles her little fists in anger as her cries die down. Her angel head is covered in a crown of pitch-black hair that she obviously received from her dashing father. Her desperate cries turn into soft murmurs as she wriggles in the blanket. Cedric was right. She's absolutely perfect. "Hello there," I whisper, touching her chubby cheek with the tip of my finger. She lets out a whimper. No, it's all right. Mama's here." She comes when I talk to her, and just when I think it can't get any better, she blinks. Her little eyes slowly pry open as if to see who spoke to her. I look into her ring gaze, and I gasp, completely startled. Her eyes are bright red, shining like rubies in the dim room. It would seem that lycans get their color the second they're born, and our lucky little girl gained the cherry irises I adore so much in my mate. Cedric's hand comes into view, his big knuckle brushing her head tenderly. I glance up to see him staring at her, absolutely amazed, his full lips parted. I never thought my eyes were anything but terrifying, but they're beautiful on her. He breathes, and I laugh, overjoyed to be blessed with such an amazing moment. Cedric pulls me closer to him, pressing a kiss to my forehead. "I am so proud of you," he tells me quietly, and I grin from ear to ear. Pleased with myself too. I can't believe I did it. It seemed absolutely impossible. But I did it. I pushed through, and I have Cedric to thank for that. I reach my hand up, putting my hand on his scarred cheek, pressing a kiss to his firm mouth. "But I couldn't have done it without you," I tell him, and he smiles thoughtfully. "You could have. I just had to remind you of the truth. That's all," he replies, always so gentle and kind with me. I'm humbled by him every day. She's the most supportive man I've ever met. When Dr. Melbourne speaks, I'm jolted back into reality, forgetting that she was here during our private moment. "Do you want me to weigh her? She's quite the chunk," she muses, holding a clipboard in her hand as usual. I glance down at my perfect baby, seeing the rolls of fat on her little arms and legs, and the double chin poking out from her neck. She's so sweet and adorable snuggled into my chest. I don't want to have her taken away at all, but I suppose it's necessary. I held her my child, hating to see her beautiful face scrunch up in sorrow as her cries ring out again. "What's wrong? Is she okay?" I insist as Dr. Melbourne crosses the room with my daughter in her arms. Like an infants become extremely attached to their mothers. Their sense of smell and hearing is keen, so she'll know when the person holding her is not you. She won't like being separated, Cedric explains. I furrow my eyebrows at the image he paints. Melbourne chuckles as she puts our baby girl on the scale, and the poor little thing is screeching the whole time. It breaks my heart, especially knowing it's me that she wants. The lycan doctor looks back at us. "Yeah, she won't like being held by anyone else. Prepare to never put your baby down. No, it's going to be fun these next few months," she explains. Then the scale beeps. She turns and laughs again when she sees the numbers reflecting back at her in the dark room. 10 pounds. My jaw drops. I felt every bit of that weight on the way out. Holy cow. Before I can blink, my baby is back in my arms where she belongs. Her crying immediately stops. It's almost like magic, and she blinks a few times through the dimments. Her eyes glow, and I can't stop smiling down at her. Cedric and I stay silent as Melbourne helps me deliver the placenta, a much less painful process than the labor. Then she leaves, saying she'll let us have some moments alone before she comes back to check up on the baby and I to make sure everyone is healthy. My eyes remain solely fixed on the precious child that Cedric and I created. She's wrapped in a soft bundle, seeming so tiny despite her above-average size. I can't stop myself from looking at her, running my fingers over her feather-soft hair. I realize that she has a lot of hair, a big hunk of black locks that curls slightly around her ears. What should we name her? Cedric's voice is like gravel, the only thing to be heard other than the soft music that continues to play in the background, and the rain that splatters against the side of our house. I think of my music, and my brain goes straight for it as always. I remember the song that was playing the moment my daughter was brought into the world. Rhiannon by Fleetwood Mac. I can't think of anything more fitting. Rhiannon. It's the first song she ever heard. And look up at 𝐭, but we'll call her Rain for short, because she was born in the middle of a thunderstorm. 𝐭 is silent, looking at me without expression. I gulp, feeling suddenly insecure. I mean, if you don't like it, we can choose something better. I just thought. My mate cuts me off. It's perfect. I love it. And my heart squeezes. I can't look away from her for too long, my gaze flying back to my little love lying peacefully in my arms, already fast asleep. Rain it is then. 59 shrillest highs and lowest lows 𝐶𝐸 POV. I don't leave Hendrix's side. Not for a single second. I can't. I'm too haunted by what happened last night. Hendrix and Rain both sleep soundly in my big bed. Melbourne comes in from time to time to check up on them. But I can't seem to relax. There's an itch in my spine that won't go away. A pang in my brain that flickers to life whenever I remember the delivery. Maybe I should have researched child delivery more, because I had no idea what was coming, and I was not prepared for it. I'm scared. There was blood. There was so much blood. The bone-chilling fear that something was wrong still clings to me. I thought at certain moments that Hendrix was going to die, that I would lose her. What if something is still wrong and we just don't know it? Rain is so small. What if she stops breathing? What if I hold her on? What if Hendrix has complications afterward because of her frail human body? It all keeps me anxious, and I pace the room, only stopping to check on my girls. Both are out like a light after the ordeal they went through. I put a hand on Hendrix's shoulder, gently rubbing it. I can't even begin to understand what she did. She pushed through despite her pain. Goddess, her pain. I thought it was never going to end. Seeing her in that pain, it made me want to tear the walls down. She's so strong, so much stronger than anyone, any lycan, would give her credit for. I could never do what she did. When she thought she couldn't do it, she simply kept going. Even after the point of exhaustion, it's nothing if not admirable. I press a kiss to her temple, and then I look down at my daughter. I'm surprised to see that the little pup is awake, and she's staring up at me with eyes that mirror my own. She already looks like me, and I don't know if I should be proud or scared by that. I never considered the fact that my child might inherit my 𝐾𝐤𝐧𝐼𝐻. It just makes me remember all the fear I raised even as a young child, and all of the rumors and stories of my violence that spread like wildfire through the kingdom. But with Rain, I don't see eyes of horror stories and bloodthirsty demons. I just see a precious little girl. The eyes of my little girl. The eyes of a princess. I try not to get choked up as I reach for her in the tiny bundle of blankets. It's easy to hold her this way. I have more to hold on to. I'm terrified of holding her by herself. She's so delicate, and my hands are so big. Gently laying her in the cradle of my elbow, I look down into her incredibly small face and smile at her. Her lips are large and full, like her mother's, and her little button nose resembles Hendrix too. But everything else is from me. Though lycan pups prefer their mothers, they also will sometimes tolerate their fathers. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐾𝐤𝐧𝐼𝐻. Most of Hendrix's scent is my own after I marked her. It's how other lycans know that she's mine. Rain blinks, trying to focus through the afternoon light and failing. Even lycan babies can't see perfectly at birth, but it only takes a few months before they can see better than any human. I put a finger to her cheek, gently brushing the chubby face that already brings me so much joy. When she feels my touch, she wiggles her head to the side, her mouth opening and twisting to seek out sustenance. She latches onto my finger, sucking surprisingly hard, until she realizes that my fingertip isn't a nipple. When no milk comes out, her face crunches up. I try to hush her, but she responds by letting out a wail. Panic strikes. and I try my hardest to quiet her. But she's not having it. Give her here. My mate 𝐊𝐲𝐷 insists. Her voice like gravel after sleeping for 10 hours straight. I hand Rain over reluctantly, wishing I hadn't woken Hendrix. She needs the rest. My Luna holds the infant, rocking her in her arms, and Rain immediately stops her crying. What's wrong? Did Papa scare you? She teases, muzzling our baby. I sigh, smiling despite my ever-growing worry. I think she's hungry. I tell her, and Hendrix's eyebrows furrow before looking down at Heidi daughter. Dr. Melbourne said she might not eat for the first 24 hours, and that a lot of babies don't because they're so tired. But she said that if Rain starts rooting, then I should try to feed her. My mate nervously pulls her long shirt up, revealing her bare, swollen breast. Her stomach is still distended, and will be for a while before it goes back to normal. What is rooting exactly? I feel so clueless about babies. I'm not qualified to have one. Hendrix just laughs, then motions to Rain. The little thing has her head turned to the side, her mouth open as she reaches and searches for food. Babies do it when they're hungry, she explains, then brings the baby to her breast. Trying to feed her, it's a lot more difficult than I thought. It's supposed to be natural, but poor Rain is crying as Hendrix tries to help her along. It's a few minutes of struggle, and then suddenly Rain latches on and starts eating with a vengeance. Hendrix gasps, pride shining in her dark eyes. There you go. You got it, she murmurs, lovingly stroking the baby's cheek as the newborn sucks less as she leans back into the bed. Rain eats for several minutes, and then her little red eyes flutter closed, and she falls onto her mother's breast with a satisfied sigh. Goddess, she's so adorable. Hendrix covers herself, and then proceeds to put Rain on her shoulder, patting her back gently through the little pink nightgown the infant wears. I'm confused at what she's doing, and then I hear the tiniest burp leave my daughter's lips. I've never thought burps were cute until now. How do you know so much about this? I feel like I'm completely clueless, I admit, sitting on the bed beside her as she proceeds to rock the baby into a deep sleep. She looks so natural with a child in her arms, like she was made for it. It's not because she's a woman, or because she can't fight, but because she looks like she enjoys it. I've done some research. There's still a lot that I don't know, especially with the lycan element. I wish someone would write a book to expect when you're expecting a lycan pup as a human mother. But alas, there's none. She jokes, and I chuckle, idly fiddling with the baby's black hair. In all seriousness, I think we should just take it one day at a time. There's no need to stress. We can figure it out together, Hendrix explains, and I nod. There's no other way to do it. I have doubts that every person who's had a child was an expert. We're interrupted by a knock at the door. I turn my head, smelling Savannah and Kiefer waiting to be invited in. I knew this would come. I've actually been looking forward to it. Our son and daughter are going to meet for the first time. Come in. Savannah appears, opening the door and shutting it as Kiefer bolts for the bed, all too excited to get a glimpse of his new little sibling. My beta stands on the sidelines, smiling softly. I lift the pup onto the bed, placing him by his mother. He practically bounces up and down when he sees the bundle of joy in her arms. Be careful there, buddy. Don't wake your sister, I instruct, and he nods, but continues to move forward to sit down beside Hendrix anyway. He puts a hand out gently, poking Rain's very squishy cheek. This is Rain, your new little sister, Hendrix explains, watching Kiefer while she bites her lip. He stays quiet for a second, looking at the baby with a silent thoughtfulness. I've never seen anything as perfect as my small family together. It's amazing, and I'm in awe. It's as if it's meant to be this way, like everything in my life has been leading up to this. She's so cute. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐻, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, he murmurs, and his eyes won't leave her. Hendrix's lip wobbles. She's close to crying. It seems she's still emotional, but I don't blame her. It's a tender moment. Can I hold her? He wonders, and I'm reluctant to let it happen. Rain is so new, so little, and so delicate. I know Kiefer is aware that 𝐊𝐲 is supposed to be gentle, but 𝐊𝐲 is only 4 years old. 𝐊𝐲 is not an expert. And yet, Hendrix agrees anyway. She lifts our brand new child, placing her in Kiefer's little arms. She then pulls both children into her lap so that she can watch over them. I smile, watching how sweet Kiefer is with Rain, and how excited he is to be a big brother. We have to protect her, Papa, just like with Mommy. Right. Kiefer pipes up, not looking away as he addresses me. Hendrix raises her eyebrows at me, looking in confusion between the two of us. I have no desire at exposing our secret, so I simply nod and give Hendrix a look that tells her that we'll discuss it later. I can't agreeing with Kiefer though. This little family of mine is the biggest shot at happiness that I've ever had, and I'm not going to screw it up. I have to protect them at all costs, because I don't know what I would do without them. 60 no longer alone. Cedric POV. Watching Hendrix get ready is sheer torture. Anxiety springing to life in my chest as she pulls a dress over her and chooses a pair of shoes. She grins from ear to ear. I have to sit by and let it goodbye. Wayne sleeps soundly in her crib across the room. Not a peep to be heard out of her. It could change in a second. And that's what's so scary about her. My mate is leaving. Just for the afternoon. But that's enough to terrify me. You know where the diapers are. The milk I pumped is in the fridge. Bottles in the cabinet. I think you're ready. She teases me, fluffing her hair in the mirror while I nod silently, wondering what to do. I consider for the 100th time if I should command her to stay. I just know that I can't. She's been locked up in this house for weeks. She needs this. I practically tied her to the house after she delivered Rain, and both of them have hardly left the house since. Of course I presented our precious daughter to the pack. But that's about it. Now Hendrix is driving with her friends to a little town called Red Lodge for a full day of shopping. I hate it, because as soon as she's gone, I'll be home alone without her children. It's daunting. I will be responsible for 2 souls. I have to take care of them all by myself. I hover over my mate, hoping she'll change her mind about leaving me here. She's determined though. She's all dressed up, grinning in excitement. I haven't let her out. And now Dr. Melbourne said she's good to do almost anything, as long as she takes it slow. Hendrix take it slow as she needs to get out of here as soon as possible. She was put off by the fact that it's an hour-long drive. She gathered her friends and made a plan. And now she's leaving me. I gave her plenty of cash to buy some treasures, and even encouraged her. I want Hendrix to be happy, and this is definitely making me happy. But I can't help my nerves. My Luna finishes getting ready for her outing, and then flits to the other side of the room to fuss over her infant. Rain doesn't get upset when her sleep is interrupted. She just blinks, her eyes open sleepily. Mommy's going to miss you so much, she murmurs, holding our baby on her shoulder and snuggling the chubby girl, showering her in loving kisses. Her slim fingers run through Rain's thick hair. Having a newborn is constant care, and Hendrix and Rain have been attached to the hip for the 2 short months since she's been born. She does everything, and I help when I can, cutting back my hours in the office to fit in more family time. I'm not used to having a family to come home to every day, and I love it. That is as long as I have my mate here to help. I see Hendrix's eyes get misty, and she shakes her head, laughing it off. The whole scene is unbearably endearing, and then it turns terrifying. Hendrix hands me my daughter, and I hastily accept her with nervous fingers. The tiny person blinks up at me, her red eyes mirroring my own. Her face is already scrunched in confusion. We are equally intimidated by each other, not sure how to approach this predicament. Oh, you'll be fine. Hendrix waves off my fear, and I watch her helplessly as she grabs her bag, standing stupidly on the sidelines with Rain in my arms. The infant wriggles in obvious frustration. She tolerates me, but much prefers her mother. I follow Hendrix out into the hallway, and right as we leave our room, Kiefer drifts from his own room, his eyes tired as he rubs at them. He holds a teddy bear in one hand, gripping it tightly by the leg. He gives Hendrix and I a questioning glance. Where you going? To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐤𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐠 enthusiasm. He murmurs, and she smiles at him, bending down to her knees to see him eye to eye. Mommy's going shopping, but I won't be gone too long. Papa's going to watch after you and baby girl. You'll have so much fun. Trust me, she tells him with way too much confidence. He raises an eyebrow at me dubiously. I try to smile at him reassuringly. Kiefer doesn't complain, which is a miracle. Maybe I'll have at least one behaved child today. I glance down nervously at Rain, walking my mate out the door. Hendrix supplies us each with a new round of kisses and hugs before disappearing into Savannah's Suburban in the driveway. The vehicle is packed with females. My beta gives me a grin and a little salute before pulling out of the driveway and taking away the mother of my children with her. I stand on the porch for a while, staring at the road that they took. I don't know how long I've been standing here for, but am jolted out of my hazy state by a little hand tugging on my pants. I look down to see Kiefer staring at me with determination. Papa, I'm hungry, he grumbles, his little raspy voice filling my heart. I put a hand on top of his shaggy head. Maybe this won't be so bad after all. I bring the kids into the kitchen, rummaging through the pantry and wishing I had helped through this. Ezra is watching his own children while his mate joins the shopping trip, and our 𝐊𝐼𝐾 hasn't left his house since his son was born a few weeks ago. I haven't even heard from him very much, so I'm alone. Well, so to speak. Kiefer climbs on the counter, which Hendrix despises. She's convinced that 𝐊𝐤𝐳 is going to fall and hurt himself. I always roll my eyes at that. 𝐊𝐤𝐳 is a lycan. She needs to learn that 𝐊𝐤𝐳 is indestructible, not made of glass. I pour Kiefer a bowl of cereal with Rain laying in one arm as her big brother begs me for pancakes. Hendrix has been spoiling him. I would give in. That is if I even knew how to make pancakes. You would think with how old I am, I would know how to cook everything on planet Earth. Apparently I've been too busy with other things. Despite his disappointment in not being able to have his breakfast of choice, Kiefer eats his cereal with no complaints. I gently rock my daughter who seems to be dozing off, her eyelids getting droopy as she stares up at me. Kiefer and I both watch her while she falls asleep, adoring every moment as she grows and discovers the world. It's amazing to watch every little thing that she does. I'm enamored with her. When I think of how dangerous this world is, I want to protect Kiefer and little Rain from it at all costs. I stare down at the chubby infant in my arms who is completely oblivious to any danger. She has no clue how at risk she was when I was across the country, when it was just her and Hendrix. How close I came to losing them. Without my mate, I wouldn't have this family. I wouldn't have Kiefer. I wouldn't have Rain. I wouldn't have my queen. Hendrix came too close to death, and I won't let it happen again. My thoughts are interrupted when a shrill cry slices through the air. I startle, noticing Rain's very upset, scrunched up face. She's not happy, and she's making it known. Her mouth is open as she gasps for air, wiggling and straining against my hold on her. Despite my panic, I'm quick to act, placing the baby in a Moses-style basket in the living room. I check to see if she's hungry, putting a warm bottle in her mouth, but she won't take it. Rain's gums bite down angrily on the nipple, before spitting it out and screeching even louder. I hear Kiefer giggle behind me, completely at ease. I wonder if she's so used to Hendrix feeding her from her boobs, or maybe her diaper is dirty. I've changed her diaper plenty of times, so I lift up her little dress from the hem to check if she needs a change. Rain's short, chunky legs kick around as she screams. Her diaper is clean, and dry as can be. She's not hungry, and she's not in need of a change, but she's still wailing. I can feel my face growing red as nerves take hold of me. Should I call Hendrix? What if she doesn't stop crying? What if something's wrong with her? I immediately pick her up at the thought, looking her over for any external injuries or signs of hurt. But everything seems to be in order. Should I take her to Dr. Melbourne just in case? I turn to go to the door when Kiefer steps in front of me, a pink pacifier in his hand. She likes her binky. Mommy says it helps her to sleep. He informs me, and I raise my eyebrows at him, shocked that I couldn't remember a pacifier through all the chaos. I take the pink binky from my son's hand, murmuring a thank you. As soon as the pacifier is in her mouth, Rain's screaming stops immediately. Her wide, red eyes droop, and she falls asleep with a small hiccup. I glance down at Kiefer, who seems to be very pleased with himself. Maybe this whole father thing won't be too hard after all. Hendrix 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐑𝐞𝐝 home. Closing the door loudly behind me, anxious to see my babies and mate after the hours of separation. I thought it would be a nice relief to be away for a while. And it was for a while, but then I started to miss them too much. I miss Trina's little face and black hair, the texture of feathers, and Kiefer's curiosity and sweetness, and Cedric's quiet observations and protective nature. But Red Lodge was beautiful. The town surprisingly full with tourists and people walking around the shops. I got lots of cool things, had some amazing food, and got to know my new home a little bit more. It was a great time, and I loved hanging out with my friends. I'd hardly seen them in the last few months, although I was ready to be home after an hour. I expected hugs and greetings when I walked through the door, not complete and utter silence. Laying my shopping bags by my feet and walking into the house to see what's going on. I wonder if everything's all right. Paranoia creeping in. Where are they? Why can't I hear them? Where's Cedric? I hear a snore before I even find them. Cedric is fast asleep, curled up on the couch, an arm and a leg hanging off the edge since it won't accommodate his massive size. On his chest lays Kiefer, sleeping noiselessly. Cedric's arm is wrapped tight around our son. His other hand rests in the basket on the ground. His long fingers are draped across our little Rain, who is also content to sleep the day away. I put a hand to my mouth, overcome with so much emotion. I can't believe how well suited Cedric is to this life. Seeing him so gentle, so loving towards our babies, it warms my heart. My insides have turned to mush. I want to make myself part of the picture, but I also want to cherish the sight. Stepping into the room, I try to be as quiet as I can, only wanting to enjoy this precious moment. I'm not silent enough. Cedric's eyes flick open wickedly fast, and I see alertness in his gaze. He appears dangerous at this moment. His arm tightens on Kiefer, his eyebrows scrunching harshly. He looks feral, like a predator. I see him as the lycan he is, protective of his new children. As soon as he realizes it's me, he visibly relaxes. His eyes turn soft. A smile curves his lips. Agi is happy, relieved that I'm back. I can see it as plain as day on his handsome face. I laugh, despite the electric shock that goes through me when I realize how much he needs me, how much he wants me. It's humbling to know that someone so great needs someone like me. Cedric holds a hand out, motioning for my presence. I walk over to him, happy to make contact with the one I love. Our fingers brush, causing a ripple effect of warmth to flood up my arm. He lifts my hand to kiss the back of my hand. Thank the goddess that you're home, he murmurs, and I chuckle at him, grinning down at my mate. Looks like you were doing just fine on your own. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But I'm glad to be back too. There's no place I would rather be. 61 jumper cable lips, Cedric POV. I never imagined I would ever be attending a playdate, and I don't exactly know what I was expecting. Kiefer immediately jumps into playing, not even bothering to ask what to do. Excited to start the fun as Felix and Daniel welcome him with shouts. They pull out toys and start chasing each other through the yard with no hesitation. It's amusing. Gimme, gimme, 𝐾𝐤𝐧𝐬 commands from my side, holding out her hands to take Rain from me. I'm reluctant to just hand her over, feeling suddenly protective. Glancing at my 𝐿𝐷𝐼𝐻 who stands firmly behind his mate with a frown. He doesn't exactly look thrilled. I almost laugh. She's been waiting for a chance to hold her. He explains, scratching the back of his head. I'm afraid she's going to get some ideas. If you know what I mean. The kleptomaniac werewolf girl carefully takes my daughter, placing the infant in the crook of her elbow and grinning down at her with a huge smile. Rain wraps a tiny fist around 𝐾𝐤𝐧𝐬's finger and gurgles up at the stranger. 𝐾𝐤𝐧𝐬 glances up at Hendrix and I, her grey eyes lit up with pure joy. She's so precious, she announces, softly rocking the baby up and down to calm her. I watch Ezra with amusement as his jaw clenches. It's clear to see that he doesn't want to get baby fever just yet. They already have two rowdy boys to deal with. I can attest to the fact that a baby doesn't make things easier, even if I love Rain with my whole heart. She's not itchy all the time. She cried the majority of the morning. Hendrix sighs, leaning her back against me. I put my hands on her shoulders as she watches Kiefer race through the yard with his newfound friends, his arms in the air. It's clear that 𝐊𝐲 is going to be very happy here. I'm going to try my hardest to ensure it. My Luna shifts her weight, suddenly anxious as she looks at 𝐾𝐤𝐧𝐬. I wonder what the matter is. Maybe she's not comfortable handing her baby off. I open my mouth to ask, but I'm interrupted by a knock at the door. 𝐾𝐤𝐧𝐬 perks up, looking to the foyer inside. That must be 𝐿𝐲. He brought Opal over to play too, she says, carrying Rain away as she goes to answer the door and invite her new guests in. I use the opportunity to lean down and murmur in Hendrix's ear. What's wrong, baby? I wonder, always on guard of her fragile emotions. I'm so in tune with her mood changes that I'm an expert now. Something is off, and I don't know what it is. I try not to freak out. She reaches up a soft hand and plays with my fingers idly, reassuring me with her little lies. Nothing. I'll tell you later. Her voice is a bit weird off. I kept feeling like something strange is going on here. But I put aside my worry, determined to trust her. I have to remind myself that there is no danger here. I've worked hard to ensure the safety of my mate and children, and I don't need to be constantly vigilant that something will go wrong. As appears on the back porch with us, his adoptive daughter Opal hiding shyly behind his leg. He puts a hand on top of her head, motioning forward towards the backyard. Go play. They're nice. Don't worry. I'll be here, he tells her gently. The little werewolf nods her head obediently, cautiously approaching the yard with her hands twisted in her shirt. She's around 7 or so, and she has hardly spoken in my presence. I feel bad for the poor child. She has suffered so much already. If anything, it only makes her belong here even more. Well, a little screwed up. When she steps into the grass, I watch as Kiefer stops in his tracks by her presence. Daniel and Felix don't question his abrupt halt. They just keep on sprinting along without him, happy as can be, with a new gleam in his face. Our son walks over slowly to Opal, his lime-green eyes wide as he approaches her. She stops too. She watches him carefully. Now they're both just staring at each other, only a few feet away from each other. How odd. My son simply smiles at her, waving a friendly hand. Kiefer starts talking to her, looking to brave and forward for how much shorter he is than her. My name is Kiefer. Do you want to play? He offers eagerly, and Opal doesn't hesitate to reply. She's almost eager to speak now. In Opal, she pushes her hair short back and smiles with a rueful laugh. What are you playing? Kiefer erupts into an elaborate explanation when Hendrix suddenly slips free of my hands, making a break for it. I watch her in curiosity when she rushes to 𝐾𝐤𝐧𝐬's side. She tries her best to be quiet and discreet when she asks her something, but she doesn't know just how good my hearing really is. I hear every word. The whispering doesn't help hide a thing. You'll watch them. You're sure this is okay? My mate wonders, her voice on edge and slightly urgent. My hackles raise, and I drop closer. I'm alert now, switching from relaxed to vigilant in a second. 𝐾𝐞𝐬 laughs, waving her hand dismissively as she continues to bounce the baby. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I know how it is. Go have fun. She winks, and my stomach drops to my toes. Thank you. I owe you one. When Hendrix turns around, I blank. What on earth is going on here? I don't put two and two together. Even when Hendrix wraps her little hand around my fingers and steers me towards the front of the house without pause, I go willingly, a slave to her will as I'm too nervous to pull away out of fear that she might tumble to the ground. When she flings the front door open and tugs me along behind her, I glance back to our kids who we are leaving behind. I know they're in good hands, but I'm not completely at ease. They disappear quickly from my view, and I can't deny the anxiety that springs up at being separated from them. This is all so new, so fresh. Where are we going? I almost demand. Too impatient to wait for an answer, I almost gasp when Hendrix turns around to grin at me mischievously. I've seen her grin like that before, but that was when we spent the night together. Oh, now I understand the hurried nature of her getaway while she practically drags me across the park. My pulse quickens. Glancing around, I make sure that no one is the wiser when I bend to pick Hendrix up in one fell swoop. She laughs when I haul her to my chest, gripping her slight weight tightly as I pick up the pace. I'm thankful that no one is outside right now, and that I have such a cheeky mate that looks for ways to surprise me every day. I can't believe how lucky I am. I thought Dr. Melbourne said we had to wait a while. My voice strained with a raspines that gives away my arousal. Hendrix's face turns pink, but she smiles nevertheless, just content to swing her legs and wrap her arms around my neck. She gave me the go-ahead yesterday, said I'm good to go. It took longer than normal due to my supernatural delivery, but I'm ready now, she murmurs, and I nearly lose control when she nips at my ear. I've been waiting for this for far too long. I practically remove the door from its hinges when I burst through it. It barely survives the second assault when I slam it shut with a bang that's harsh enough to make the walls shake. I start unbuttoning her dress before I even make it halfway up the stairs. She arches into me, as frantic as I am for what's about to happen. I feel like the animal that I am on the inside with how 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬𝐬 when it comes to her. And only her. She brings out this side of me so easily. She simply breathes, and I'm kneeling at her feet in a heap of uncontrolled emotion. This tiny human has become my queen, my whole purpose. She's taken control of my heart. I don't deserve a second of her time, and yet she grants it to me anyway. I'll do whatever it takes to be worthy of her. A gift like this, it deserves to be cherished. I don't plan on taking her for granted. Not now. Not ever. Against my own heated desires to toss her and pounce, I delicately lay her on the bed, kissing my way up her neck. I deliberately make her moan out a sigh of sheer delight. I love you, baby. I love you more than you'll ever know. I murmur, pushing my lips to hers as I hover over her, pressing my chest to hers in an effort to keep her here, pinned beneath me. It's almost as if I'm terrified that she'll slip away if I'm not too careful. Hendrix shrinks away for a moment, looking into my eyes with hooded lids. Her big lips are already swollen from my attack. Oh, I think I know. If it's anything close to how I feel about you, then I understand all too well. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I love you, and just like that, I'm on her again, taking what's mine and forging what has always been, and will always be, 60 to just like a dream Hendrix POV. I hung, stretching my limbs and feeling every ache and strain in my body, and loving it. I don't know how long I've been asleep, but I'd be willing to bet it's been a few hours. I'm very well rested, and hungry for more. A warm hand palms my arm, running up and down gently, leaving a trail of tiny tingles that I really 𝐖𝐴𝐺. I turn my naked body into my man, nuzzling his muscular shoulder with my nose and taking a deep breath in. He smells so good. I want to jump him again already. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐜 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Beautiful, or should I say afternoon, he murmurs against my ear, making me shiver. His large fingers trail down to capture my wrist, his hand swallowing half my forearm. Cedric brings my hand to his lips and kisses the back of my hand. I blush. When is 𝐾𝐿𝐬 expecting us back? He wonders in a soft voice that contrasts to his deep, raspy voice that I love so much. Well, I left her a bit of milk and a few bottles. And some diapers. Rain should be covered for a while. I told 𝐾𝐿𝐬 to call me if she needs anything, so I would say we could get away with staying here until tonight. I inform him, trailing my fingernails down his wide chest. He chuckles. You did prepare, didn't you? He muses, and I don't deny it. I've been preparing for this since I knew that I could enjoy activities like these. I've only had sex with Cedric once before today. As wonderful as it was then, it was under the best circumstances. I still have a pit of guilt in my chest over begging him to sleep with me, especially after finding out about his religious beliefs. That was not right, and I had to correct my mistake. We needed to create fresh, new memories. So I got to work asking 𝐾𝐿𝐬 for some help. She gladly obliged, as it hoped she would. I thought she of all people would understand what I was going through. Her situation isn't too different from mine. 2 kids and hardly any free time. I can only imagine how hard it is to juggle your relationship with your mate and your job as a parent. It was worth it though, sneaking around to surprise him. I hold back a laugh while I remember Cedric's face when he realized what I had in mind. He was elated. In fact, he was elated all the way to the bedroom. We had a fantastic time, and I can't imagine it any better. I love you. And even though I've heard it a few times, I never get tired of hearing it. I love you more, I reply, lifting myself up a bit to press a kiss to his scratchy jaw. Then I rest my head on his right 𝐾𝐿𝐬, his chest deflating under my cheek. I don't think you understand how lost I would be without you, baby, Cedric counters, as if my statement of love is nothing in comparison to his. He grabs my hand, entangling our fingers and holding them up to the light. My hands are much smaller than his, delicate in comparison. I hum in thought, wondering just what he means by that. There are so many things I don't understand. You'd be fine without me. I manage, focused on the feel of his touch rather than the words I'm saying. No, I wouldn't. His voice is more gruff than I expect. And I sit up, startled, shifting on the bed. I put my arms underneath me to prop myself up slightly on his chest. Now we're eye to eye, at least for a few seconds. He shifts his dazzling cherry irises from me, and I become irritated. Reaching out, I boldly take his Greek god of a face and turn it to me so I can see him and he can see me. What do you mean? Not satisfied with his half ounces, his lips pinch. I realize that he doesn't want to tell me, and that stings a little bit. I release his face, but hold tight to his attention. No more lies. Remember. Cedric thinks it over, and then he sighs again. It's not an annoyed sigh, but a sigh of resignation. He grabs a piece of my hair, twirling the curl around his thick finger as a distraction while he explains. No matter what species, there is always a dominant mate. No matter gender or age. Whoever is more powerful is the dominant of the relationship. I put 2 and 2 together and realize that he is indeed the dominant person in the relationship. Whatever that means. When 2 people are mated, the dominant mate becomes extremely protective of their submissive counterpart. It's ingrained in a dominant, not something they can help. He glances at me quickly, then gulps. If the submissive mate dies, then something very bad happens. The dominant mate that is left alone turns into something that they're not. They have no mind. They will mindlessly destroy everything they can before they're taken down. I go blank at those words. They are so final, so grave that I might choke. If I died, Cedric would never be the same again. He would kill. He would go insane. If anything were to happen to me, then everyone would be in danger. I remained silent. He takes that as an invitation to continue. I've seen it firsthand, he whispers, and he subconsciously raises a hand to touch the vicious scars on the left side of his face. 𝐻𝐸 never told me about what happened to cause the red marks. I've never asked, never pressed him, but now the curiosity is eating me up. He keeps going. It was my 𝐻𝐸, my father. I was only 11 years old. My ma was taken captive by an enemy clan of Vikings that 𝐻𝐸 had been fighting for centuries. They knew she was his mate, and they killed her as revenge. They didn't know what he would do to them. He stopped stalking for a moment, staring up at the ceiling like he wishes it would suck him up. I don't say anything with words, but with feeling. I run my hands over him slowly and gently, reminding him that 𝐿𝐸 is far away from his past as he relives his darkest memories. He slaughtered them all. It was a bloodbath. The trouble is that they were lycans as well, so it was nearly impossible to take them all on by himself. No one knew until that moment how serious it was to kill a lycan's mate. That's why it's illegal now. We're the most dangerous creatures, and the repercussions are lethal. None survived. He moves onward into the story, his voice becoming darker. And then, he came after me, Ned. I suck in a breath, horrified. I didn't know what happened. I simply saw my father shifted from coming towards me slowly. I asked him what he was doing. He didn't recognize me, because he was already gone, leaving a monster in his place. He attacked. One huge slash across my face. It broke something inside of me. I started to shift. My first time becoming a wolf. I hardly knew how to control my body. But we fought, and I won. I was lucky that day. I had a silver sword on my belt, a sword that my 𝐻𝐸 made for me to protect myself. Oddly enough, it's the same weapon that ended his life. In and awe, I couldn't even attempt to say anything right now. It's an awful story. So much pain and so much grief at such a young age. I feel sick all of the sudden, and part of me wishes I didn't know the story. I thought my family had issues. Cedric, to my 𝐴𝐸 𝐿𝐸, heartfelt thanks to your unfailing 𝐀𝐥𝐻𝐸. I'm so sorry. You were so little and had to go through that. I can't even imagine. I fail at finishing the sentence. Despite the trauma he just exposed, Cedric smiles at me. It's a shining beam of warmth in the cold atmosphere. I reckon I was too little. At 11 I was taller than you are now. He muses, and I scoff, trying to picture an 11-year-old Cedric and failing. I can't see it. Can't imagine him different than he is now. I somehow feel like 𝐻𝐸's always been like this, even though 𝐻𝐸's brushing it off. I touch his hair and push myself forward until my lips touch his. He groans, ending his will to match mine as he gives himself over to me. I kiss him greedily before I pull away. I love you. You are so unbelievably strong and good. You've gone through so much to be here. I know that I never would have been able to survive all of that. I tell him, only inches away from his face, our breath mingling. He stares at me with an odd expression. What I've seen before, but I've never understood. I decide to be brave and ask him about it. What's that look for? I've always wondered what it means when you look at me like that. Laying my head against his chest, letting my hair sprawl out. He just smiles softly, taking down into my eyes as he cups my face. I just love you so much. You amaze me every single day. Cedric admits, and I can feel blood rushing into my face. 𝐻𝐸's so sweet. When I look at my handsome mate, I don't see the scary man that everyone else does. 𝐻𝐸's not what they think. 𝐻𝐸's kind, and so strong and empathetic. I would be just as lost without him. What happens if the dominant mate dies? Will I go crazy and try to kill everyone? I can't see myself doing that. But I know I wouldn't be the same. I couldn't go on without you, I say gingerly, despite the fact the fusing cherry hits me hard. It would be worse than losing my daddy, or my nana, or my best friends. Cedric is my anchor. He holds me here. I can't even entertain a life without him. I lived it for a few months, and it was horrible. But now our love feels more permanent. Maybe it's from the mark he put on my neck, or maybe it's because I fall deeper in love with him every single day. Cedric sobers, pressing his lips together. A muscle in his neck ticks as his body stiffens. You would become depressed, and your body would grow weak. You wouldn't be able to eat or sleep. You would get very sick, and you would die within a week. He relays, his voice shuddering at the mere thought. I don't blame him. A 𝐊𝐤𝐳 runs down my spine too. What a horrible way to die. The moon goddess that these supernatural beings believe in is not playing around. This relationship really is special. It's unbreakable. When I first heard about the mate bond, I was confused. I thought it meant I had no choice, that some mystical being chose to bind me to someone random and I had no choice. Now I see it all in a different light. None of it was by accident. It's like the goddess knew that two people were made for each other, that they were perfectly compatible in every way possible. She just got the first spark going. I glance up at Cedric, admiring the gift that he's in my life. He gave me a family, a way to start over, a sense of confidence that I've never had before. And just like that, I know that mate bond or not, I would still find myself in love with him regardless. I have to tell him how I feel. He has to know. Do you think that we still would be together if there was no such thing as a mate bond? I wonder, a little scared at what he'll say in response. His red eyes widen and his mouth opens. I interrupt him before he says another word. I think we would. I can't imagine seeing you and not approaching you. It's impossible. I watch silently as Cedric mulls it over, chewing the inside of his cheek absently. I don't know about that. You'd probably be petrified of me, he admits, and I shake my head. He chuckles. Be realistic. Baby, you wouldn't approach me if it weren't for the bond. The connection we have goes beyond a spark. It ensures that you feel safe around me. On the other hand, I can't imagine not pursuing you, even without the mate bond. But who knows? Thinking what if isn't going to help anyone, because it'll never be different than it is. He makes a good point, and his reassurance makes me feel better. I love you. We're together, and we're perfectly happy. There's nothing more to it than that. Cedric is right, of course. But then again, when is he not? He pulls me back into him, and now I can't see his face and some shoved into his neck. I sigh as my body relaxes. I feel at peace with everything, as if my whole life has led to this day where I can just be happy with everything that's happened. It all brought me here, so I wouldn't change a thing. I have two beautiful babies, a mate who adores me, and a pack of supportive friends. I don't need anything more than that. I'm so content with this life that I can't wish for more. It's perfect. I'll love you forever. You know that, right? Cedric murmurs, running a hand through my hair and then trailing it down my naked back. I grin, loving him more as each second passes. I'll hold you to that. To my authentic 𝐊𝐤𝐬 heartfelt thanks to your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. To my authentic 𝐊𝐤𝐬 heartfelt thanks to your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. 3 years later, Alpha Vela was the definition of an oxymoron. He stomped around the packed grounds that he owned in his military boots. He eyed the trees with his red eyes, gazing around in quiet observation. Nothing got past him. He was being overly vigilant, but he was focused and thoughtful as he scanned the area. This was his land. He was in his element. He knew this acreage like the back of his hand. He also knew what he was searching for. He had the scent etched into his mind. He appeared serious, standing tall among the dark trees, and dangerous with his broad shoulders, like a predator stalking its prey. It was clear that he was looking for something. His mannerisms were intent, focused on his surroundings. Underneath his harsh exterior, the Alpha King was amused and relaxed, his grave nature all a facade that was part of his search. It's a game that 𝐻𝐸's playing. No one would be able to tell from the outside, but he was toying with his prey. I know you're out here. Half pint. You can't hide forever. I'm going to find you. 𝐊𝐸's voice lilted through the trees, his glowing gaze shifting from the branches above to the grass below. He knew his target couldn't have gotten far. She wasn't very fast, and she wasn't very strong. He only pretended his long search as a way to boost her confidence. He continued through the forest, his weight crunching the sticks and foliage under him. 𝐊𝐸 slowed his pace to a stop when he detected something not quite right about the air. Although he was light and carefree only moments ago, he was now stiff as a board as a certain scent struck his nose. It was a pungent smell, one that he didn't want to detect on his lands ever again. But 𝐻𝐸 smelled it before. A piercing growl raised from his throat. The game was forgotten. His protective side made itself known as anger surged. He would not have this. I smell you. No sense in hiding. They were similar words to the ones he uttered earlier, but with new meaning, a new voice. Gone was the soft tone. He was serious this time around. He was surprised in the slightest when the fairy stepped out from around a tree. The tall male had his hands cosily in his front pockets. Nothing about this was casual or playful. The fairy missed the memo. His dark chestnut-brown hair was short, but curled around his pale, pointed ears. He donned a misplaced grin despite the circumstances. He seemed oddly relaxed, even with an angry lycan in his way. Hello, Cedric. Lovely to see you again, he said airily, to which Alpha Vela rumbled in upset. He hated how smug the fairy was, and how he showed up unannounced and uninvited. It was the second time this had happened. Last time he showed up here, 𝐊𝐸 made it very clear he did not want Bo to come here ever again. And yet, here he was. I want you gone, now before I have to take drastic measures, 𝐊𝐸 warned, taking a threatening step forward. Bo didn't back down. Not this time. I would like to see my daughter, Cedric, and my granddaughter. His voice lingering on the last word, almost like a brag. Bo was essentially announcing that he knew all about their private lives. It made Cedric infuriated. You're not going anywhere near them. My family will not be exposed to you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Glaring at his enemy with his mean, scared face. I doubt she wants to see you. 𝐕R's expression didn't shift. He simply blinked. Have you told her about our visit? Does she know that I want to see her? He wondered out loud. But they both knew the answer to that. Cedric hadn't said a word to Hendrix about her long-lost father's return. It was because he thought that Bo didn't deserve a reunion with his daughter. But the Alpha was very protective of his human mate. He knew how much pain it would cause her to see him again after all these years. Especially right now of all times. It was a good discussion to get into. She's pregnant again. He pushed further. Cedric stiffened. If Bo knew about that, then he hadn't been far at all. He knew more than Cedric gave him credit for. The king did not like it one bit. Bo insulted him even more. And Chess, do any day. Twins. Am I right? More grandchildren you're going to try to keep far away from me. Cedric opened his mouth to bark out a reply when a sweet little voice rang through the woods like a lullaby. Papa, Papa. You didn't find me. I win. I win. Little Rain Vela skilled through green vines to her father's side. She wore a grin of pure joy. When she noticed the other male, she became quiet, her happiness vanishing. The 3-year-old raced behind her papa's tall leg, gripping his dark jeans in comfort. Cedric clenched his jaw. Upset that she was here during this mess, he put a comforting hand on the top of his daughter's head. Bo didn't look away from the small child. She was perfect, absolutely beautiful. She had inherited her father's coloring and her mother's soft facial structure. It was a perfect mix of the two parents. Her long black hair picked up in the wind. Tata, who's that? She murmured, her little voice filled with worry. Cedric didn't hesitate to swoop down and lift her into his arms. She tucked her head into his neck as was natural for her where he held her. "It's no one. Half pint," he insisted, but Beau was quick to reply in a harsh tone that split the tension. "That's all I am. No one. Is that what you're going to keep telling yourself?" The fairy demanded, running a frustrated hand over his hair. "I want to know them. I respect that this is your pack and your family. But it's my family too." He paused only to observe the child. From her red Mary Jane shoes that matched her eyes, to her frilly daisy print dress. It was all too familiar to him. "She reminds me of Hendrix so much. She was about that age when I left." Rain wriggled in Cedric's hold, clearly uncomfortable being stared at. The protective father turned his enormous body to shield his child. The male didn't deserve to get a glimpse of his grandchild in his mind. He glared at Beau, ready to end the conversation. "Well, you're not going to leave her again, or get close enough to hurt my daughter too. You have no business here." He said it slowly, making sure that he understood every word. He wanted this whole thing behind them. "Don't come onto my lines again, or we'll have a problem." Alpha Vader started to walk away, his daughter on his hip, ready to return to his heavily pregnant mate. That's when his father-in-law spoke again. It seemed that the fairy was determined to have the last word. "I will return, and when I do, I will see my daughter. Make no mistake of that." That was the final straw. Cedric whipped around to give Beau a piece of his mind, but he was met with an empty forest. The wind rustling the pine needles together over his head. The male had disappeared. Vader scoffed, trudging back to his home with a chip on his shoulder. Beau wouldn't be back. He wouldn't get to the Lunar Queen, and he wouldn't get the chance to speak to her. It was a resolve that cemented itself in King's heart, and he didn't plan on changing his mind anytime soon.